In the dormitory 301, Su Li sat by the window, gazing at the throngs of zombies below, lost in contemplation. It was the third day since the apocalypse had erupted. An unknown virus had spread across the globe, infecting the majority of the population, transforming them into mindless beings that attacked and infected others. Perhaps it was sheer luck on Su Li's part. Or maybe it was due to his upbringing as an orphan. He had not been infected and was fortuitously situated in the dormitory. However, the grim reality was that there were scant supplies within, and Su Li had gone hungry for 3 days. Moreover, the number of zombies outside had increased. As an ordinary individual, even ascending the stairs left him fatigued. Venturing outside would likely result in being devoured by the undead. Fortunately, Su Li maintained a commendable mindset, embracing an attitude of survival living if possible, but accepting demise if it came to that. After all, having been an orphan since childhood, he had no family or friends to anchor him, and his own life had never been particularly splendid. He had toiled for years to gain admission to a university renowned for its abundance of beautiful women. Yet after 3 years, he had not even dated a single girl. Moreover, a conflict with a wealthy heiress had left him a target of ridicule from various privileged peers. He had grown accustomed to being cornered and mocked. His existence could scarcely be termed fortunate. Yet Su Li felt powerless against these privileged individuals who wielded their power and wealth while fawning over women. So he chose to avoid confrontation. Thus, when contemplating the apocalypse, he found a certain solace in the thought that those who had tormented him might also meet a grim fate. Regrettably, he could not exact revenge himself, nor could he trample upon the faces of those who had wronged him. This remained a significant regret in his life. Just as Su Li was lost in these thoughts, a mechanical voice abruptly resonated in his mind. Su Li. Identity. Human. Skill none. Companion. 0. To ensure survival, a beginner's gift pack has been issued. Fire Stick Enhancement Potion. Innate skill. Hypnosis. Can be unconditionally effective on companions. Selective hypnosis or complete hypnosis. Selective hypnosis controls a specific emotion or behavior of the target without altering their memories, personality, or values. Complete hypnosis causes the target to lose their sense of self, with the host defining their memories, personality, and values. Kind reminder, the system's usage method is that each time a companion is added, rewards of corresponding quality are randomly granted based on the evaluation of the subject. Completing daily check-ins with companions can yield additional rewards. Companions subjected to complete hypnosis cannot receive check-in rewards. As a panel materialized out of thin air, Su Li snapped back to reality, his regret transforming into an uncontrollable elation. Is this the system? He mused. It seems my years as an orphan were not in vain. As someone who spent his days either online or asleep, Su Li was not unfamiliar with the concept of a system. However, when he perused the system's introduction, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Companions. Check-ins? Wasn't everyone else's system about leveling up and slaying monsters for rewards? Why did his system not only feature hypnosis as a beginner's gift, but also have such a peculiar method of obtaining rewards? Moreover, what did check-in entail specifically? Su Li, with a desire to learn, contemplated requesting a video tutorial from the system. Yet, just then a sudden knock sounded at the door. Furrowing his brow, Su Li rose and peered through the peephole to assess the situation outside. He beheld a girl standing at the door, dressed exquisitely, her fair skin radiating an air of aristocracy. Yet, her delicate features were marred by palpable fear. At once, Su Li recognized her Jiang Muxue, the campus belle renowned for her wealth and beauty in this institution, famed for its affluent heirs and stunning women. Born with a silver spoon, she had enjoyed a life of luxury, surrounded by power and affection, which had cultivated her haughty demeanor, treating others with disdain. Among the current crop of campus beauties, she was the most prominent, with the most admirers. However, the very woman whom others longed to behold, Su Li had no desire to see at all. The reason was simple. Jiang Muxue was the individual with whom he had clashed, and the misfortunes that had befallen him were largely due to her actions. When Su Li had just enrolled, he found himself in several classes alongside Jiang Muxue. They would have had no interaction, but her numerous suitors often vied for her attention. To avoid disturbance, Jiang Muxue had chosen to sit next to Su Li, instantly transforming him from an invisible figure into a target of scorn. Of course, This alone would not have invited such hostility toward him. The real catalyst for the animosity was when Jiang Muxue, during a chat with her friends, inadvertently gossiped about him, questioning whether she harbored feelings for Su Li. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muxue had disregarded Su Li's presence entirely, disparaging him from head to toe. Irritated, Su Li had retorted, and that single instance led to him being branded as a bully, with accusations of moral degradation and a propensity to quarrel with women. In no time, both informed and uninformed individuals rallied against him, culminating in the dismal life he had endured. Strange, why is she here? Su Li pondered. His dormitory was structured with male residents on the lower 3 floors and female residents above. In recent days, many survivors had sought food and water, knocking on his door multiple times. Yet, he had never anticipated that Jiang Muxue would be the one at his door. Surely, she did not reside on campus. How could she be trapped in the dormitory? Before Su Li could reflect further, outside, Jiang Muxue, sensing the silence, was about to leave when a zombie, drawn by the knocking, crawled up the stairs. Jiang Muxue's face turned ashen. With little time to react, the zombie lunged at her with a ferocious roar. Just when Jiang Muxue thought she would be bitten, the door she had just knocked on swung open, and a hand reached out, pulling her into the room. The door was swiftly locked, and Jiang Muxue was unceremoniously tossed aside. Su Li's movements were somewhat brusque, causing her to wince in pain. Su Li, how is it you? Jiang Muxue, regaining her senses, looked up to see Su Li's face and recognized him, a flicker of guilt passing through her eyes. Su Li surveyed Jiang Muxue, exclaiming in exasperation, "This is my dormitory. You knocked on my door. Should I not be here?" "You." Jiang Muxue stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. A look of indignation quickly crossed her features, and in her previous existence, such an expression often foreshadowed misfortune for someone. Her suitors and protective family would undoubtedly retaliate against anyone who dared to anger Jiang Muxue in various ways. Yet, times had changed. Su Li scoffed, unperturbed, and cast a penetrating gaze her way. It must be said, Jiang Muxue was indeed striking. Her delicate visage, paired with youthful innocence, exuded a beguiling yet pure beauty. Her perfectly proportioned figure was beyond reproach. Observing her gritting her teeth, one might feel a pang of guilt for having wronged her. But alas, the individual in question was Su Li. Chapter 2. The Art of Response. Jiang Muxue, I distinctly recall that it was I who saved you just moments ago, and yet you have not even uttered a word of thanks. Your demeanor leaves much to be desired. Su Li took a couple of steps toward Jiang Muxue, gazing down at her, who was a head shorter, his eyes unconsciously sharpening their focus. Disdainful as he was, he could not help but admire her. I merely forgot. Is it not sufficient to state it now? Is your life worth nothing more than a mere thank you? Certainly not. What is it that you desire? I can't provide you with money or anything else you may wish for, as long as it is within my means. You can give me whatever you possess, correct indeed? With Jiang Muxue's affirmative response. Su Li naturally continued, then I shall claim you. At this declaration, Jiang Muxue was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What a ridiculous jest, Su Li. Even if you saved me, I am not fond of such banter. It is far from amusing. Did I ever imply that this was a jest? Upon witnessing Jiang Muxue's sudden anger, Su Li ceased further trivialities and stated plainly, since I have saved you, you have two options, either comply with my wishes, or I shall hand you over to the zombies outside. The choice is yours. Noting that Su Li did not appear to be jesting, Jiang Muxue timidly retreated a couple of steps, only to find her back pressed against the wall. A chill coursed through her body. Su Li, even if you threaten me in such a manner, I still. What will you do? I can only reluctantly agree to be with you. But I shall not engage in anything further. Jiang Muxue's face was one of unwillingness, yet she soon realized that she was utterly alone and defenseless. If Su Li truly intended harm, she would be powerless to resist. Thus, she reluctantly conceded for the first time in her life, contemplating how to keep Su Li at bay while seeking an opportunity to escape. Companion. Jiang Muxue rating. S reward. Response art eliminates all negative states and restores the body to its peak condition. Cooldown. 1 minute. The system's voice echoed as Jiang Muxue conceded, designating her as his companion. So, a mere verbal agreement suffices. This indeed saves me considerable trouble. Su Li was elated as he examined the system panel, which now included Jiang Mushue's information. Age, 20, status, hungry 0, daily check-in incomplete. There were only 3 pieces of information, one of which bore an unclear meaning, marked with a 0. Nevertheless, Su Li did not dwell on these details. Returning to reality, he admired Jiang Mushue's figure, coveted by countless individuals. I did say I wouldn't engage in anything else. Do not look at me like that. Jiang Muxue shrank back timidly, clutching herself tightly, clearly harboring some unrealistic fantasies. However, in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed across her face. Retracting his hand, Su Li remarked with a cold smirk, "Although I am unaware of the childish thoughts you entertain, from this moment forth, your desires hold no significance." On the unseen system interface, Su Li clicked on Jiang Mushue's information, where a new status appeared, indicating her obedience to his commands. He had not opted for complete hypnosis, stripping Jiang Muxue of her identity and reducing her to a mere puppet for his manipulation. That would be too lenient on her and would incur a loss of rewards. "How dare you strike me?" Jiang Muxue snapped back to reality from her shock. She had always been a young lady who acted without regard for consequences and could scarcely tolerate a slight. The humiliation she felt from Su Li's slap ignited her fury. She raised her hand to slap him in return. "Stop." Su Li spoke calmly. At his words, Jiang Muxue nearly laughed in disbelief. He expected her to halt simply because he said so? Yet the next moment, she was taken aback to find her body suddenly unresponsive, immobilized in place. "What have you done to me?" Jiang Muxue attempted to exert control over her body, but it felt as if it no longer belonged to her. Unyielding to her commands, observing the murderous intent in her eyes, Su Li could not help but smirk. "Kneel." Jiang Muxue felt her body sink, her legs betraying her as they knelt involuntarily, her usually haughty face displaying a rare expression of confusion. "Wait, what on earth is happening? Why can't I control my body and must obey Su Li's orders?" Jiang Muxue was bewildered by the unfolding events, while Su Li's shadow loomed over her face. "Jiang Muxue, shall we play a game? Do you see that box of nails on the table? Those were placed there by your suitors over the past year to retaliate against me." At his words, an ominous feeling washed over Jiang Muxue, and she hastily protested. "I did not instruct them to do this. Then why did you not stop them?" I simply did not anticipate their actions would be so extreme." "It was not intentional. So, just because you did not intend it, I am to endure their torment for so long? I apologize." Su Li interrupted Jiang Mushue's apology, retrieving the iron nails. "You claimed you did not wish for anything else from me? If you consume these, I shall agree to refrain from any further actions. What say you?" Jiang Muxue stared at the slender iron nails, her face paling in terror. "Choose me, or this box of nails." "I refuse. I do not want." "Very well." Su Li snapped his fingers, lifting the hypnosis from Jiang Muxue, who now regained control of her body. Observing her reluctant demeanor, Su Li felt a sense of satisfaction. Companion, Jiang Muxue, status, light injury, 01, daily check-in completed, reward, strengthening potion. Su Li lit a cigarette, examining the 2 strengthening potions within the system, while Jiang Muxue buried herself beneath the covers. Quietly sobbing in a corner, the strengthening potion's effect was straightforward. It significantly enhances physical attributes and can be stacked. Su Li promptly retrieved both potions, uncorked them, and consumed them in one gulp. Instantly, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. The weakness he had felt moments ago was replaced with renewed vigor. Physical attributes significantly enhanced, gaining formidable immunity, impervious to zombie viruses, though still susceptible to colds. His bodily functions were restored to their peak. Moreover, Su Li noticed that his cooldown time seemed to have refreshed. Reflecting on the previous sensation, he approached Jiang Muxue once more. After a while, Jiang Muxue had ceased her sobbing, having been lulled to sleep. Glancing at the system, he noted that the daily check-in offered only 1 reward, yet Jiang Mushue's panel now displayed a 2 instead of a 1. At this moment, Su Li contemplated the pressing matters at hand, how to shift positions and seek out supplies, as well as other girls. Pondering deeply, Su Li turned to his phone. Opening the message section, he found it devoid of any notifications. Consequently, he picked up Jiang Mushue's shorts hanging nearby and located her phone. However, it was out of battery as Su Li plugged in a power bank to power it on. After unlocking it with Jiang Mushue's fingerprint, He discovered there was no signal, so he connected to his own hotspot to receive messages. As he scrolled through her WeChat, it starkly contrasted with his own. Jiang Mushue's messages had long since exceeded 99, with one group chat containing 500 members being the most active. Upon opening it, he found that conversations were still ongoing. Is there anyone who can save me from Building 6? Room 509? Please, I'm Nanliang, bro. Being a catgirl 1T help you. Woe is me, why is this happening just as I was accepted into graduate school? What does it matter? My takeout never arrived. The zombie apocalypse broke out before the delivery could be made. Dude, you really have it rough. Chapter 3. It matters not. I shall intervene as pleas for help flooded the group. A newly posted message captured everyone's attention. Jiang Muxue, are there any girls left in the dormitory? Please send me your locations in private. I will lead a group to rescue those nearby. This message was broadcast across various group chats. Initially, many assumed it was a prank, but upon seeing the WeChat name, their spirits lifted. Jiang Muxue, Goddess Muxue, you're still alive. Wonderful, it's Goddess Muxue. We have hope. As a prominent figure often seen in various social circles, Jiang Mushue's appearance, coupled with her promise to rescue others, ignited hope in many. They all knew Jiang Muxue came from a wealthy family and did not doubt the sincerity of her words. Perhaps her family had escaped infection and would come to save her, hoping to rescue others along the way. Naturally, several group chats erupted with excitement. I'm a girl. I'm in the East Building, Muxue. Please hurry and save me. Goddess Muxue, I can sacrifice myself. Please send someone to save me. You boys, step aside. Can't you see Muxue is asking for girls only? How shameless. Shue, I'm your dear friend. Can you come and rescue me first? I'm begging for my life in the West Building. At this moment, Su Li observed the numerous friend requests pouring in, sifting through each individual's location. Jiang Muxue had yet to awaken, so it was Su Li who sent the messages. With so many zombies lurking outside, searching each room for survivors would prove exceedingly difficult. This method was certainly more efficient. However, Su Li quickly realized he had been overly optimistic. While there were numerous pleas for help, the majority were from males, who continued to send friend requests despite his stipulation that only females were welcome. He disregarded such applications outright. The remaining few girls were too far away, making it exceedingly challenging to reach them. Su Li currently possesses the ability to eliminate zombies within the building layer by layer. However, if the numbers become overwhelming and they charge at him all at once, he finds himself at a loss for effective means to combat them. Just as he was grappling with this predicament, a message popped up, snapping his thoughts back into focus. Bai Sisi, Muxue, have your family come to rescue you? Where are you? If it's convenient, could you come to North Building 602 to pick me up? This was not a newly added friend but rather a contact he had long known. North Building. Wasn't that right where he was? Yet the name sounded eerily familiar. Could it be her? Su Li recalled the day he had quarreled with Jiang Muxue. Back then, Jiang Muxue had exploded in anger when a friend inquired whether she had feelings for Su Li. That friend, as it turned out, was none other than Bai Sisi. A cold smile crept onto Su Li's face as he quickly scanned his memory for details about Bai Sisi. She was a gentle girl, timid and without many friends, hailing from an ordinary background. Yet, her beauty and figure were unparalleled. Consequently, she garnered considerable attention. When she first arrived, a number of wealthy young men had set their sights on her, eager to shower her with gifts. However, unfortunate for them, Bai Sisi had but one friend, Jiang Muxue, and the two were inseparable, which caused the wealthy suitors to retreat in defeat. Su Li reminisced about Bai Sisi's appearance. The first thing that came to mind was her figure, which surpassed even that of Jiang Muxue. He then sent a message, "Wait for me, I will be there shortly." Bai Sisi. Okay. Bai Sisi. Love you emoji. Setting down his phone, Su Li roused Jiang Muxue from her slumber. Groggy and disoriented, Jiang Muxue felt as though she had just emerged from a nightmare, one in which she had been. Wait, that didn't seem like a dream at all. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Su Li beside her, she instinctively covered herself with the bedsheet. Get dressed and come with me upstairs. Tio do what? To find Bai Sisi. At the mention of Bai Sisi, panic flickered across Jiang Mushue's face, which she could not disguise. No, she hasn't offended you. Please don't harm her. Jiang Muxue grasped Su Li's arm, her expression pleading. After the earlier lesson, her gaze had become clear, and she dared not utter any further impertinences. Observing Jiang Mushue's somewhat pitiable demeanor, Su Li felt a wave of delight wash over him. He reached out to ruffle her hair gently, Whether I lay a hand on her depends entirely on your behavior. Jiang Mushue's body trembled as she seemingly wrestled with her thoughts for a long while before lowering her head, adopting an expression of resignation. Just when she expected things to unfold as they had before, Suli instructed her to tie up her hair. What does this mean? The Navi Jiang Muxue was utterly baffled by Suli's intentions. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Muxue wiped her tears, feeling an overwhelming urge to cry out, yet her sore throat rendered her speechless. Can we not go find her now? Jiang Mushue's voice quavered with suppressed sobs. No. Why not? I only promised not to harm her. I never said I wouldn't look for her, Suli replied matter-of-factly. Are you feeling rested? Come with me. Offering Jiang Muxue no room for choice. Suli picked up a firewood stick and opened the door. This action startled Jiang Muxue, who quickly reminded him, there are still zombies outside, doesn't matter, I will handle them. You. Jiang Muxue wished to question his confidence. But recalling the scene moments ago where she had been unable to move, she began to speculate. Perhaps Suli possessed some sort of telekinetic ability that had allowed him to control her. After all, with the zombie outbreak, it wouldn't be surprising if he had superpowers. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Jiang Muxue hesitantly followed Suli out of the safety of the dormitory. The dormitory itself was sparse in population, and considering that the outbreak occurred in the morning, most individuals were absent, resulting in fewer zombies. Upon stepping outside, they encountered 4 zombies lying on the ground, gnawing on something. Hearing Suli's movements, they immediately raised their heads and charged at the two with frenzied growls. Jiang Muxue instinctively drew closer to Suli, while he remained unfazed, swinging the firewood stick and striking one zombie on the head, followed by a swift horizontal sweep. The brute force of his attack crushed one zombie's skull, sending 3 others flying against the wall, rendering them motionless. Jiang Muxue stared in shock at the scene before her. Her previously burgeoning doubts swiftly extinguished. Let's go. The two continued upwards, employing the same brutal approach to clear the corridors of any remaining threats. During this time, Suli knocked on several doors but received no response and pressed on. Jiang Muxue inquired how he knew Bai Sisi was upstairs. Upon learning Suli had taken her phone, she immediately grew anxious. Did you check my WeChat? Did my family send me any messages? None. Suli had made a point to observe that Jiang Mushue's family had not sent any new messages. It was painfully clear that their situation was dire. Chapter 4 Jiang Muxue. There are outsiders. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Suli handed his phone to Jiang Muxue. Upon receiving it, she quickly opened the chat history with her family, only to find it devoid of any messages. Jiang Muxue clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps their phones were malfunctioning, or like her, they lacked a network connection. Let's go. Suli's voice pulled her back to reality, on the 6th floor. After a thorough clearing, Suli dispatched the last zombie and located the door to room 602. He instructed Jiang Muxue to knock. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a girl of similar age to Jiang Muxue peering out. Upon seeing Jiang Muxue, her face lit up with delight. Muxue, is that really you? Bai Sisi flung the door open, ushering them inside. And once the door was shut and safety assured, she eagerly embraced Jiang Muxue. Sisi, please, not so tight. There are others present. Having just exerted herself, Jiang Muxue winced at the embrace, which clearly indicated the depth of their friendship. Bai Sisi held on for a moment longer before releasing her grip, only to then realize Suli's presence. Oh, I'm sorry. Who is he? He is Suli. As Jiang Muxue began to introduce them, she hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate. However, upon noticing Suli's unwavering gaze upon her, she relinquished her struggle. He is my boyfriend. Upon uttering those words, Jiang Muxue felt as though all her strength had drained away. Bai Sisi, taken aback, stared at her in disbelief. At that moment, Suli stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Jiang Mushue's waist in an affectionate manner. Muxue. Witnessing Jiang Mushue's passive acceptance, Bai Sisi was rendered speechless by her astonishment. Jiang Muxue was sensitive to physical contact. Even with close female friends, she was wary of excessive intimacy, let alone with a man. Yet the scene before her shattered all her preconceptions of Jiang Muxue. What baffled her further was that Suli was the very person who had clashed with Jiang Muxue, about whom she had gossiped. Though she was not well acquainted with him, she had not recognized his face until Jiang Muxue mentioned his name. Muxue, so you really do like him? I thought you despised Suli after the way you scolded him last time. Understanding that Bai Sisi had misunderstood the situation, Jiang Muxue could not explain and could only bitterly nod in affirmation. After conveying her surprise, Bai Sisi seemed poised to ask more questions. But then her cheeks flushed and she averted her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed. She thought to herself, what on earth is Su Li doing? She was still present, yet they seemed oblivious, nearly leaning into one another. May I ask what we should do now? Su Li paused his actions and turned to Bai Sisi. Perhaps due to a lack of clothing options, she was dressed in a thin short-sleeve top and a pair of extremely short shorts. The light illuminated her figure, revealing her most alluring features in a captivating manner in contrast to Jiang Muxue's more seductive style. Bai Sisi's well-developed physique radiated a purer, more innocent charm, reminiscent of a diligent student untouched by any vice. No wonder so many had taken notice of her. Had it not been for Jiang Muxue's presence, this gentle, lovely girl with such striking beauty would likely have fallen victim to society's predation long ago. We plan to gather supplies from other locations and then relocate. Would you like to join us? Su Li answered casually, though internally he was calculating how to bring Bai Sisi into his fold. Resorting to threats was a last resort. Such an approach would not provide him the satisfaction of revenge. With the system's capabilities at his disposal, he intended to lead Bai Sisi into a gradual descent without her realizing it, all while continuously tormenting Jiang Muxue. Great, do I need to come with you? Bai Sisi inquired. You just wait here. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he paused slightly, hearing the system's notification chime in his ear. Partner, 2 Bai Sisi rating, S reward. Sharing, you may choose one of your abilities to share with your partner. The system recommends sharing infection immunity. Wait, this counts as a partner assessment. Su Li had merely spoken offhandedly, yet he was taken aback by how straightforward the system's assessment was. This saved him considerable effort. Since he could utilize hypnosis, the tasks ahead would become considerably simpler. Glancing at the reward, though it wasn't something that would enhance his power, it was still advantageous, and he promptly shared the infection immunity. He hoped that the rewards he would receive later would prove even more beneficial to him. Age, 20 status, joyful 0 no check-in today. Su Li's gaze fell upon Bai Sisi, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Suddenly, a delicate hand tugged at the hem of Su Li's clothing, and upon looking down, he saw Jiang Muxue with a visibly anxious expression. Did you not promise me that you wouldn't harm her? I'm merely taking a glance, Jiang Muxue replied. All right, let us step outside for a bite to eat. Let Bai Sisi wait here for a while. Jiang Muxue expressed no objections and instinctively followed Su Li. Sister Muxue, are you really heading out now? Is it not too perilous without preparation? I have an axe in my room. Would you like to? Bai Sisi pointed towards the axe resting by her bedside. Why yes, Su Li raised an eyebrow. Having an axe would indeed facilitate breaking down doors. Observing Jiang Muxue, whom he had only just met, follow Su Li out left Bai Sisi feeling rather peculiar. She couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Muxue had changed since she supposedly acquired a boyfriend. She hadn't said a word just now and had remained by Su Li's side in the past. Jiang Muxue would have engaged her in conversation. However, Bai Sisi dismissed it, sitting at the door and waiting. Yet, her scattered thoughts began to drift. She recalled how Su Li seemed to be targeted by many due to his conflict with Muxue, and she herself felt like the root cause of this predicament. A wave of guilt washed over her. If only she hadn't asked that question back then. If only she could have intervened when Su Li was being bullied. Shouldn't she do something to make amends? In the corridor, Su Li observed Bai Sisi's expression, satisfied as he noted her sense of guilt intensifying, compelling her to seek atonement for her missteps. She would inevitably comply with whatever he uttered. Jiang Muxue Li called coldly. You just referred to me as an outsider, did you not? No, that's not what I meant. Jiang Muxue's back chilled as she hurried to explain. Yet, Su Li paid no heed to her words, casually opening a door only to find it empty, before seizing Jiang Muxue's wrist and pulling her towards a table. Behave yourself, or I shall let Bai Sisi take your place. Chapter 5 Bai Sisi. Just once. Jiang Muxue felt deceived, as if her friend had led her astray. Those few girls had clearly told her that men were significantly weaker than women. They typically required ample rest, yet Su Li, Jiang Muxue felt a sense of trepidation about the future. She even entertained the notion of inviting Bai Sisi to join her, to help share the burden. No, that's not right. How can I think like this? Jiang Muxue shook her head, engaging in an internal struggle. After an extensive search, the pair opened every room on the 6th floor, discovering no survivors but managing to find some food and water. 5 loaves of bread and a few instant noodles. The stockpiling of this generation is quite lacking, Yuli remarked, taking a bite of bread and offering one to Jiang Muxue. After 3 days without food, Jiang Muxue's eyes sparkled at the sight of it. Gratefully accepting the bread she had previously disregarded, she devoured it hungrily. Once she finished one, she looked at Suli with longing. Rest assured, as long as you are with me, you shall not go hungry. We can discuss more food when we return. Bai Sisi is still waiting for you. Yuli ruffled Jiang Muxue's hair, and to his surprise, she was becoming increasingly receptive to his affection. Upon returning to Bai Sisi's dormitory, Jiang Muxue noticed that Bai Sisi wore an unnatural expression. As she divided the food, Bai Sisi stole glances at Suli, seemingly observing something. After several moments of hesitation, Bai Sisi finally spoke up. Sister Muxue, is something the matter? Oh, me? You seem to be watching him intently. Is there something you wish to ask? Bai Sisi felt a bit embarrassed, realizing her actions were so transparent. How quickly Muxue had picked up on it. I was just thinking about the argument you had with him before. I'm sorry for prying. If I hadn't asked, perhaps things would be different. Hearing this, Jiang Muxue sighed in relief while offering comfort. It's all right. Those are past events. Do not dwell on it. Just focus on eating. Bai Sisi nodded, believing the matter was settled. Little did she know, her comfort only deepened Bai Sisi's sense of guilt. I should apologize to Suli later. After experiencing 3 battles in a single day, Jiang Muxue felt utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. After a satisfying meal, she quickly fell asleep on one of the beds. As the sky turned a golden hue with the approaching sunset, the zombies outside began to stir. These creatures were nocturnal, shunning sunlight, yet they were not entirely incapable of moving during the day. While the outside world was relatively safe in daylight, the interiors of buildings posed an exponentially higher risk. The zombies' aversion to sunlight could be attributed to their skin's inadequate moisture retention, resulting in excessive water loss and subsequent stiffness and decline in function. Yuli contemplated the zombies' habits while strategizing for the following day's endeavors. After all, he could not remain in this dormitory indefinitely. Yuli, a gentle voice drifted from behind. Bai Sisi approached cautiously, her heart racing. Oh, what is it? Suli's expression remained unchanged, feigning ignorance. Do you still remember that incident? Ive felt remorseful ever since. Sister Muxue told me not to worry, but I still feel quite uneasy. I wish to sincerely apologize. So, could you forgive me? Bai Sisi's demeanor was earnest. Her head bowed almost as if she were about to bow deeply. She expected Suli's understanding, but instead, he let out a cold laugh. If granting you forgiveness could rectify anything, I would have forgiven you long ago. Bai Sisi stiffened at his words, her guilt morphing into an overwhelming sense of regret. I'm sorry. I doubt you need not apologize. Yuli interrupted, leaving Bai Sisi feeling utterly embarrassed. It turned out that Suli cared deeply about this matter. While she had merely thought an apology would suffice, she felt like a villain. I truly erred. I beg you, grant me a chance to make amends. I will do anything. I do not wish to be disliked by the person whom my sister likes. Bai Sisi's mind raced, consumed by the desire for Suli's forgiveness, resolving that even if he asked her to lure the zombies away, she would comply without complaint. Suli's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well, I shall offer you an opportunity. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. Bai Sisi's spirits lifted as she gazed at Suli with gratitude, eager to hear his request. From this moment onward, whatever I say, you shall do, until tomorrow morning, and then I will forgive you. How does that sound? I have no objections. Bai Sisi agreed without hesitation. Excellent, I feel a bit cold. Come here and let me hold you. Huh? Bai Sisi froze, momentarily stunned, doubting her ears. You mean you want me to hug you? Yes. Upon receiving confirmation, Bai Sisi's face flushed instantly. But that you are my sister's boyfriend. How can I? She won't mind. How could that be? Even if she doesn't mind, it's still inappropriate. We could simply cover ourselves with a blanket if you're cold. Bai Sisi felt a surge of anxiety, wishing Suli would refrain from making such requests. However, his words pushed her back into a corner. Then do not expect my forgiveness. The opportunity has been presented, and it is you who has failed to cherish it. This statement struck Bai Sisi like a bolt from the blue, leaving her in a dilemma. How could this happen? She felt utterly lost, her guilt clashing with her boundaries. After a prolonged silence, she murmured, just once. With that, Bai Sisi stood before Suli, shamefully turning her head away, unable to meet his gaze. "Didn't you want me to hold you?" Bai Sisi opened her arms, dressed in thin clothing, embracing Su Li. Her heart raced with trepidation, and in the direction she had turned, she could see the sleeping Jiang Muxue. An overwhelming sense of strangeness surged through Bai Sisi's nerves, leaving her dazed and her thoughts muddled. What exactly was she doing? Very good, Su Li thought to himself. Appreciating the warmth radiating from Bai Sisi, observing her delicate neck and inhaling the faint fragrance she carried, he had to admit, he knew how to savor the moment, especially as he felt Bai Sisi tremble nervously. It invoked a protective instinct within him. "Look up at me." Bai Sisi complied without hesitation, and as their eyes met, she suddenly felt weightless, lifted into his arms, and her lips were sealed with his. Her eyes widened in shock, instinctively wanting to struggle, but Su Li abruptly halted. "You agreed to my terms. You are to remain still now. Jiang Muxue is sleeping. Do not disturb her." Bai Sisi's body trembled as she glanced at the slumbering Jiang Muxue. Her strength waning, tears welling in her eyes, her mind a complete haze, unable to process anything. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Chapter 6 No Choice. I am a kind-hearted person. Check-in completed. Reward. Skill, wind pressure, creates a high-pressure zone at designated locations, controlling objects within the area with strong winds, repelling them after 2 seconds. Observing the introduction reminiscent of a game interface, Su Li gently caressed Bai Sisi nestled in his arms, wiping away the remnants of tears from the corners of his eyes before tucking her in. He then approached Jiang Muxue's bed, enveloping her in an embrace. Jiang Muxue, groggy and blinking awake, hesitated for a moment upon recognizing Su Li, ultimately choosing silence as she remained quietly by his side. She truly felt at a loss for what to do. Her rational mind warned her that if she continued down this path, she might become Su Li's slave. Yet, reality dictated that she had no other options. At this moment, Bai Sisi shared a similarly heavy heart. Lying in bed, cocooned in her blanket, she found herself unwittingly soaking it with tears, resembling a student who had gotten into trouble. Fear and dread consumed her, leaving her feeling utterly desolate. She could scarcely fathom what Jiang Muxue's reaction would be upon discovery. The next day, "Sisi, why are your eyes so red?" Jiang Muxue inquired with concern. "You must not have slept well. Don't rush." Bai Sisi forced a smile, pretending as if nothing had happened. Jiang Muxue, however, had no doubts. It was indeed strange that anyone could sleep well after the outbreak of the zombies. Yet, she suddenly realized that she had slept quite soundly the previous night, experiencing her first restful slumber since the apocalypse. Feeling particularly at ease upon waking, Jiang Muxue finished half a piece of bread. Still feeling slightly hungry, she then asked, "What are we doing next? Are we heading to another floor?" "No, we're going straight outside. Just grab what you can and follow me. This place is not suitable for long-term habitation." Su Li, having meticulously planned his course of action, was determined to head directly to the campus supermarket to gather ample supplies and scout for another stronghold. Only then could he attend to the more pressing matter of searching for the unfortunate surviving students. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. The thought of so many female university students trapped in despair during the apocalypse tugged at his heartstrings. However, before all that, Su Li resolved to claim today's rewards first before venturing out. "Bai Sisi, you didn't sleep well. Go back and catch up on some rest. I'll call for you later. Oh, I'm fine." Bai Sisi waved her hand in refusal. "Very well then." Su Li respected her choice and, right in front of Bai Sisi, pulled Jiang Muxue closer, planting a kiss on her earlobe. Both of them blushed profusely. Bai Sisi immediately got up and hurried back to catch up on sleep. "How could you? Can't you do something else while Sisi is away?" Jiang Muxue playfully protested, pressing her small hand against Su Li's chest. She intended to restore her previously indomitable demeanor and strongly rebuke him. Yet, under Su Li's influence, Jiang Muxue's display of anger resembled that of a pampered wife who had been wronged. It was clear that Su Li couldn't bear to be too harsh. "All right, I promise I won't do it again next time." "Really?" Jiang Muxue was taken aback. Su Li seemed surprisingly agreeable this time. Today's check-in complete. Reward, talent, melee master, automatically proficient in various melee techniques and rapidly improves in combat. Today's rewards were decent, though not quite as impressive as Bai Sisi's from yesterday. Noon arrived, and outside the dormitory, there were few zombies remaining. After clearing away several zombies from the lower floors, Su Li led the two girls outside. The campus grounds were stained with dried blood, and numerous dismembered limbs and bones littered the area, creating a hellish scene. The two girls instinctively drew closer to Su Li, unable to bear the gruesome sight. Wasting no time, Su Li immediately headed toward the nearest supermarket. Their path took them past several other dormitory buildings, where their silhouettes were spotted by numerous survivors trapped inside. Some opened their windows, shouting to Su Li in desperate pleas for help, while others remained silent. Among them, many recognized Jiang Muxue and were left in shock. What is going on? Is that Jiang Muxue? She is unharmed and with a man. Who is that guy? He looks so familiar. Why are you holding Muxue's hand? Jiang Muxue had her fair share of admirers, all watching the scene with hearts aching. Meanwhile, Su Li and the others did not linger. This area was predominantly male dormitories, with only one mixed building due to an excess of female students from the previous term. Thus, even with many survivors, their presence was of little use. Not to mention, they couldn't check in. Jiang Muxue did take note of the situation but harbored no ill thoughts. She wasn't foolish. Those who couldn't even step outside were unlikely to help her. Though it felt somewhat humiliating, she had to admit that being with Su Li seemed to offer more safety. Yes, she felt secure, and it was certainly not due to submission. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Su Li had expected a horde of zombies, but to his surprise, it was eerily quiet inside. Despite being a dimly lit space that should typically attract zombies during the day, there wasn't a single one in sight. The shelves were in disarray, and various products lay scattered across the floor. Su Li, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going in to grab supplies? Jiang Muxue expressed her anticipation, having spotted many of her favorite snacks. Once we're inside, let us stick together and gather what we can. Jiang Muxue nodded, excitedly following Su Li into the supermarket to scavenge for supplies, stuffing water and food into a backpack they had brought along. Su Li remained vigilant. Unusual occurrences always had underlying causes, and he did not believe that zombies would simply avoid congregating here. His caution proved well-founded, as outside the supermarket, a series of rustling footsteps approached, footsteps that did not belong to zombies. Is someone there? Su Li's brow relaxed. He motioned for the two girls to halt their scavenging and together they glanced toward the entrance of the supermarket. Brother, your plan is brilliant. You managed to lure all those zombies away just by taking out one fool. Who else could pull off such a feat? Enough with the trivialities. Let us grab everything we can carry and leave quickly. All right, we're on it. The voice abruptly fell silent as 7 or 8 individuals walked into the supermarket, their expressions frozen in surprise. Su Li regarded them with a casual demeanor. They were a group of male students from the campus, but they bore the air of seasoned street fighters. Su Li had encountered them a few times before. The leader among them was Dai Jialu, a notably bold suitor of Jiang Muxue, and the first to rally others against Su Li. A wealthy heir, however, he had long forgotten about Su Li. Upon seeing Jiang Muxue, his eyes lit up with undisguised malice, while the other's expressions shifted from shock to delight at the sight of just one man and 2 women. Su Li felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Unsure whether to scoff at the clitch unfolding before him or to commend it for affording him an opportunity for vengeance. Chapter 7. Do you deserve it? Dai Gu, looks like there's a rat trying to steal our stuff. Oh, and it's the campus flower, Jiang Muxue. That one must be Bai Sisi, right? Who would have thought that after luring away the zombies, we'd stumble upon 2 beauties? I recall that this girl was quite disdainful toward Dai Gu. What do you propose we do about this? Finally, Dai Jialu spoke, sneering, what is to be done? Heh, Jiang Muxue's mine. The other one is fair game for you all. The group exchanged knowing glances, their excitement palpable as they completely disregarded Su Li. Hearing their words, Jiang Muxue furrowed her brow, feeling a wave of disgust wash over her. You trash, do you have no shame? Is this what your parents taught you? For reasons unknown, Jiang Muxue reverted to her original prideful demeanor when addressing anyone other than Su Li. Her retort provoked the group, inciting their wrath. Heh, Jiang Muxue, you're still so naive. Do you really believe anyone will protect you in this apocalypse? Exactly, Jiang Muxue. Who knows where your family has ended up? It's time to wake up from your princess dream. Be obedient. And you might just suffer less. The taunt struck a nerve, particularly the remark about her family being lost, igniting a fierce rage within Jiang Muxue. She longed to silence them. Brothers, enough chatter. Let us take them down and grab the food before we leave. Dai Jialu commanded, and the group swiftly encircled the three of them. At this moment, Su Li, having contemplated the most effective means of revenge, could not help but let out a laugh at their antics. The group was left bewildered by his reaction, only to hear him speak earnestly. To be honest, I've always been a reasonable person. If you kneel and bow your heads a few times right now, I might just consider sparing you. Haha, where did this lunatic come from? Does he think a few words will scare us away? What a pretentious act! One among them scoffed, preparing to teach Su Li a lesson. However, in the next instant, a strong gust of wind swept toward him, and all he remembered was the sight of a metal rod before darkness enveloped him. Thud. The man was sent flying, landing limply at Dai Jiali's feet. Gasp! The rest of the group inhaled sharply, as if they had brushed against death itself, and all eyes turned to Su Li, who remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as he surveyed each of them. Dai Jialo was the first to regain his composure, quickly reassessing Su Li. Although he had seen the strength displayed moments earlier, they all assumed he was merely an inconsequential figure. Yet, after just one encounter, one of their own lay incapacitated and possibly lifeless. It seemed they had encountered a formidable opponent. Dai Jialo pondered for a few moments. Without a moment's hesitation, he signaled to his subordinates to continue surrounding Su Li. He was acutely aware that the reason his small group had managed to unite was solely due to his formidable strength. These individuals dared not defy him. However, he had not anticipated the arrival of someone even tougher. In that case, he could only eliminate the threat. He subtly indicated to those beside him, his hand slipping into his pocket to grip a small knife. This classmate looked somewhat familiar, displaying commendable skills. Yet he was still too inexperienced to attempt a hero's rescue in their presence. Just as he was about to command, the name remained unspoken, and Dai Jiala's pupils constricted as Su Li's figure suddenly loomed before him. What? Is this some sort of joke? Dai Jiala's spirit instantly tensed, instinctively reaching for his knife to retaliate. However, before he could act, Su Li had already seized his throat. The knife fell to the ground. Dai Gu! Several underlings exclaimed in shock, but none dared to step forward. Watching as Su Li lifted Dai Jiala as if he were livestock, he emitted desperate gasps, his hands straining to pry Su Li's grip apart, only to discover he was utterly powerless to budge him as the suffocating sensation enveloped him. The once arrogant Dai Jiala emitted a fearful plea for mercy. Please, let me go. I was wrong, Su Li. Amused, released his grip, tossing him to the ground. Just as Dai Jiala gasped for air, Su Li raised his foot and placed it upon Dai Jiala's head. The once boastful Dai Jiala, now pinned beneath Su Li's foot, not only dared not move but began to plead earnestly for mercy. No, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Let me go this once and everything in the supermarket is yours. We'll leave immediately. Listening to Dai Jiala's sincere entreaty, Su Li applied a bit more pressure with his foot, prompting a muffled groan from Dai Jiala. Still can't remember who I am. It seems you truly are indifferent to others. But that's fine. You will certainly remember my name, Su Li. Dai Jiala suddenly trembled all over, as if he had heard something dreadful. He recalled that Su Li was the person who had quarreled with Jiang Muxue earlier. At that time, in an effort to curry favor with Jiang Muxue, he had arranged for some people. It's over. As Dai Jiala recalled these details, panic surged within him, leaving him utterly flustered. You remember now? Don't you? Don't be afraid. I assure you, I am a reasonable person. Thus, I won't make things too difficult for you. Let's play a game. As long as you remain silent, I will let you go. The game master, Su Li, extended his invitation once again. He bent down, grasping one of Dai Jiala's fingers. Crack! Ah! Dai Jiala screamed in agony. You lost, but I am generous enough to give you another chance. As Su Li spoke, he placed a foot upon Dai Jiala's hand, breaking another finger. Thus, with a smile on his face, Su Li continued his game, and moments later, Dai Jiala fainted from the pain. After completing this, Su Li raised his head to look at the others. All right, it's your turn to play. At this moment, the little minions, already terrified out of their wits, dared not challenge Su Li any longer. Seeing Dai Jiala's uncertain fate, they turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Su Li did not pursue them but raised his hand, softly uttering two words. Wind pressured in an instant. A wave of wind pressure formed in the direction Su Li indicated. Those attempting to flee were slammed to the ground by the immense force. What is happening? Why is there suddenly such a strong wind? The wind pressure could not completely immobilize the individuals, and some, fueled by fear, struggled to escape. However, 2 seconds later, the explosion of wind pressure struck. With a loud bang, a group of people fell to the ground in various positions, emitting cries of despair. Suli approached the one who had spoken the most earlier, holding a fire poker and looking down upon him. "Brother, I was wrong. We were all coerced by Dai Jiala. We are not in league with him." Faced with the pleas for mercy, Suli showed no sympathy. "Wasn't it you who was just talking? Do you think my people are fit for your discussion?" With a clang, Suli swung the fire poker against this person's mouth, instantly causing blood and teeth to fly. Chapter 8. Mastering the Art of Persuasion. Suli, with a kind heart, treated everyone in the same manner, ensuring fairness and justice. The wails of the fallen echoed throughout the space. "All right, go fetch some useful items. We will deal with them later," Suli instructed Jiang Muxue. At this moment, Jiang Muxue gazed at Suli, feeling a peculiar emotion arise within her. He was protecting her, wasn't he? Although she understood that it was likely due to Suli viewing her as his possession. Unwilling to allow others to insult her, the feeling of being shielded by him was quite pleasant. Moreover, compared to this gang of ruffians, Suli indeed seemed to possess a sense of reason. Suli's actions stemmed from the torment he had endured due to his previous recklessness. Even though Suli's methods were still quite excessive, he had never had a girlfriend. Perhaps she could somewhat accept this. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Muxue became oblivious to her surroundings, unconsciously picking up items from the shelves. Bai Sisi called her name several times, but she remained unresponsive. Muxue in exasperation, Bai Sisi poked her, prompting Jiang Muxue to finally take notice. "Sisi, what's wrong?" Upon hearing Jiang Muxue's question, Bai Sisi hesitated, unsure of herself. Muxue, did I just imagine things? Why did Suli, with a wave of his hand, send those people flying? Bai Sisi's expression was quite animated. After the appearance of Dai Jiala and his group, she had been on edge, initially believing that Suli alone could not possibly contend with so many. Yet, he had resolved the matter with incredible speed, directly dispatching their leader. Of course, this could be explained by common sense. However, Bai Sisi never anticipated that immediately after, Suli would raise his hand, unleashing a gale that sent the others hurtling away. This was beyond her comprehension. What left her questioning her own existence even more was that Jiang Muxue appeared completely unfazed. In fact, as Jiang Muxue recalled the events, she too was astonished. It was just that at the time, witnessing Suli confront those who had insulted her had brought her immense satisfaction, causing her to overlook the illogical aspects. Yet, Jiang Muxue had previously witnessed Suli's uniqueness, his ability to exert control over her, which he attributed to a form of telekinesis or supernatural ability. Therefore, that scene could also be explained. Thus, Jiang Muxue relayed her thoughts to Bai Sisi. Their conversation was hushed, but Suli, not far away, heard everything clearly. Upon learning of Jiang Muxue's perspective, he chose not to refute it. Instead, he decided to let her continue believing as she wished. "Let's go. Fetch me a rope." "What do you need a rope for?" Moments later, Suli used the rope to bind the feet or hands of those individuals, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. Tying them together, he dragged them outside, into an area bathed in sunlight, and broke their legs, rendering them immobile, leaving them to endure the scorching sun while awaiting nightfall to be discovered and devoured by zombies. Among them, one individual received particular attention from Suli, Dai Jiala. Suli had no interest in educating him. Thus, he opted for a physical approach, binding him to a utility pole, covering his eyes with cloth, and crudely stitching his 10 fingers together with needle and thread. Though Suli's sewing skills were rather poor, resulting in them being inadvertently stitched together. To prevent Dai Jiala from suffering from the heat, Suli deliberately made a few incisions to test bloodletting therapy. Casting a glance at his perfect handiwork, Suli led Jiang Muxue away from the supermarket area in search of a new refuge. Suitable places for habitation were scarce. Either they were too small or too unsafe, prompting Suli to consider venturing out for a shelter. "I know of a place nearby. It's the school's music rehearsal hall. The doors and windows are secured with iron bars, and it has ample space. Usually, it's locked up and unoccupied, so there are definitely no zombies," Bai Sisi suggested. "All right, there's nowhere else to go," Suli replied, taking Bai Sisi's suggestion to heart. Taking advantage of the daylight, they quickly located the rehearsal hall Bai Sisi mentioned, just as she had described. It was indeed secure, with barred windows and a locked door. The few small windows would prevent zombies from entering, ensuring their safety. However, in addition to keeping out the zombies, it also effectively kept the three of them confined. Sisi, how do we get in? Jiang Muxue tugged at the bars, wondering if they needed to force the lock open. Use this. Bai Sisi produced a set of keys from the only pocket of her pants and effortlessly unlocked the door. I'm in the music department. I was assigned to manage the rehearsal hall, and I never expected to find it useful now. Inside the rehearsal hall, there were no additional rooms, just a large hall with a storage rack in the corner. Along with dozens of chairs and mats, it perfectly met Suli's requirements. Not bad. We'll stay here for a while. By the way, are you studying music? Suli had truly been unaware of this fact until now. Yes, Bai Sisi nodded. What do you study? Woodwinds like the saxophone. So, you must practice your articulation skills. Suli raised an eyebrow. Yes, when playing these instruments, daily practice of articulation skills is essential to improve the tonal quality of the music. Bai Sisi replied innocently. Then why don't you teach Muxue a bit today? Let her practice with you. Why? Oh. She struggles to comprehend. Even in this apocalyptic world, why must Sister Muxue be taught music? Can learning music truly enhance one's chances of survival? Bai Sisi completely fails to grasp Suli's intentions, yet the gradually maturing Jiang Muxue, in no time, realizes that Suli's motives are far from simple. After deciding to settle in, Suli begins to inventory the supplies he has brought back. For 3 people, the provisions could last a week, but only under frugal circumstances, and Suli is not satisfied with that. Nevertheless, the 2 girls, having not tasted anything decent for several days, are already quite content. Jiang Muxue gazes at him, silently asking if she might have a morsel to eat. Take whatever you wish. Suli states. The 2 are elated, selecting their favorite snacks from the past. As they savor the familiar flavors, Jiang Muxue is engulfed by a surreal sense of nostalgia, recalling the despair that engulfed her when the apocalypse first erupted. Never imagining she would have the chance to indulge in her beloved treats once more. Noticing that nightfall is still distant, Suli seizes the opportunity to make 3 more trips back and forth from the supermarket. Gathering supplies. Alas, this system is rather ineffectual. Why can't it provide a storage space? He muses, lamenting the inconvenience of such labor. Suli clicks his tongue, wishing he could hypnotize the system to yield some valuable items for him. As the sun sets, the zombies grow increasingly active. Suli refrains from venturing out again and returns to the rehearsal hall to rest. Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi have already tidied the space. Laying down mats for sleeping, Suli sits down to rest. He glances at Jiang Muxue's phone. Initially, he intended to check if anyone nearby was trapped so he could rescue them, but instead discovers a heated argument in the group chat. Chapter 9. Jiang Muxue. Huh? Are we resting today? Upon reading the chat history, it appears the cause of the dispute is a photograph, a snapshot of Suli and the others passing by the dormitory building. For those still trapped inside, barely able to quench their thirst, this is a devastating blow. Didn't they say the goddess's family would come to rescue her? This doesn't seem right. Feeling a chill of anger. Goddess, keep your distance from him. Suli, however, has no intention of engaging with them. While these individuals continue to fawn over her online, if Jiang Muxue were to encounter them alone, their true nature would have long been revealed. It's best to focus on more pressing matters, such as finding nearby surviving female college students. Sic. This is for you. Jiang Muxue prepares a cup of brown sugar water for Bai Sisi and hands her a pack of sanitary napkins. Bai Sisi looks puzzled. Jiang Muxue explains, I saw blood on your bed this morning. Drinking some brown sugar water during this time should help. Bai Sisi's face flushes. She neither denies nor can bring herself to refute the statement, accepting the brown sugar water and swallowing all her grievances along with it. Although her thoughts had become less chaotic, Jiang Muxue's mention of the matter immediately brings yesterday's events back to mind, leaving her too embarrassed to face Jiang Muxue again. Sister Muxue, what's the matter? Can I ask? Bai Sisi's words falter as she suddenly notices Suli looking her way, prompting her to hurriedly close her mouth and rephrase. Can I ask what time it is? Huh? Why do you need to ask if you can? Just ask directly. Later that evening, Suli intended to continue participating in the group chat, requesting others to send him their locations. Unfortunately, the news of Suli and the others' passage had already circulated among several groups of survivors, and seeing that Jiang Muxue had little assistance, doubts began to arise about whether Suli could genuinely come to their aid, resulting in fewer private messages, most of which were from individuals outside the campus. Curious, Suli wonders why there are so few requests for help from the female dormitory. Counting yesterday, only 5 or 6 individuals had contacted him. Could it be that during the outbreak, luck was simply not on the side of the female dormitory, leading to fewer survivors? Pondering this, Suli took a closer look at the chat. He often skimmed through messages, thus missing many details and failing to comprehend the specific happenings within the group. Upon closer inspection, Suli was taken aback. Everyone, our female dormitory's north building has united and cleared out the zombies. To the babies in other buildings, join us in the charge. Really? Are the zombies that weak? Of course. Those zombies are quite feeble. The group of men is still cowering. They just can't match our unity. At 10 o'clock tonight, everyone listen to me and rush out. We'll be out there to support you, sister, you're so cool. I've already contacted the survivors in our building. As soon as it hits 10, we'll be out. Hey, don't act recklessly. There are many zombies out at night. How will you handle the ones outside after escaping the dormitory? Pfft, why should we care? You men can't do anything and still want to PUA. Back off, well said. Only women can protect women. They just can't stand us, you're insane. Who said I'm a man? Regardless, I'm not going out. You all go ahead. Must be a pretty boy. Hours later, at 10 o'clock, Sister, where are you? Once we came out, it was all zombies. Where's everyone? Didn't you say you'd come to support me? Wurwa, how can there be so many zombies outside? I thought those inside were all of them. We lost so many just to escape. Where did those who said they'd come to help go? Enough already. Stop asking. I told you it's dangerous to go out at night. As soon as they stepped outside, they were devoured by zombies. If they could help, that would be a miracle. Upon sending this message, the individual shared a video, and upon viewing it, Suli witnessed over 20 individuals from the north building charging towards hundreds of zombies. The outcome was nothing short of catastrophic. Stunned, Suli was left utterly speechless. Having read those messages, he finally understood why so few survivors from the female dormitory sought his help at that moment. He felt an overwhelming desire to confront that woman. Her foolishness not only cost her life, but also led to the demise of many others, resulting in a significant loss of rewards for Suli. Putting down his phone, Suli sighed at I can't be bothered to save women who would follow someone like that, he reassured himself. Suddenly, he felt warmth behind him, followed by a pair of arms embracing him. Huh? Suli turned to find Jiang Muxue with her face buried low, seemingly waiting for something. What are you doing? Are we resting today? Jiang Muxue stammered, her face reddening to the point of appearing as if blood might drip from it. Sisi is asleep, I thought. Her words became a jumbled mess, unsure how to explain her actions. Although she understood, it was still the first time she had taken the initiative to approach him. Unbeknownst to her, she wore an expression even more pained than one who had just been rejected after confessing. At this moment, Suli opened his panel and glanced at Jiang Muxue's information. Status: embarrassment not hypnotized. Confirming that he had not hypnotized Jiang Muxue, Suli felt somewhat surprised. He had not intended to seek her out, yet she came to him of her own accord. So there was no reason for him to refuse. After a long while, Jiang Muxue nestled in Suli's embrace, whispering softly in his ear, "Thank you for today, and I apologize for the past." Moments later, Jiang Muxue's breathing steadied, and she fell into a fatigued slumber, her words lingering in Suli's ears. He released a long sigh, feeling considerably better, and silently forgave Jiang Muxue, though that did not imply he would forgive everyone. After resting for a bit, Suli sat up and shifted his gaze to Bai Sisi, who had yet to clock in. Are you asleep? Suli checked Bai Sisi's panel. Status: panic. Guilt is doubling. Those who are asleep do not experience panic, and Suli couldn't help but chuckle as he approached Bai Sisi. Status: nervous. Suli found her feigned slumber rather amusing. Even without looking at the panel, he could see Bai Sisi's curled toes. Who sleeps like that? He reached out and tousled Bai Sisi's hair, prompting her to abandon the pretense. Upon lifting her head, her face was flushed. Is there something you need? Bai Sisi asked, striving to maintain her composure. Don't be afraid. I'm just here to check on you. That's not inappropriate, right? After all, you were peeking at others just now. I wasn't. Suli, disinterested in her protests, directly accessed the system and added a new command to Bai Sisi's panel. When near him, her feelings of guilt would swiftly dissipate. Chapter 10. Bai Sisi: I understand now. Is your face so red because you're catching a cold? Suli slowly extended his hand towards Bai Sisi's cheek. Initially, she attempted to evade him, but as she watched his hand approach, an inexplicable sense of comfort washed over her guilt-ridden heart, making it hard for her to refuse. Bai Sisi felt her chin being lifted gently. The pressure of his hand was light. She could easily pull away with a slight movement. Yet, Su Li skillfully leaned in, pressing a soft kiss against her lips, the sensation as delicate as indulging in a piece of airy jelly. "No, I can't." Bai Sisi's breath hitched, her heart racing, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility in that moment. All guilt towards Jiang Muxue vanished, leaving behind a rare sanctuary of peace within her heart. She found herself at a loss for understanding her own feelings. Despite knowing she should reject him, she was unable to deny Su Li. She simply wished to bask in this moment of solace. Reward, skill, purple fire, ability to manipulate special flames in combat, while also gaining fire resistance. Upon receiving today's reward, Su Li's eyes immediately lit up. An area damage skill was precisely what he desired at this moment. Moreover, if this skill were to be paired with wind pressure, its potency would ascend to an even greater level. Excellent. Su Li bestowed a gentle kiss upon Bai Sisi's cheek before departing, returning to Jiang Muxue's side. He was not one to be greedy. Acquiring the reward was sufficient for him. Embracing Jiang Muxue, he briefly contemplated the itinerary for the following day before swiftly drifting into slumber. However, Bai Sisi's situation was far from favorable. As soon as Su Li left, her spirits plummeted once more, her feelings of guilt now more potent than before. Lying on the bed, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Glancing at the two individuals nearby, merely half a meter away, Bai Sisi swallowed hard. If only they could draw a little closer, surely nothing would go amiss. The following day, Jiang Muxue awoke to the sensation of being embraced by Su Li, and she no longer resisted. However, when she raised her hand, she unexpectedly brushed against another hand, identical to her own, belonging to a female. She froze in astonishment. "Sisi?" Jiang Muxue sat up abruptly, her pupils dilating as she beheld the scene before her. Bai Sisi lay behind Su Li, her arms wrapped around his neck. For a moment, Jiang Muxue felt as though her mind had short-circuited. What was the meaning of this? Her man, alongside her dearest friend? Why? Awakened from his beautiful dream by the commotion, Su Li instinctively reached for Bai Sisi behind him, then turned around, lifting her into an embrace and planting a few kisses on her before rising. Bai Sisi, Jiang Muxue exclaimed loudly, causing everyone to awaken in an instant. During breakfast, the three gathered around the table, Su Li eating as usual, while the atmosphere between Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi felt decidedly peculiar. "I am sorry." Bai Sisi lowered her head, apologizing to Jiang Muxue. Having calmed down, Jiang Muxue had no intention of making things difficult for her. Seeing Bai Sisi's sincerity, she replied, "It's all right, you certainly didn't mean it. Just be more careful in the future." Muxue Jia, am truly sorry. All right, as long as there's no next time, it's not a significant matter." Though Jiang Muxue felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, she maintained a magnanimous demeanor for the sake of her good friend. Bai Sisi felt even more guilt, and then, overcome by emotions, she uncontrollably threw herself into Su Li's embrace. Jiang Muxue's smile froze. Bai Sisi's expression also became rigid, and even she was taken aback by her own actions. "Bai Sisi, what are you doing?" "I'm sorry, Muxue Jia. I'm not quite sure how this happened, I just accidentally. Do you think I'm easily deceived?" "I'm sorry." "Then let go of my hand." Observing Jiang Muxue's furious demeanor, Bai Sisi wished to release her grip, but the thought of how she would feel detached from Su Li rendered her immobile. I can't, Muxue Jia." "Why can't you?" "I don't know. I'm sorry, all you can say." The more Jiang Muxue raised her voice, the more guilt Bai Sisi felt, gripping Su Li tighter. A torrent of negative emotions surged within her, yet they were countered by her feelings for Su Li, distorting her thoughts. She believed she could not be forgiven, not even by herself. Thus, rather than tormenting herself, why not remain close to Su Li forever? At least then, she wouldn't feel so wretched. Su Li observed the unfolding situation in silence, sensing that Bai Sisi had relinquished her pursuit of forgiveness and was following her heart. No matter what Jiang Muxue said, Bai Sisi chose to ignore it, clinging tightly to Su Li's arm, burying her small face into his chest, unresponsive to the world around her. After a prolonged silence, when Bai Sisi had said nothing at all, Jiang Muxue expressed her disappointment. "Bai Sisi, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. I truly misjudged you." With that, Jiang Muxue threw herself into Su Li's embrace, pushing Bai Sisi away, leaving her clutching at her own arm. "Su Li, kiss me." Jiang Muxue gazed at him with a look of grievance, her eyes brimming with affection. Su Li felt a tremor in his heartstrings. He had only wished to torment Bai Sisi, yet this turn of events seemed entirely beyond his expectations. Seeing the situation veering slightly off course yet being quite satisfied with the outcome, Su Li reluctantly postponed today's agenda, deciding to claim the system rewards first. Check-in completed. Reward, enhancement potion. Check-in completed. Reward, alloy heavy sword. Today's check-in went exceptionally smoothly. Su Li glanced down, finding both women nestled against him, seemingly unwilling to rise anytime soon. Jiang Muxue's emotions were undoubtedly complex. She had anticipated that Su Li would have someone else, but she never imagined that person would be her most trusted and cherished friend. How foolish she had been to care so much for Bai Sisi, sacrificing so much for her. Heartbroken. After enjoying a moment of tranquility, Su Li called the two to rise. It was time to head out. Today, they would go directly to the female dormitory and bring back any survivors. Oh. Jiang Muxue puffed up her cheeks, thinking to herself that Su Li was indeed greedy, wanting to find even more people. As for Bai Sisi, she had no objections whatsoever. Her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of Su Li and the desire to be close to him. Despite knowing this was not right and feeling guilty towards Jiang Muxue, it did not align with her values, she thought. Perhaps it was best to continue this way. Under pressure, Bai Sisi chose to indulge in her own descent, placing all her hopes upon Su Li. In the female dormitory area, the three set out together as before, but this time, Bai Sisi and Jiang Muxue no longer stood side by side, each instead flanking Su Li, exuding an air of mutual hostility. This scene caused Su Li some distress. Managing two feuding individuals was already a challenge, and now they were to bring back a multitude of others. He wondered if he would need to appoint someone to oversee the emotional dynamics of his team. As always, he reassured them, "Do not stray too far from me. I will ensure your safety. You're the best." Jiang Muxue had become more talkative, even adopting a tone of coquetry, likely learned from Bai Sisi. "I understand." Bai Sisi, however, remained unresponsive to Jiang Muxue's words, simply clinging to Su Li. Chapter 11. A pair of sisters. How desolate is this place? Why is there not a single girl in the dormitory? Jiang Muxue questioned, perplexed as she gazed at the several buildings. There had been so many people in the male dormitory, yet here in the female dorm, not a shadow could be seen. Knowing the reason, Su Li felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and proceeded to explain the situation. Upon hearing what had transpired in the female dormitory, Jiang Muxue stared in shock. "Do these people lack common sense? Thank goodness I didn't associate with them." She had previously thought herself quite headstrong and reckless, but she realized there were those more skilled than she. The doors of the dormitory were left wide open, likely harboring a horde of zombies within. It truly posed a considerable nuisance, Su Li muttered to himself as he retrieved the alloy heavy sword from behind him. This blade, approximately 1 meter long and weighing several dozen pounds, would be exceedingly difficult for an average person to wield as a weapon. Yet, Su Li handled it effortlessly, even capable of using it like a throwing knife. He had acquired the sword from the shelter and only briefly explained to the two women that he had found it on a storage rack. Jiang Muxue did not question him, while Bai Sisi merely assumed it was someone's collectible left behind. The sound of footsteps attracted the zombies. Within the dormitory, the undead, seeking refuge from the sun, crawled toward the shadows upon spotting the living. Their movements were peculiar, reminiscent of spiders, yet their speed was astonishing. With a dull thud, Su Li severed the head of a zombie. Scanning the dormitory hall, he noted over a dozen zombies still lurking about. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand, summoning a gust of wind pressure. A tempest erupted within the dormitory hall, causing the zombies to wail and howl. Recalling the other skill, Purple Fire, Su Li decided to experiment, aiming to discover if the two abilities could be combined to create a new technique. A small orb of purple flame ignited at his fingertips, which he swiftly hurled forth. The flames spiraled into the wind pressure, instantly expanding as they twirled in a vortex, igniting a throng of zombies in a fiery blaze. Jiang Muxue watched in awe, her eyes sparkling as she beheld Su Li's display of extraordinary powers. He appeared even more dashing. "Let us go." Having successfully entered the dormitory, Su Li began his search just as he had before, periodically calling out in hopes of reaching any survivors. The first floor, unsurprisingly, was devoid of life, having been thoroughly cleared after the influence of the little fairy. Su Li moved to the second floor. Having eliminated the zombies in the corridor, surveying the scene of devastation. Initially expecting no one to be present, he was taken aback when his casual call received a response. "Is anyone out there? Help! I'm here." Su Li's gaze shifted towards a door, surprised to discover that there were indeed people on the second floor. "Come out. The zombies outside have all been dealt with. You are safe now?" He reassured the survivor within. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a girl of average appearance. Su Li felt a slight disappointment, but this was to be expected. If a random passerby could rival Jiang Muxue's beauty, then S-rank looks would surely lose their value. Gathering another reward would be advantageous. However, at that moment, the rescued girl looked at the three of them, her expression one of sheer excitement. "Thank goodness, finally someone has come to rescue me. Do you have any food? I'm nearly starving." "I have this." Without hesitation, Bai Sisi produced a wafer cookie she had brought along. Upon witnessing the scene, the girl immediately reached out to take it, not uttering a word of thanks before devouring the food. Once finished, she inquired, "Is there more?" Su Li furrowed his brow. "The food is back at our place. If you decide to join us, I can provide you with sustenance." Su Li extended an invitation, and without hesitation, the girl nodded in agreement. Zhang Liqin's rating. B. Reward. Temporary enhancement potion, similar effects to the enhancement potion, but the effects will gradually diminish and disappear after 2 hours. TSK. This reward is rather disheartening. Su Li mused. At that moment, the girl fixated her gaze on Jiang Muxue. "Hello, you look so familiar. Are you Jiang Muxue?" "Yes, that's me." It was the first time Jiang Muxue felt embarrassed for being recognized. She was not fond of outsiders, especially those lacking a sense of boundaries. "How wonderful it truly is you. You must have come with your family, right? Quickly, call someone to take me to safety. I'm on the verge of losing my mind here." Jiang Muxue was unsure how to respond. "You're mistaken. There are only 3 of us. We are heading to other floors to rescue people. If you don't wish to remain here, you can come with us." Su Li interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liqin's expression fell instantly, conveying disbelief. "In a way, you're only 3 people and still intend to rescue others? I thought there would be more. Does the number of people concern you?" Su Li's tone grew slightly colder, and Zhang Liqin opened her mouth to retort but swallowed her words upon seeing Su Li holding a knife. "So, are you coming or not? If not, we will leave." "All right, wait for me. I need to grab my precious item. I'll be right back." Regardless of whether Su Li had permitted it, she dashed back to her dormitory and rummaged through her belongings. Moments later, she emerged with a paratrooper figurine and a Magaji Q plush pillow. "All right, we can go now." Su Li's eye twitched slightly, suppressing the urge to strike, and he proceeded towards the 3rd floor. As before, he wielded his knife with precision, continuously dispatching zombies. Observing Su Li's adeptness, Zhang Liqin leaned closer to Jiang Muxue. "Sister, is this your bodyguard? Why is he so fierce? Earlier, you said nothing, and yet he treated me so harshly. How can you tolerate such a man who shows no gentleness towards women? He is not a bodyguard. He is my boyfriend." Jiang Muxue corrected her. "Not a boyfriend? That doesn't excuse it. Such a man is unworthy of us. Look how close he is with that woman who seems untrustworthy." Jiang Muxue recognized she was referring to Bai Sisi. Although she had distanced herself from Bai Sisi, hearing someone else speak of her still irked Jiang Muxue. Just as she contemplated expressing her displeasure, Su Li discovered other survivors. "Excuse me, is help finally here? Can you rescue us?" "Us?" Su Li caught the key word, realizing there was more than one person. "Open the door. It's safe outside now. I'm merely a nearby survivor, but I can help a few." Inside the dormitory, the speaker hesitated but eventually opened the door, revealing the scene within. At the entrance stood a petite, enchanting girl. Su Li almost overlooked her due to the stark height difference, doubting she was a university student. Behind this petite girl, another girl, resembling her closely and of similar stature, was hiding, indicating they were likely true sisters. Chapter 12. Su Li brother? "Hello, we are survivors from the area. You can call me Su Li." Hello, I'm Tangwan." The girl's lips parted slightly, gazing at Su Li with some trepidation. Observing the evidently more attractive girl, Su Li felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He patiently extended an invitation. I've gathered a few individuals, and we are searching for survivors in this vicinity. You two wish to join my team? Or do you prefer to survive on your own? Su Li's demeanor was friendly, and with several girls standing behind him, Tang Wan gradually lowered her guard and nodded in acceptance. Tang Wan's rating, S. Status, hungry, anxious, reward, crystal core, golden. Consuming it grants special abilities, but each person's body can only bear one, and it will gradually erode the body, hence not recommended for use by the host. System suggests integrating the crystal core into a weapon for use. Note, there is a chance of obtaining different quality crystal cores when defeating certain zombies. Tang Mo's rating, S. Status, hungry, frightened, reward, enhancement potion. S. Yuli quickly scanned the information, seizing an important detail, the crystal core. This item was not exclusive to the system. It could also be dropped from killed zombies, implying that others could acquire this so-called crystal core as well. Su Li was indifferent to this. System-produced items were generally beneficial, and there were various means to enhance one's strength. Even if others possessed a golden crystal core, they could not compare to Su Li. However, this served as a reminder to Su Li that amidst this apocalypse, other extraordinary powers existed. To prepare for the unknown, he needed to diligently check in and maintain a consistent reward acquisition rate. Su Li's gaze shifted past Tang Wan to the girl behind her. I apologize. She is my younger sister. Tang Mo, she has some communication difficulties and is a bit shy. Tang Wan immediately clarified, fearing Su Li might think her sister was impolite, thus preventing Tang Mo from joining them. No worries. Just stick close to me while you're out, Su Li replied, making way for the two to follow him as he continued upwards. Having come this far, he intended to rescue everyone he could. Just then, a discordant voice rang from behind. Hey, you've found 3 people already. Aren't you going back to your refuge? I don't expect much safety from your refuge. But at least let me eat something. Zhang Liqin wore a stern expression, clearly dissatisfied with Su Li's. Yuli considered himself a reasonable person. Typically, he wouldn't harbor ill intentions unless others did. But under the current circumstances, he found it hard to refrain. At that moment, Tang Wan spotted Zhang Liqin and her eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Liqin, what are you doing here? Didn't you go out with others? Why are they all dead and you're unscathed? Su Li looked down. Zhang Liqin's face betrayed her panicked. I was lucky. Those fools wouldn't listen to my instructions, nearly getting me killed. I escaped by sheer luck. After hearing her brief explanation, Su Li connected the dots, and his tone turned icy. Tang Wan, are you implying that she is the one who organized those girls to run out and deliver themselves to the zombies? Yes, she still wanted us to go with her, and when I refused, she berated us for a long time. Tang Wan's small face puffed up, looking wronged as if she would cry at any moment. I see. Su Li said nothing further, picking up his knife and placing it against Zhang Liqin's throat. So, it was you all along? What do you want? I'm just a girl. What can I do? I didn't expect so many zombies at night. Setting aside the facts, didn't the others do anything wrong? You're right. So, on the 4th floor, you should lead the way. Su Li gestured towards the stairs, indicating for Zhang Liqin to ascend first. Wait, you're so capable. Why not lead the way yourself? Why should I? No worries. There are hardly any zombies on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor must be clear as well. Quickly go. I'll protect everyone from the back. I don't. Before Zhang Liqin could protest further, Su Li's fist met her face, sending her crashing to the ground. Her face bruised, she bled profusely from her nose. Get yourself up there, or I'll throw you up. Zhang Liqin, in pain, trembled on the ground, struggling to recover. Why are you hitting a woman? She turned to Jiang Muxue and the others, seeking help, only to find that Jiang Muxue regarded her with a gaze eerily similar to Su Li's. If you utter one more word, next time it won't just be a fist that lands on your face. Upon realizing that no one was coming to her aid, Zhang Liqin felt as if she had plunged into an ice pit, truly sensing the threat of death. Under Su Li's coercion, Zhang Liqin cautiously stepped to the front of the group. While cursing Su Li countless times in her heart, she prayed that there would be no zombies on the 4th floor. Trembling, she ascended the stairs, her heart in her throat. Upon reaching the 4th floor, seeing the empty corridor devoid of zombies, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. These people may not be on my side, but heaven is watching over me. Yet, the next moment, her expression changed drastically. From an open dormitory, A horrifying zombie with a grotesque face and decayed body crawled out. Ah! Zhang Liqin screamed in terror, instantly drawing the zombie's attention. She turned to flee but stumbled and fell to the ground. Help me! Please, I was wrong. Save me! Zhang Liqin cried out desperately to Su Li. Meanwhile, the zombie lunged at her, sinking its teeth into her leg, dragging her into the room like a beast capturing prey. Only her heart-wrenching screams remained. Within seconds, the screams faded into silence. Zhang Liqin, deceased. Evaluation. No evaluation given. Su Li shook his head, genuinely apologetic. He had not anticipated the presence of zombies on the upper floor. However, setting aside the facts, is she truly blameless? She merely lost one life, while Su Li might feel remorse for a mere 0.3 seconds. Listening to the fading voice of Zhang Liqin, the few women behind her displayed a hint of reluctance, yet not a shred of sympathy. For a fool responsible for the deaths of so many, even 1,000 deaths would be no overkill. The distant howls of zombies echoed from elsewhere. Other zombies, attracted by Zhang Liqin's earlier screams, began to stir, even from the upper floors. Brother Su Li, perhaps we should search for survivors in another building. There are far too many zombies here. Hearing the cacophony of growls, Tang Wan felt a surge of fear, her sister clinging tightly to her hand. Unfazed, Su Li, with an air of leisure, remarked, Brother Su Li doesn't sound appealing. Why not call me older brother instead? Ah. Tang Wan blinked. She exchanged glances with her sister, both conveying their confusion, yet, steadying herself, she altered her address. Brother Su Li, let us depart quickly. The zombies are far too numerous and it is perilous. Chapter 13. Sister, what are they doing? A blush crept onto Tang Wan's face. Although she appeared youthful, her mental age was perfectly normal, 18 years old. Such childish terms of endearment ignited a sense of embarrassment within her. By the way, why have I addressed you as older brother when you seem reluctant to leave? As zombies descended from the upper floors, Tang Wan grew increasingly anxious. Just as she was about to voice her concern, Jiang Muxue comforted her with a pat on the shoulder, saying, It's all right. Don't worry, my boyfriend is quite formidable and can handle any number of zombies. When she spoke these words, Jiang Muxue seemed entirely at ease, even casting a sidelong glance at Bai Sisi, who was biting her finger, her eyes filled with longing for Su Li. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was alarming. Tang Wan assessed the situation from the sounds around them. It won't be long now. Just as Jiang Muxue had asserted, Su Li, brandishing his knife, swiftly dispatched the approaching zombies with an effortless grace. The zombies from the upper floors lunged down like predatory beasts. Su Li, reacting with remarkable speed, executed his strikes with increasing proficiency. Within a mere second, 2 zombies lay vanquished. This was merely the beginning. Having claimed countless zombie heads, Su Li paid no heed to potential survivors. With a knife in hand, he methodically cleared the dormitory building. Only after ensuring not a single zombie remained did he consider calling out to check for any survivors. The first time witnessing such a scene, Tang Wan and her sister Tang Mo were left in awe. Their perceptions of Su Li transformed in that moment. Tang Wan comprehended that Jiang Mushue's claim of his prowess was not merely a reflection of infatuation, but an undeniable truth. See, I told you I wasn't mistaken. At that moment, Jiang Muxue wore a hint of pride, seemingly anticipating Tang Wan's admiration. After searching through the building, they had initially thought that such a large dormitory could not possibly be devoid of people. Yet, astonishingly, they found no one else. It made sense. This was the very location where Zhang Liqin had first gathered the group, relying on their numerical superiority to eliminate the zombies in the corridor, leading nearly everyone to arrogantly assume that the zombies outside would behave similarly. Alas, Zhang Liqin's demise seemed almost too lenient a fate for her. Regaining his composure, Su Li resolved to explore other buildings. But as he stood on the 7th floor and gazed at the other dormitories, he found not a single sign of life. Surely, it cannot be that there is no one in the other 3 buildings? 30 minutes later, Su Li had systematically searched the other 3 buildings, yet yielded no results. The expansive dormitory was utterly devoid of life. Brother Su Li, the zombie outbreak has persisted for several days. Without sustenance, people would likely perish from hunger. Even if there were survivors initially, they would have long since departed in search of food. My sister and I remain in the dormitory simply because we have some provisions. Tang Wan offered her analysis. Although Suli had considered this possibility, it was only upon Tang Wan's reminder that he fully accepted the grim reality. Alas, let us return today. While it is still daylight, we can gather some supplies from the supermarket. Their time spent outside was rather brief. This was largely due to the considerable time wasted by Suli in the morning, leaving little else to accomplish aside from relocating supplies. After several trips back and forth between the supermarket and the shelter, the zombies gradually began to awaken, and the campus was once again bustling with activity. After having dinner, the two sisters, Tang Wan and Tang Mo, appeared somewhat reserved. They only took a bag of bread and a bottle of mineral water, leaving everything else untouched. You may eat as much as you like. Do not concern yourselves with rationing. Suli encouraged them. Hesitantly, Tang Wan took another bag of bread and a carton of milk. As a socialite accustomed to mingling, Jiang Muxue struck up a conversation with them. By the way, which department are you two in? I don't recall ever hearing about you. The two sisters, Tang Wan and Tang Mo, were quite beautiful with lovely figures. Logically, those in her circle who often admired women would have shown keen interest in them, making Jiang Muxue's unfamiliarity seem improbable. We are new students, studying education. We initially aspired to become teachers. However, before we could familiarize ourselves with university life, everything changed. Jiang Muxue gazed at them, her mind conjuring a peculiar image. With their height and voices, what would it be like to see them standing at the lectern teaching? I must admit, I haven't paid much attention to this year's freshmen. What subjects are you studying, Nihongo? Jiang Muxue expressed her understanding, as she was quite familiar with various majors. However, upon hearing this, Suli abruptly halted his actions. So, you are proficient in Nihongo, correct? Yes. Then, say a few phrases for me to hear. This caught Tang Wan off guard. What should she say? An introduction? But that would be unintelligible to Suli and the others, appearing pretentious and somewhat impolite. To say something they could comprehend, it seemed that any well-known phrases in Nihongo would be inappropriate. Finally, she shyly uttered, Arigato, Onaikin. Listening to her rather youthful voice, Suli's interest was piqued. He inquired, how do you say pervert? Hiter and loser? Zatsugu and lewd? Yurashi. What does it sound like when you say it all together? Hiter, Zatsugu, Yurashi. Tang Wan felt her face flush. It seemed as though Suli had achieved something without even trying. That night, the practice room had only 2 mats, and the space was evidently cramped. One mat was occupied by Suli and Jiang Muxue, while the other was shared with Bai Sisi. Though they were slightly smaller, it was still too crowded. Thus, Tang Wan suggested they sleep on the bench instead, but Suli declined. However, we will end up crowding Sister Sisi. Just 1 mat for the 2 of you and 1 for us is sufficient. Tang Wan's mind momentarily short-circuited. She struggled to comprehend Suli's arrangement. But, aren't you and Sister Muxue a couple? What about Sister Sisi? She doesn't mind. Tang Wan's expression was one of shock, as if she had heard something utterly unbelievable. Even her sister, Tang Mo, who had been silent since being rescued, couldn't help but voice her confusion. Let's get some rest. Before the 2 young girls, Suli embraced Bai Sisi and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. What are you doing? Jiang Muxue exclaimed in discontent, rushing to Suli's side and throwing her arms around him, creating an oddly harmonious scene. This brought an unimaginable emotional upheaval to the 2 sisters, who had only ever aspired to educate and nurture others. Sister, what are they doing? Xiao and Mo, don't look. Tang Wan covered her sister's eyes. Chapter 14, let's sleep a little longer. Good night. On the 2 mats, Tang Wan and Tang Mo lay together, while Suli and the others huddled closely. Tang Wan had assumed that once the lights were out, peace would prevail. However, observing the lively shadows of the 3 in the darkness and the intermittent sounds that ensued, both Tang Wan and Tang Mo felt their faces flush crimson. Xiao Mo, let's sleep. Perhaps Brother Suli and the others will be finished soon. Tang Mo remained silent but nodded in agreement. As customary, the sisters nestled close together, shutting their eyes in an attempt to block out the surrounding noise. Yet, they soon discovered that closing their eyes only intensified their awareness of the sounds. Sister, I feel a bit hot. Tang Mo opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat vacant. Tang Wan bit her lip, uncertain how to comfort her. As she herself felt a bit heated, unsure how to calm down, it's all right. It will be over soon, Tang Wan reassured herself. The following morning, Tang Wan stared vacantly at the ceiling, having endured a night of torment without sleep. She had anticipated that the noise would soon cease, but she had severely underestimated Suli. It continued for an extended period. Just when she thought they might finally rest, she found herself unable to close her eyes. "You look rather unwell. Did you not sleep last night?" Suli remarked, observing Tang Wan's weary demeanor with feigned concern. "No. I just am not accustomed to this," Tang Wan hurriedly explained, attempting to conceal the fact that she had witnessed their activities the previous night. "To avoid unnecessary embarrassment, it must be uncomfortable sleeping on the floor. Allow me to arrange a bed for you today." "No, that would be too much trouble for you." Tang Wan felt immense gratitude towards Suli, believing she owed him greatly, and thus could not agree to such an unreasonable proposal. "No worries. I originally intended to bring a few back. Since I am bringing you all along, providing a comfortable environment for you is something I ought to do." Suli spoke calmly, her face unflushed and her heart steady. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan felt a sudden wave of warmth from Suli's gentle demeanor. Although she had been somewhat taken aback the previous night, Tang Wan still held a favorable impression of Suli, who had not only rescued them but also treated them with such courtesy. "Are you hungry? Have something to eat. It seemed like you didn't take much yesterday." Last night, Jiang, Muxue, and Bai Sisi were utterly exhausted and were still deep in slumber, leaving only Suli and Tang Wan awake. Suli casually selected some food and handed it to Tang Wan. "If you're not familiar with everyone and feel awkward eating too much, you can wait until later. There's no need to worry about whether there will be enough." Thank you." Tang Wan accepted the food, feeling a sense of relief in her stomach and warmth in her heart, surprised by how considerate Suli was. At that moment, driven by recent habits, Suli reached out and gently ruffled Tang Wan's hair. Upon feeling that large hand on her head, Tang Wan's body stiffened slightly, her cheeks flushed crimson. This should be a gesture of comfort, right? Perhaps, maybe. Tang Wan felt a twinge of nervousness, not thinking too deeply about it. But in her impression, such a gesture was typically quite intimate. Even if she believed Suli merely intended to console her, she still felt a peculiar sensation. Nevertheless, it was quite comforting. Gradually, she relaxed. The tension that had plagued her due to insomnia the previous night began to dissipate. "Sister, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Tang Mo's voice rang out from behind, startling Tang Wan, who jumped slightly. Turning around, she found Tang Mo had just awoken, her eyes still bleary as she gazed at them. Tang Wan felt like a thief caught in the act. She wanted to pull her sister aside to explain, but at that moment, Suli naturally released her hand and, just as effortlessly, ruffled Tang Mo's hair. Tang Mo instantly became alert, staring at Suli with a puzzled expression. "Good morning," Suli greeted. "Good morning," Tang Mo stammered in reply. She touched her own head with both hands, sensing the lingering warmth, her mind still struggling to grasp what had just transpired. The two sisters bore an uncanny resemblance. Yet their voices differed greatly. Tang Wan's was soft and delicate, while Tang Mo's was even softer, sounding more innocent and yielding than Tang Wan. "Are you eating?" "I am here, for you. Thank you." Tang Mo's response was brief yet polite, her actions reflecting a reluctance to meet Suli's gaze directly. Observing the two sisters sitting together, engrossed in their food, Suli couldn't help but think that having these two around was rather amusing. With little else to occupy his morning, Suli decided to sit beside Tang Wan and engage in conversation, garnering quite a bit of fondness from both of them. However, as they chatted, Bai Sisi stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes, her first instinct was to seek out Suli. Noticing him in a corner, she completely overlooked Tang Wan and Tang Mo, rising to approach Suli with an anxious expression. Her eyes filled with a pitiful longing. The two sisters watched them with innocent curiosity. "Is it all right to hug you while Muxue is still asleep?" "Of course," Suli replied. Bai Sisi pressed her lips together and sat in Suli's lap, planting a morning kiss on him. The chaotic thoughts that had troubled her mind vanished the moment she made contact with Suli, drawing her deeper into an emotional entanglement. She gently nibbled on Suli's cheek, closing her eyes to savor the warmth of their intertwined bodies, as if they were merging into one. This scene caused the two onlookers' hearts to race, as if they could barely contain their own fluttering emotions. Let us go back to sleep for a bit," Tang Wan said, pulling Tang Mo with her as she turned to lie down, pretending to be asleep. Hearing their conversation, Bai Sisi felt a slight embarrassment, but it was only a fleeting moment. She then turned to Suli and asked, "Can you kiss me too?" Suli smiled softly. Reward. Item. Watcher Blueprint. The Watcher, an intelligent robot crafted from a special alloy, is loyal to its master and can be commanded to protect a shelter. Upon acquiring this blueprint, materials can be submitted to the system for automatic generation of the item. Seeing the reward Bai Sisi offered, Suli found it quite satisfactory. He thought it would be nice to create a few for the purpose of home security. He then casually glanced at the required materials. 10 blue crystal cores? Crystal cores, huh? Suli recalled having a golden one that he had yet to use. However, the golden crystal core could not be used to create a watcher. He would have to wait until later for that. Therefore, this reminded Suli that it was time to utilize that crystal core. If he remembered correctly, it could be applied to a weapon. Suli opened his panel and discovered the unclaimed crystal core lying in the system space, which prompted a selection option. Would you like to configure it to the alloy greatsword? Suli clicked to confirm. Configured to alloy greatsword. Level 1. Trait. Intensification. The crystal core stimulates the holder's body, greatly increasing speed. Skill. Barrier. Activates a defensive field for 3 seconds, blocking any attacks. Several pieces of information appeared in succession, but Suli merely glanced at them before grasping their meaning. He thought to himself that this crystal core was indeed useful. Satisfied, he gave Bai Sisi a kiss, and she nuzzled against him like a cat, resting comfortably in his embrace. Chapter 15. The Shelter. Suli. When Muxue wakes up, can I get a little closer to you? Bai Sisi's warm cheek pressed against Suli's, her exquisite little face evoking endless imaginings. I didn't say you couldn't. Suli replied, stroking Bai Sisi's delicate skin. That's a relief. I was afraid you wouldn't like it, and if you got angry, you might not want me anymore, which would make me very sad. Bai Sisi tightened her embrace around Suli. She seemed to have more to say, but unfortunately, Jiang Muxue had just woken up. Bai Sisi initially intended to leave, but after 3 seconds of contemplation, she opted to close her eyes and completely nestle into Suli's arms. The morning had already been difficult, and upon seeing this scene, Jiang Muxue felt even worse. So, early risers get to steal a march. Huh? Perhaps she should wake up earlier next time to assert her own claim. Although he was quite tired in the early morning, Suli made an effort to retrieve Jiang Muxue's reward, a strengthening potion. After consuming it, he experienced a boost in his physical capabilities. After some time had passed, Tang Wan, who had been pretending to sleep, feigned awakening. Her face flushed as she greeted them with a good morning. What are we doing today? The dormitory is empty. Where shall we go? Jiang Muxue asked, leaning against Suli's arm. We'll explore elsewhere. If we can't find anyone, we'll leave this place tomorrow and seek another way out. Suli replied. He had checked his phone the previous day and noticed that the school group chat had fallen silent. Yet some social groups outside the campus still had messages being exchanged. He had learned that survivors had begun establishing strongholds over the past few days. Suli was not surprised by this development. When people realize that unity is essential for survival in the face of a cataclysm, they will naturally congregate to support one another. At 10 o'clock, Suli and his companions ventured out once more, searching for survivors while also scavenging for supplies to bring back home as reserves. Suli fulfilled his promise and retrieved a bed, but only the mattress. He had already contemplated abandoning this shelter. If he couldn't find anyone on campus, he would need to search for a stronghold outside. Thus, hauling an entire bed would be too cumbersome. Tossing several mattresses into the rehearsal hall, Suli set out again. This time, his destination was the cafeteria, a place they had yet to explore. Initially, it hadn't been within Suli's search radius, as although it contained food supplies, he lacked the means to preserve them. Now, however, having searched all other areas, the cafeteria was one of the few remaining locations. Furthermore, there were fewer zombies there. In contrast, the teaching buildings were overrun with zombies, clearly devoid of survivors, rendering a visit pointless. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Tang Wan and Tang Imo remarked, I just recharged my meal card, and I didn't even get to enjoy any good food. Seeing a once familiar place now in disarray stirred a sense of inexplicable sorrow within them, as if they were living in a dream. It seems like there are no zombies in the cafeteria. Like the rehearsal hall, it has iron doors that keep them out. Suli, upon nearing the vicinity, quickly sensed something amiss. Initially, he thought it was simply that the cafeteria had been closed during the zombie outbreak. However, peering through the windows, he observed the interior was in utter disarray. Suli quickly realized that the situation was more complicated than he had assumed. It was evident that this place had experienced a zombie outbreak, but it had since been dealt with by someone. He reached for the cafeteria's main door, and sure enough, it was locked. There's someone inside? Jiang Muxue, following closely behind Su Li, had become quite perceptive. Yes, Su Li replied, slowly applying force to the doorknob. The sturdy iron door began to bend under his grip. With a powerful pull, the door gave way under the pressure. The cafeteria was spacious, with a second level. The first floor bore the marks of blood and overturned tables and chairs, indicating the chaos that had previously ensued. Just as Su Li stepped inside, he immediately heard faint footsteps from the upper floor. It seemed there were quite a few people. Su Li gestured for the others to wait downstairs while he intended to investigate upstairs alone. However, before he could ascend, a cautious voice called from above the corner of the staircase. "Who's there?" The voice was not particularly delicate, but it was unmistakably a girl-esque, of course. "It's a living person. Ts, not like saying my name would make me familiar to you," Su Li replied, slightly exasperated. The person upstairs was momentarily taken aback, finding Su Li's response rather impolite, yet it was also somewhat logical. Ahem. What do you want? If you're here to seek refuge, as long as you don't harbor ill intentions, we can allow you to come up. How many of you are there? The other party spoke without any concealment. She believed that revealing their numbers would intimidate Su Li, but instead, Su Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A few women? Su Li was tempted to ask this directly. However, he maintained a serious demeanor and said, "Rest assured, we are merely survivors from the vicinity. We came to the cafeteria today in search of supplies and happened to encounter you. We are all survivors here. Why not allow us to come up and discuss our circumstances? We could assist one another." After a few moments of silence, the other party finally replied, "All right, but I need you to come up first." As Su Li was about to step forward, he suddenly felt several hands gripping him from behind, cautioning him in unison, "Be careful." Turning around, he saw the worried expressions of the three, excluding Tang Mo, and couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting each of their heads. "Just wait for me." Despite having witnessed Su Li single-handedly deal with several adversaries, Jiang Muxue and the others remained anxious, fearing a possible ambush. Poisoning or hidden weapons. With the enemy concealed and Su Li exposed, it was impossible not to worry. "Then I shall ascend." Su Li sheathed his knife behind him, unprepared for any confrontation. With his reaction speed and inherent strength, he could handle any situation. On the second floor, at the staircase, Tan Xiaoya felt a wave of unease wash over her. Before the outbreak of the zombies, she had been a student athlete. After the chaos erupted, she had done everything within her power to secure the cafeteria and had gradually taken in nearby survivors, thanks to her management and the abundant supplies on the second floor. Their numbers had swelled to 10, all of whom obeyed her commands. However, among these 10, 6 were women, and the remaining 4 men were elderly cooks from the cafeteria's kitchen, whose frail bodies could barely withstand any physical exertion, resulting in diminished combat capabilities. Thus, upon hearing multiple individuals below, Tan Xiaoya was instantly alarmed, her heart racing. Fortunately, after the recent negotiations, it seemed the other party's numbers were not substantial. Perhaps they could manage to cope. "Xiaoya, don't be afraid. We are here. Even if the other party harbors ill intentions, it may not be." She winced as her back spasmed. "Ah, my back. Xiaoya, don't worry. We can protect this place." Looking at the elderly man, who clutched a spatula and had just strained his back after a few words, as well as the girls trembling while wielding various kitchen utensils, Tan Xiaoya felt the weight of pressure multiply. It's all right. Since they are so proactive in communication, they should not be malicious. Perhaps they simply wish to collaborate with us," she reassured herself. Chapter 16. You are simply scum. Tap. With a leisurely cadence of footsteps, Su Li's figure gradually materialized before her. Upon her first glance at Su Li, Tan Xiaoya noted his appealing appearance, resembling the type of refined gentleman. Just as she began to relax, her eyes fell upon the exaggeratedly heavy blade he carried on his back. Despite the fact that Su Li was alone while they numbered 10, one would think their combat prowess, however lacking, should suffice to handle him. Yet, Tan Xiaoya had an unsettling intuition, a premonition that even with myriad flaws, they were no match for Su Li. "Greetings, how do you wish to be addressed?" Su Li raised an eyebrow casually, scanning the trembling girls clutching pots and pans, and briefly glancing at the elderly men. Finally, his gaze settled on Tan Xiaoya. Attempting to maintain her composure, she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Tan Xiaoya. If you wish to discuss anything, you may approach me. Also, please place your weapon over there." Your companions may ascend one at a time, but they must not bring weapons. Observing Tan Xiaoya as she spoke, Su Li couldn't help but admire her. She possessed a well-proportioned figure with clear, youthful vitality, her skin a healthy shade of wheat. The muscle definition on her waist and calves was just right, maintaining the beauty of youth. It was evident that her facade of calmness was a mere act. Su Li felt a smile tug at his lips as he withdrew his alloy blade and handed it to Tan Xiaoya, saying, "If you fear I harbor ill intentions, please take this. I do not wish to do so, but I must ensure everyone's safety." Tan Xiaoya, initially thinking Su Li was expressing dissatisfaction, began to explain her predicament while reaching for his blade. However, upon grasping it, she nearly stumbled. Ouch! Thankfully, she reacted swiftly, tightening her grip and stabilizing the nearly toppling weapon. Using her strength from her athletic training, she barely managed to lift Su Li's blade. What kind of joke is this? Whose good deed is this, crafting such a heavy sword, and a one-handed one at that? To maintain her composure, Tan Xiaoya quickly set the blade aside, regaining the demeanor of a leader. "The weapon is yours. May my companions come up now?" "Yes, that will suffice." Tan Xiaoya discreetly rubbed her fingers behind her back, pondering the nature of Su Li's formidable weapon and what kind of companions he might have. She signaled for the others in the shelter to remain vigilant while she discreetly grabbed a suitable stick, her gaze fixed on the staircase. At Su Li's call, the individuals below began to ascend. Tan Xiaoya had anticipated another man, but to her surprise, the one who emerged was an elegantly poised young woman who instantly captivated her attention. "Xiaoya, this person looks so familiar. She seems to be Jiang Muxue." One of the girls with Tan Xiaoya recognized Jiang Muxue as she stepped forward, glancing at the group on the second floor before dashing to Su Li's side, concerned as she examined him closely. Su Li was unreserved, leaning in to kiss Jiang Muxue, who immediately blushed. Though the two had grown less shy about such displays, the presence of so many people made it feel different. Jiang Muxue lowered her head, trying to prevent Su Li from doing anything further in front of strangers, yet their affectionate demeanor was undeniably enviable. The girls, having never witnessed such a scene, displayed expressions of shyness while the elderly men pretended not to see anything. "Surely this isn't Jiang Muxue?" Tan Xiaoya felt a flush of heat. She knew of Jiang Muxue, the renowned princess of the elite circles, yet in her recollection, how could this young lady be so affectionate with a man? Suddenly, a thought struck her. In this apocalyptic world where humanity's order had collapsed, perhaps Jiang Muxue, as a vulnerable woman, was merely acting under Su Li's coercion. With this realization, Su Li's impression in Tan Xiaoya's eyes plummeted. However, she chose not to voice her thoughts, instead worrying for the girls beside her. Just then, her pupils constricted. A petite, sweet-looking girl, no taller than her waist, dashed up from below and quickly ran to Su Li's side. Tang Mo moments later, Tang Wan was the last to ascend, joining the other girls beside Su Li. "All right, we are all here. We can discuss matters now. But why do you look so strange? Is it because my group is too small for your liking?" Su Li observed Tan Xiaoya, puzzled. However, Tan Xiaoya was far from pleased. She gazed at Su Li, who stood calmly among the group, unable to contain her emotions, exclaiming, "You are simply scum." Su Li was momentarily taken aback by her accusation. It seemed he had done nothing wrong. Why was this girl branding him with such a label? "What have I done?" Su Li replied, neither angry nor upset, but rather calmly questioning. "You have not spared even them. You are utterly outrageous. Do not think I am unaware of what you have done to them. Does your conscience not ache?" Tan Xiaoya pointed accusingly at Tang Wan and Tang Mo, her expression filled with indignation. The other girls regarded Su Li with similar disdain, while the elderly men looked on with pity, as though witnessing a tragedy unfold. Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Li looked at them, suddenly at a loss for words. Fortunately, before the situation escalated further, Tang Wan understood Tan Xiaoya's misinterpretation and hurriedly stepped forward. Raising her small hands, this sister, it is not as you think. Su Li Gij is a good person. I may look small, but I am actually a college freshman, and I was simply taken in without any conditions." Nothing happened. Seeing Tang Wan's earnestness, Tan Xiaoya felt her heart soften. She quickly regained her composure. "Is what you say true? And what about Jiangmu Xue.mu Shuejie is Su Li Gij's girlfriend? They share a close bond," Tang Wan ardently explained. However, as Tan Xiaoya glanced at Su Li, She noticed Bai Sisi leaning even closer to him, which rekindled her doubts. Yet before she could voice her concerns, she observed Jiang Muxue gazing at Su Li with such affection, as if he were a treasure, leading her to believe she was not, in fact, being threatened. But she was perplexed, yet Tang Wan was even more bewildered. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Should she imply that the relationship among the three of them was somewhat unconventional? Just as Tan Xiaoya began to harbor doubts, Bai Sisi suddenly spoke softly, "I am her cousin. We often interact like this, so please don't overthink it." "Cousin? Is that so?" Tan Xiaoya relaxed her furrowed brow, realizing that she might have misunderstood, and promptly apologized. Feeling embarrassed by her own rashness, upon glancing at Su Li again, Tan Xiaoya's perception underwent a significant transformation. According to Tang Wan, Su Li was solely responsible for providing protection for the four of them, without having committed any inappropriate actions. He seemed to be genuinely a good person. As her thoughts drifted, Tan Xiaoya lowered her guard against Su Li, easing the tension among the others. That moment, Jiang Muxue fell silent. This Bai Sisi had inexplicably claimed to be Su Li's cousin. She lied without batting an eye, clearly trying to compete with her for Su Li's attention. Moments later, Tan Xiaoya sincerely apologized. "I truly did not mean to offend. I was unaware of your circumstances and assumed you were a dangerous individual, which is why I reacted that way. It's all right. So can we discuss other matters?" Su Li inquired. "Certainly, what would you like to do? If you're in need of food, we have plenty of meat in the cold storage, but the issue is that we cannot take it outside." Tan Xiaoya replied kindly, eager to offer sustenance before Su Li could respond. "No, I am not particularly interested in food." "Then what do you wish for?" "I was wondering if you might consider joining my shelter so that we can survive together in the future." Su Li candidly expressed his intentions. Although Tan Xiaoya and her companions were not solely female, as there were 3 older gentlemen among them, it was of little consequence. He could simply regard them as laborers. However, it must be said that Su Li's straightforwardness caught Tan Xiaoya off guard. She had not anticipated that Su Li's first request would be to take over as their leader. "To be honest, if you had a large group, I would certainly agree, but our strength is quite limited." Tan Xiaoya articulated her thoughts clearly. "If I entrust everyone to you, what if you cannot protect them?" In response to Tan Xiaoya's skepticism, Su Li offered, "It's simple. You can join first, and I will share all resources with you. If you feel I lack the capability, we can terminate the collaboration, and you can take what you need. You will not suffer any loss. Do you have many resources?" I emptied out a nearby supermarket. "Would you say that is substantial?" "That is indeed a lot. Must be said that Su Li's proposal was quite enticing. Although they were not currently in need of supplies, the food in the cold storage could only last for so long. The city's operations had been disrupted for days, and power could be cut off at any moment. If that were to happen, the food would spoil within 2 days. In contrast, Su Li had many easily storable resources. If they could share a portion, it would help them cope with various future situations. After much contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, Tan Xiaoya made a decision and turned to the others. "I agree to join you, but what about them?" "Sister Xiaoya, just say the word, and I will follow you." "Me too. I will join as well." Tan Xiaoya was quite popular among the group, and upon hearing that she would join Su Li's shelter, they expressed their willingness to follow her lead. Tan Xiaoya. Age, 20, rating, S0, reward, comprehensive generator blueprint Xia Yu Tong, age, 19, rating, A0, reward, landmine blueprint Li Hanamo, age, 20, rating, A0, reward, strengthening potion. In that instant, various notifications popped up for Su Li, including rewards for a total of 7 girls, Tan Xiaoya included. Glancing over, he noted Tan Xiaoya's rating of S, while the others were rated A. Without needing the system's ratings, it was evident that these girls were all quite beautiful, with Tan Xiaoya being particularly striking and unique, making such ratings unsurprising. However, the rewards this time left Su Li slightly astonished at a generator. Su Li examined the description. Comprehensive generator blueprint. Requires 1 purple crystal core to craft. This generator can produce electricity through solar energy, wind energy, or burning fuel. Su Li then reviewed the other rewards. 6 A-rated rewards, 5 strengthening potions, and 1 landmine blueprint. Not too shabby. Su Li, now that we have allied with you, what do you plan to do first? Tan Xiaoya inquired curiously. First, we need to fix the front door on your first floor. Tan Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but a few seconds later, she descended to the ground floor. Gazing at the broken lock, lost in thought. How is this going to work? I pried it open. You pried it open? With your hands? Yes. Tan Xiaoya found it hard to believe, yet regardless of her doubts, the door issue had to be resolved. However, she lacked the ability to fix it. The door was irreparably damaged and would need a new lock. Yet there was no locksmith available. I recall there is a back door in the cafeteria. Su Li contemplated, seemingly coming up with a solution. Amid the puzzled gazes of the others, she picked up several chairs from the ground and, using her bare hands, disassembled them, extracting several iron rods with precision. She thrust the rods between the door and the wall at an angle, applying force. The iron door crumpled under Su Li's strength as if it were made of paper, breaking easily. The iron rod pierced through the door and lodged itself into the wall. The previously unclosable door was now sealed shut by Su Li. All right, from now on, you will use the back door. Follow me outside shortly. I intend to retrieve supplies from my base and stay with you for a day. Su Li spoke nonchalantly, witnessing the shock on Tan Xiaoya's face as her jaw nearly dropped. Are you a strong man? No. I studied the arts. Jiang Muxue and the others had grown accustomed to Su Li's extraordinary strength. So, did you hear what I said? I did. Let us hurry before it gets late and the zombies appear. Tan Xiaoya suppressed her astonishment and followed Su Li's lead, bringing the others along to the rehearsal hall base. The distance was neither too far nor too close. They spent the entire afternoon transporting supplies from the rehearsal hall to the cafeteria. Various snacks were laid out on the floor. Tan Xiaoya could hardly contain her saliva at the sight, swallowing hard. Although she had not lacked food these days, having even feasted on meat, the monotony of only consuming meat had begun to turn her stomach. Now, seeing a variety of other foods, her taste buds awakened instantly. Glup. Several girls swallowed in unison. Su Li smiled and said, "What do you wish to eat? You may take some." With Su Li's permission, one girl promptly grabbed a bag of biscuits. Thank you. Once the first one took the plunge, others quickly followed suit. Only Tan Xiaoya and the three older gentlemen refrained from taking any. Chapter 18. This Tang Mo is simply amazing. You three may take some as well. Su Li addressed the three older gentlemen. Thank you, young lady. You are truly kind, but we will pass. Can you give my share to my granddaughter? Granddaughter? Su Li followed the three gentlemen's gaze to the three girls. The girls, holding their food, looked over, seemingly wanting to share with them but hesitant to approach Su Li out of fear. Oh, I forgot to mention, the three gentlemen are family to these girls, Tan Xiaoya clarified. To this, Su Li remained indifferent. Even if these supplies didn't increase, they were sufficient to last for a while. If he desired, he could even allow them to take as much as they wanted without restrictions. However, limiting the quantity taken was essential. It would facilitate Su Li's future rulemaking. After Su Li distributed the food, the group's fondness for him continued to rise, and smiles reappeared on their faces after a long absence. Observing such a harmonious scene, Su Li approached Tan Xiaoya, who was secretly swallowing her saliva. Aren't you going to grab some? Do you want me to feed you? I don't need it. Tan Xiaoya was startled, initially waving her hand to refuse. However, Su Li replied coolly, open your mouth. This is urgent. Tan Xiaoya, already with her mouth slightly agape, had no time to react before Su Li popped a piece of biscuit into her mouth. Tan Xiaoya's mouth was filled with biscuit, and as her taste buds encountered the sweetness, her salivary glands went into overdrive, making her unable to resist the temptation. This was her favorite biscuit. She had often eaten it before. But she never expected to be fed by Su Li at this moment. "Do you like it?" Su Li asked. "That I do." "How did you know I like this flavor?" "I noticed you staring at it for quite a while." Tan Xiaoya's heart raced, her cheeks flushing slightly. Had she really been that obvious? How embarrassing. Yet, Su Li's attentiveness to others felt different from that of other boys, and his demeanor was gentle. This reminded her of her favorite romantic manga, and she imagined what it would be like if she were to date Su Li as she pondered. A wave of youthful shyness washed over her, but she quickly realized that Su Li already had a girlfriend, and having such inappropriate thoughts was utterly unforgivable. She chastised herself, shaking off the daydream. However, watching Su Li return to Jiang Muxue and the others, her mind couldn't help but wander once more. Su Li, after walking for so long today, my legs are so weak. Could you give me a massage? Jiang Muxue draped her slender, fair legs over Su Li, her pitiful demeanor making it impossible to refuse her modest request. Su Li nodded in acquiescence, and Jiang Muxue glanced around to ensure no one was watching her. Seeing that she was in the clear, she promptly kissed Su Li and then closed her eyes. Surrendering herself to his whims, as dusk approached, the cafeteria's second floor boasted partitions. Tan Xiaoya had removed the tables from the partitions to allocate them to others as makeshift rooms. Originally, Su Li and his companions could have each had their own room. But ultimately, he only claimed two. He, along with Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi, shared one, while Tang Wan and Tang Yimo occupied another. They laid a mattress to resolve Su Li's lack of personal space and the inconvenience of clocking in. That night unfolded like any other. After much effort, Su Li finally lulled Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi to sleep, rose to drink some water, and prepared for bed. Just as he closed his eyes, an urgent need to relieve himself arose, prompting him to step outside for a brief visit to the restroom. Upon returning, he glanced at the partition where Tang Wan and Tang Yimo resided, only to discover the two nestled together. While this scene was not unappealing, Su Li sensed something amiss. Were Tang Wan and Tang Yimo already asleep? As he entered the partition, he could hear their slightly erratic breathing and subtle tremors. He reached out to touch their foreheads. Both were hot, burning with fever. How could this be? Had they not informed him of their discomfort? Su Li sighed, fully aware of their personalities. They were too shy to admit when they felt unwell. Fearing they might inconvenience him, this would not do. Changes were necessary, not only for them but for everyone involved. Thus, Su Li accessed the system panel and, after a long absence, activated the hypnosis spell, instilling the effect of encouraging partners to express their true thoughts more readily. Once this was completed, he roused Tan Xiaoya, hoping to find some medicine. Initially harboring little hope, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a medicine box conveniently located in the cafeteria. After procuring some antipyretics, Su Li poured some water and awakened the two. Tang Wan weakly opened her eyes, emitting a voice that sent shivers down his spine. Su Li Gij, let us skip the Gij for now. Drink your medicine. He blocked her petite mouth with a spoon, forcing a bitter antipyretic down her throat. Her face flushed intensely, though it was unclear whether it was due to the fever or the warmth of Su Li's embrace. Su Li Gij, when Tang Yimo has a fever, she might act a bit willful, focusing solely on her desires and possibly causing you trouble. Please don't be angry, understood. After gently placing Tang Wan back down, Su Li scooped up Tang Yimo, gazing at her face, identical to her sister's. He found himself momentarily unable to discern who was who, had it not been for Tang Wan's voice breaking the silence. Wake up. It's time for your medicine. As he attempted to rouse Tang Yimo, he watched her slowly open her eyes, a rarity for her to engage him in conversation. He prepared a spoonful of medicine. But to his surprise, Tang Yimo tightly shut her lips, clearly unwilling to take its time to drink your medicine. Su Li encouraged. Feed it to me, Tang Yimo whispered, her voice softer than Tang Wan's. Isn't that what I'm doing? He replied, perplexed. However, Tang Mo's next words left him momentarily speechless. With your mouth, is that okay? Su Li was taken aback, finding it hard to reconcile this request with the typically socially anxious Tang Yimo. Could this be her newfound willfulness? No, perhaps the recent directive had merely made it easier for her to articulate her inner thoughts. Yet, this effect did not alter her mindset, so was she now expressing what she genuinely desired? Well, I suppose it's not out of the question, Su Li replied uncertainly. He then took a mouthful of the antipyretic, pondering how to administer it that moment. Tang Yimo sleepily leaned closer, her lips brushing against his. Her small tongue ventured forth, prying open his mouth to accept the medicine in a swift motion. The medicine was consumed. This left Su Li feeling somewhat bashful, as his interactions with Jiang Muxue and Tang Yimo had always carried a romantic undertone. Yet, with Tang Yimo, there was an almost doll-like quality that stirred a sense of moral conflict within him. Wait a moment, now that the medicine is gone, what are you doing, Tang Yimo? Su Li asked, intending to release her, only to find that she had latched onto him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Her lips remained unwilling to part from his, while he could easily lift Tang Yimo away. Her fervent affection piqued his curiosity about how far she might go in her newfound obstinacy. Lying on the mattress, Su Li exhaled deeply, utterly bewildered. Who claimed Tang Yimo was willful? She was simply delightful. Chapter 19. Tang Yimo. Can you feed me? After resting for a while, Su Li checked the foreheads of the two. Noticing their fevers had begun to subside, He intended to return to his own space, but was halted by a small hand grasping him. "You can't leave." Tang Emo clung to him, her eyes glazed over from fever. After coaxing him to recline once more, she draped her leg over him, treating him as a pillow in all honesty. He had never utilized the system on the considerate Tang Wan and Tang Emo, who had never caused him any trouble. His earlier use of the system merely encouraged them to be more honest. Su Li Gij. Tang Wan's voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to see her, still in a stupor, seemingly in a dreamlike state, as her small hand stealthily reached around his neck. The following morning, Su Li awoke alongside the two, after having taken their medicine and fallen asleep. Tang Wan was oblivious to the events of the previous night. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of herself embracing Su Li. For a moment, she was taken aback, feeling a sudden rush of panic akin to waking up late for an appointment. "I'm sorry," she exclaimed, hastily releasing him, her face flushing crimson. In the next moment, she spotted Tang Emo, realizing her sister was similarly entangled with Su Li, and despite being awake, she remained glued to him. Only upon catching Tang Wan's gaze did Tang Emo reluctantly let go. Though clearly reluctant to part, with her enchanting eyes filled with emotion, she cast a lingering glance at Su Li, evidently recalling the events of the previous day. Yet, she remained silent, showing no signs of distancing herself from him. On the contrary, she seemed to draw closer. "Su Li Gij, I'm sorry for troubling you yesterday. It's nothing. Just don't hide your discomfort from me in the future. That only complicates things." Tang Wan nodded, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. "All right, you rest a bit more. I'll go find Muxue and Sisi." After donning some clothing, he departed to seek out Jiang, Muxue, and the others. Speaking of which, why was he without a shirt while administering medicine? And what had transpired between his sister and Su Li? Tang Emo appeared to regard Su Li oddly, and he felt the same about her. His sister had a penchant for revealing her innermost thoughts when feverish. Had she made an unreasonable request that upset Su Li? "Xiaomo, what were you up to yesterday?" "Drinking medicine," Tang Emo answered. Her tone slightly evasive. "Is that so? As long as you didn't upset anyone, that's fine. By the way, why do you smell a bit strange?" "Must be the medicine," Tang Emo replied, growing even more defensive. Tang Wan scrutinized her sister for a moment before ultimately dismissing her suspicions. However, upon looking down, she noticed a stain on the sheets. She calculated the timing and realized it was unlikely for Tang Emo to have her period this early. Was it simply a case of poor rest leading to bodily imbalance? She decided she would retrieve a pack of sanitary pads later. Jiang Muxue had completed her task. Reward. Strengthening Potion by Sisi had also completed her task. Reward, Skill, Perception Tracking. Once a target is attacked, they will be marked as a tracking target, allowing you to sense their location for 1 minute. "Jiang Muxue, you've been a bit lackluster lately. No good rewards have come forth." Li playfully patted Jiang Muxue's cheek, his mind racing with thoughts. Sensing Su Li's dissatisfaction, Jiang Muxue wrapped her arms around his, planting several kisses upon his arm. She then guided his hand to her waist, thoroughly embodying the art of affectionate submission. An outsider, no one would connect the present Jiang Muxue with the once haughty princess who looked down on everyone. "Hubby, what's wrong? Do I look good?" "You look beautiful." Li noted that Jiang Muxue was unusually talkative that morning, likely a result of the system's influence. He found it rather endearing and was curious about what uncharacteristic words she might express. As for Bai Sisi, she was always energetic but quickly fatigued, and today she had set a record by falling asleep without uttering a single word. "Hubby, I'm listening." Jiang Muxue relished their exclusive moment, whispering hubby repeatedly in his ear. "Who do you think is prettier, Sisi or me?" Su Li felt an undeniable pressure at her question. Unsure of how to respond, he noticed Jiang Muxue gazing at him with eager anticipation mixed with a hint of anxiety. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, "You're the prettiest." Jiang Muxue's expression transformed instantly into one of triumph, her lips curving into a smile as if the earlier anxiety had never been hers. The others in the base gradually began to awaken. Although he would have loved to linger in this moment, Su Li knew he had important matters to attend to. The current situation here leaves him utterly dissatisfied. Not long after, a piece of bad news arrives. The campus has lost power, or rather, the entire city is plunged into darkness. Just as Tan Xiaoya and her companions felt that life had improved somewhat, their spirits plummeted once more. Indeed, that day had finally come. Tan Xiaoya felt fortunate for the decision she made yesterday. Otherwise, she would be at a loss for what to do now. The cold storage has a backup power supply. Although the outside is in darkness, the cold storage can still function for a day, and if the power is set to the lowest setting, it should last for 2 days without issue. However, once those 2 days pass, preserving the meat would become impossible, there's truly no solution. Although they could rely on Su Li's supplies, they were reluctant to abandon the cold storage. But what good would it do? To preserve meat, one must either cure it or air dry it. Yet, they have little salt and no means to dry it. It seems that other than watching the supplies spoil, there is nothing they can do. The atmosphere at breakfast is oppressive. The 3 elderly men, using the remaining gas, managed to prepare several dishes, but limited to meat. They only made cumin-flavored meat slices and deep-fried crispy pork. Tan Xiaoya had grown weary of these dishes. However, for Su Li and the others, it was their first time tasting hot food at the dining table. The 3 cooks sat together, while Tan Xiaoya and a few girls clustered together, and Su Li's group gathered in another corner. 3 groups, with 2 of them filled with worry. Only Su Li's side maintained a harmonious atmosphere, with everyone appearing quite cheerful. Jiang Muxue took small bites of her food, careful and completely elegant. Not a drop of sauce escaping her lips. Bai Sisi, on the other hand, was distracted from eating, casually nibbling while secretly holding Su Li's left hand under the table. Tang Wan displayed the most innocence, hastily finishing her plate upon hearing that there would be nothing left if she didn't eat quickly. However, halfway through, she suddenly stopped, noticing that Tang Amo had not picked up her chopsticks and had eaten nothing. Her gaze fixed on Su Li. "Xiaomo, are you still not feeling well? Do you have no appetite?" Tang Wan assumed Tang Amo was still unwell. Little did she know, Tang Amo was intently staring at Su Li, asking seriously, "Can you feed me?" Chapter 20. Tang Mo's request took Jiang Muxue and the others by surprise. As they turned to the usually quiet Tang Amo, what had she just said? Did she just ask Su Li to feed her? They suspected they had misheard. After all, why would Tang Amo say such a thing? However, before they could process it further, Su Li had already agreed, asking, "What do you want to eat?" That, Tang Amo pointed at Su Li's plate, opening her mouth wide. Su Li offered a piece of crispy pork to the eagerly awaiting Tang Amo, who was seated next to Bai Sisi, separated from Su Li by her. Noticing Tang Mo's behavior, Bai Sisi was puzzled but still stood up to grant her some space. With the barrier removed, Tang Mo successfully received the food. After chewing for a moment, seizing the opportunity when no one was looking, she tilted her head and planted a kiss on Su Li. A moment of silence ensued. Everyone was as quiet as in a classroom, staring at Tang Mo, whose face had turned crimson. "Xiaomo, what are you doing?" Tang Wan exclaimed, her eyes welling with tears. The cute little tiger pounced, pulling Tang Mo back, intending to give her a stern reprimand. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. Tang Wan's mind was in turmoil, torn between chastising Tang Mo and apologizing to Su Li. Ultimately, she chose to hold Tang Mo's head down, forcing her to bow. While she herself lowered her head to apologize, "I'm sorry, Xiaomo might have a slight fever and isn't quite herself. I'll take her to rest." Tang Wan was in a state of panic. A sudden kiss from a girl would likely not anger Su Li, a man, but with Su Li's girlfriend present, her concerns were not unfounded, as Jiang Mushue's charming face darkened immediately, and even Bai Sisi was fixated on them. Under such scrutiny, Tang Wan felt as if she were a child caught in a scandal, overwhelmed with guilt and utterly helpless. "What is going on?" At that moment, Tan Xiaoya approached, looking puzzled at Tang Wan. "It's nothing. Tang Mo accidentally bumped into me," Su Li interjected, brushing off the incident as if nothing had happened. "As long as it's fine. Soon, I'll take the meat from the cold storage to defrost it, cooking it in batches before frying it. Although, theoretically, cooked meat won't last long, it's better than throwing it away." Tan Xiaoya casually mentioned her plan, which was the only solution she could think of. Just as she turned to leave, Su Li stopped her, saying, "Let us not rush. I remember there's a generator nearby, though I'm not entirely sure of its exact location. I'll go out to look for it. If I can find it, we can continue freezing the meat." "A generator?" Tan Xiaoya whirled around, but her enthusiasm quickly waned. "Are you sure that generator can power the cold storage? Even if it can, where would we find the energy source? I saw it before. It should have sufficient power for the energy source. I heard it's a high-end product the school acquired internally, capable of utilizing wind, solar power, or coal. Regardless of whether it can sustain the cold storage, Bringing it back will surely have other uses. Su Li's reasoning was still quite logical. If such a generator truly existed, even if it couldn't maintain the cold storage, it would serve well for lighting purposes. Yet no, it's too dangerous. I can't allow you to take such a significant risk for something that may not even help. Tan Xiaoya firmly rejected the idea. The generator was undoubtedly located in a room, which meant entering a high-rise infested with zombies. Even during her rare outings, she dared not approach those buildings, as merely being close could attract the undead. For Su Li to venture inside would be akin to Tyson facing off against Taro. I have my own ways. You needn't worry. Su Li did not acquiesce to Tan Xiaoya's objections, adding with a hint of teasing, I didn't expect you to care so much about me, and of course, we are all friends. How could I let you undertake such a perilous task? Tan Xiaoya, slightly flustered by his teasing, could only play the friend card. To her surprise, Su Li was unaffected by the negative implications, sincerely replying, yes, you are a good person. A good person card was thrown. Su Li continued, but I still need to go out. You can rest assured about safety. My greater concern is whether the base will be in danger while I'm away. Seeing Su Li's resolute intent to go out, Tan Xiaoya found it difficult to argue further. Perhaps he truly had his own plan. You can rest easy about things here. I have managed to keep this place safe for so long without issues. Last time, there was a group led by Daijala that tried to break in, and we drove them away. Tan Xiaoya said proudly, patting her chest. Su Li's eyes flickered, nearly forgetting that name. That group had likely been devoured by now. Well, with you here, I can rest easy. Su Li's tone was calm, his lips curling into a slight smile. This gentle demeanor towards her made Tan Xiaoya feel inexplicably as a girl who often lacked femininity in everyday life. She rarely interacted with the opposite sex. Suddenly being praised by a boy while he gazed at her was quite an unfamiliar sensation. Yet, she found this feeling oddly pleasant, accompanied by a strange sense of joy lifted her spirits. Their conversation allowed Tang Wan to breathe a sigh of relief, as Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi shifted their attention away from them. With the plan settled, Tan Xiaoya returned to address the issues with the cold storage. Tang Wan took Tang Imo to the sleeping quarters for a stern reprimand. Tang Imo, who previously only spoke to herself, now refused to utter a word to her sister. She stood with her head down, completely indifferent, as if to say, you can say whatever you want. Whether I listen or not is irrelevant. Tang Wan felt a sense of unease wash over her. Her sister was no longer listening to her. Had the rebellious phase finally begun? After lecturing for a while and seeing Tang Imo remain silent, merely standing there with her head bowed, Tang Wan, as the older sister, felt quite aggrieved. On the other side, Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi appeared calm on the surface. Yet their minds were abuzz with thoughts. Su Li, what was up with Xiao Mo today? Why did she kiss you? Jiang Muxue hugged him from behind, feeling enveloped in a cotton-like softness. Su Li's interest was piqued. She had a fever yesterday, and I fed her some medicine. Perhaps she wanted to express her gratitude. His response was rather dismissive. Turning slightly, he deftly kissed the corner of Jiang Muxue's mouth. Is that so? Well, all right then. Jiang Muxue pouted, dissatisfied with his answer but not inclined to press further. As usual, she circled back and leapt into Su Li's embrace, not out of flattery, but simply because she was increasingly fond of being close to him. It felt as though, after being apart, her heart was like a fish stranded on land, as if the world had turned into a desert. In simpler terms, her heart had taken on the shape of Su Li. Jiang Muxue clung to Su Li, her hands wrapped around his back, pouring forth her affection like a fiery passion. Meanwhile, Bai Sisi remained on the sidelines, watching enviously. Chapter 21. As his skills became increasingly refined, Su Li prepared to leave the cafeteria, armed and ready to hunt some zombies nearby. The school, of course, did not have a generator. However, Su Li's system did, but it required a purple crystal core to create. The cores had a chance of appearing when zombies were killed, but Su Li was unsure of the drop rate, as so far, despite slaying numerous zombies, he had not obtained a single blue crystal core. One could imagine how precious these items were. Thus, whether he could create a generator remained uncertain in Su Li's mind. He could only venture out and take his chances, even if he didn't obtain a purple crystal core. He wouldn't be at a loss. With people secured at the base, he felt fewer restrictions this time, finally able to stretch his limbs. Su Li sighed as he stretched his waist. Having consumed so many enhancement potions, his physical prowess grew stronger by the day. When he ventured out with Jiang Muxue and the others, he found himself burdened with numerous concerns. leaving him feeling quite stifled. Today, however, he finally felt a bit more at ease. Lifting his foot, Suli took off at a brisk pace, his figure light and graceful, quick enough to leave him somewhat astonished. After all, it was the first time he had truly allowed his body to move freely. As he dashed through the campus, Suli soon halted, finding himself on an open field. The verdant grass had been stained crimson, with numerous skeletal remains scattered about, exuding a foul stench under the blazing sun. Were those zombies? Suli noticed several zombies wandering about the field. He felt perplexed. How could there be zombies in such a sunlit place? There must be a reason for this anomaly. As he approached the zombies, he aimed to discern what set them apart from others. A low, guttural growl erupted from one of the zombies upon spotting him, rousing its predatory instincts as it lumbered towards Suli with outstretched claws. However, its movements were surprisingly sluggish, resembling a feeble, elderly person. Upon closer inspection, Suli noticed peculiar, keratin-like growths sprouting from the zombies' bodies. Intrigued, he swung his blade, cleaving one zombie in half. Although it was still an effortless feat, he could distinctly feel an increase in resistance this time. It appeared that these zombies possessed greater defensive capabilities than their counterparts, remaining unperturbed by sunlight, yet lacking agility. Had they undergone some form of evolution? Suli swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies with a series of decisive strikes. At that moment, a blue, translucent stone tumbled from one of the corpses, rolling to rest at his feet. After a brief moment of contemplation, Suli recognized that it bore a striking resemblance to the system's crystal cores. However, while the system's cores were golden and transparent, this one was merely a pale blue. Acquisition. Crystal core, blue. As he picked it up, the system panel displayed a notification. Although it was not purple, he recalled that collecting 10 blue ones could allow him to craft a guardian, which would serve as a protector at his base. Suli tucked the crystal core into his pocket and, gripping his blade, proceeded toward the nearest teaching building. As he drew closer, he noticed that a scattering of a dozen zombies was wandering about, showing little fear of the sunlight. Moreover, their bodies appeared less rigid, far more agile than those he had encountered on the field. Were these the ones that had evolved more rapidly? Lost in thought, the dozen zombies soon spotted him and stumbled toward him clumsily. Unlike before, however, 2 of the zombies stood their ground, emitting piercing howls. Suddenly, shadows began to emerge from the windows and doorways within the teaching building. As a horde of ordinary zombies seemed to be summoned, rushing toward him without having even noticed his presence. Could they be rallying for a group assault? A flash of surprise crossed Suli's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a hint of disdain. He steadied his heavy blade, and a flurry of various combat strategies surged through his mind. This was the effect of the martial arts master perk he had previously acquired, granting him automatic proficiency in various cold weapon combat styles. With a powerful thrust of his waist, Suli swung his blade, the sound of slicing air accompanying the razor-sharp edge as it pierced through the zombies. Dispatching them one by one in quick succession, Suli raised his left hand, releasing a gust of wind pressure that created a fierce air current, drowning out the zombies' howls. He lifted his hand once more, seamlessly channeling a burst of purple fire before the wind pressure dissipated. The flames swirled with the cyclone, enveloping the entire wind field and causing horrific burns upon contact with the zombie's skin. Boom! 2 seconds later, the wind field erupted, and with the enhancement of the purple fire, the impact resembled that of a bomb detonation. Countless zombies perished in the inferno, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Yet it did nothing to quell the remaining zombies' insatiable hunger. Suli intended to impose more wind pressure when he suddenly realized that it had a cooldown period. He could not use it again within 20 seconds. The recently vanquished zombies were swiftly replaced by another wave, surging toward him like a tidal wave. Lacking the widespread wind pressure, Suli found himself with limited options, and after dispatching a few more zombies with swift strikes, he soon realized that remaining where he was would lead to encirclement by the horde. This was troublesome. The situation he despised most had arisen. However, it was not insurmountable. He merely needed to retreat a few steps and wait for the wind pressure to cool down, allowing him to effortlessly eliminate all the zombies. Barrier. With a swift motion, Suli activated the special skill of the golden crystal core, conjuring an air wall that obstructed the zombies' advance. Seizing this moment, he allowed the purple fire to coil around his blade. Once he had gathered enough energy, The defensive barrier vanished just as he unleashed the purple fire, slicing through the oncoming horde and incinerating a multitude of zombies. This tactic proved quite effective. However, the purple fire required charging. If unleashed without sufficient buildup, it would merely enhance his blade with a flame effect, yielding minimal lethality. He found himself lacking in offensive options. Suli mused inwardly. The previous encounters with zombies had never been particularly numerous. On the most crowded occasion, there had been perhaps 100, yet now, merely from what he could see, there were hundreds. And combined with those within the building, there were easily over 1,000. The sheer volume of foes made handling them time-consuming and laborious. 20 seconds elapsed, and the wind pressure was released once more. Accompanied by the purple fire as it carved out a bloody path through the throng, Suli maneuvered in and out of the zombie tide, constantly shifting positions, slicing with his blade, and cycling through his skills. Gradually, his technique became increasingly refined, and just as the number of zombies dwindled by over 300, an unexpected shift occurred. The previously mindless horde suddenly came to a halt. Suli paused, perplexed as he regarded them. At that moment, the zombies shifted again, but rather than charging at him, they appeared to be retreating in a frenzy, as if an intruder had entered their domain. What could this mean? After contemplating for a couple of seconds and failing to decipher the situation, Suli decided to follow them and investigate. Chapter 22. Following the zombies, Suli trailed the zombies, gradually entering the teaching building. The scene was indeed peculiar. Zombies were not attacking humans. Yet a human was following zombies. Soon, Suli arrived on the first floor. While the horde continued to surge upward, he halted at the staircase, unable to venture further inside. Drip, drip, drip. Standing in the hall, Suli suddenly heard a faint, rhythmic sound. In the next moment, an explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the structure as walls and ceilings cracked and debris filled the air. The zombies were blown to pieces, and Suli felt the repercussions of the blast. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and he instinctively activated his defensive barrier, shielding himself from the shockwave and falling debris. Cough, cough, cough. Suli struggled to maintain his composure, completely unprepared for such an unforeseen event. The building had exploded. But why? This was neither a military base nor a chemical plant. How could it have detonated? Suli was utterly baffled, while the teaching building began to crumble, cracking under the strain and threatening to collapse completely. With no other choice, Suli turned and exited the building, stepping outside just as another explosion reverberated behind him. Boom! With two successive explosions, the high-rise could no longer withstand the onslaught, crumbling layer by layer. Although it did not completely collapse to the ground, half of the structure was reduced to a level comparable to the earth below. The horde of zombies was buried beneath the rubble. As Suli quietly observed, he soon noticed several shadows emerging from the dust-laden debris. Human silhouettes, though certainly not zombies. Were there still people in this place? Furrowing his brow, Suli squinted to discern the figures as the dust settled. They wore peculiar garments, clad in white, with backpacks and masks obscuring their faces, revealing a mix of male and female physiques. They held something in their hands, a lump of flesh resembling a bluish stone. Its texture and color strange, with smooth, octopus-like skin. It took 3 of them to lift it at that moment. They were engaged in conversation, and Suli leaned in closer to listen. This progress is astonishing. In less than half a month, we've achieved this. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad. There's nothing good or bad about it. As long as we're alive, that's enough. We don't ask for anything more. Wait, there's someone there. Who is it? As their conversation concluded, Suli was spotted, and the gazes of the group immediately fixed upon him. Should I say I was just passing through? Suli felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He truly hadn't intended to be in this position. Who would have anticipated that while hunting zombies, he would stumble upon a hidden plot? The secret operations of a mysterious organization, in an instant. Myriad potential storylines flashed through his mind. What if the mysterious virus was man-made, intended for research on evolution, driven by a mad scientist's insatiable curiosity, ultimately leading to an apocalyptic outbreak? And these individuals could very well be the architects behind the zombie apocalypse. Cough, cough. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Suli halted his fanciful speculations, realizing his thoughts were far-fetched. After all, he had never encountered a mysterious organization that would send nearly 10 individuals, who appeared rather anxious in the presence of a single person. At that moment, the figures in white regarded Suli, their bodies stiffening with apparent fear. Bang! One of them hurled a smoke bomb, and amidst the cover of smoke, the group sprang into action, though none directed any hostility towards Suli. He could not discern their actions, but mere seconds later, a jeep sped out from behind the building, accompanied by 3 motorcycles, all racing toward the outskirts of the campus in the blink of an eye. They vanished from sight. Did they just flee? Without uttering a word, he turned and ran away. It seems he was merely here for comic relief. Clearly, the zombie outbreak had nothing to do with them. If there truly existed an organization capable of producing such a virus, they would not be so feeble. Yet, Suli had no intention of parting ways just yet. After all, this was the only group of individuals he had encountered outside of the students here. Moreover, they had just blown up a building. It was evident they were no ordinary group. He felt compelled to capture one of them for a brief interrogation to ascertain their identity. Is the sample all right? No worries, just focus on driving. Inside the vehicle, several individuals clad in white exchanged words. Suddenly, the man seated in the passenger seat had a drastic change in expression. Did I see it wrong? That person is chasing us? Chasing us? What are you talking about? The driver turned to glance at the rearview mirror, his expression beneath the mask freezing in shock. Behind them, a figure wielding a knife was approaching with an almost supernatural speed. There's a ghost behind us, the man on the motorcycle shouted towards the jeep. Undoubtedly, the most horrifying sight was for the 3 motorcyclists as they watched Suli draw nearer, without any protective measures. They felt an impending sense of doom. That moment, due to the tension, one of the motorcyclists lost control and crashed into a fire hydrant, flipping the entire vehicle. The rider and the 2 passengers were thrown off the motorcycle. Suli's figure was rapidly closing in. Just as he was about to pursue, the less injured individual hurriedly stood up, righted the motorcycle, and climbed back on. Help me! At that moment, another severely injured individual reached out for assistance. The person on the motorcycle trembled. After hesitating for a mere 0.3 seconds, he decisively revved the motorcycle and sped away from her. Meanwhile, the abandoned individual in white gazed at the distant convoy with despair. Unable to withstand the pain from the fall, her consciousness began to fade, and she eventually succumbed to darkness. Suli paused, halting his steps. The woman in white had been struck in the abdomen by something. Blood gushing forth, her life now hung in the balance. Half of her mask was shattered, revealing a delicate and endearing visage. Excellent, it's a woman. The gentleman Suli felt a sense of relief. The hand that was initially meant to drag her away transformed into an embrace as he lifted her gently. He tore away the remaining mask, unveiling a strikingly beautiful face that exuded a cool demeanor. Captivating enough to stir a sense of conquest. She had the allure of a mature woman. At that moment, the woman appeared pale, which only enhanced the unique charm of her features. Surviving such a fall was a stroke of luck. Even her current injuries would make it difficult to save her. However, for Suli, it was not a challenge. He possessed a healing technique acquired from his encounters with Jiang Muxue, a reward from his past experiences. This skill could heal nearly all ailments, except for the common cold, which the system explained was due to the immune system's natural functions. It wasn't classified as an illness, hence it could not be treated. That makes sense. Extending his hands, Suli summoned a green glow from his palms and activated the healing technique he had never before employed. Chapter 23 Suli Gige. Suli returned to the collapsed skyscraper, searching for the crystal cores that had fallen earlier. The explosion had obliterated many zombies, and there should be a fair number of crystal cores. However, their locations were random. To find them, Suli would need to shred the zombie corpses one by one. Checking for cores, an endeavor as tedious as writing a thesis. After toiling for most of the day, Suli managed to sift through only 100 zombie bodies, collecting 22 blue crystal cores and 2 purple ones. Gazing at the crystalline stones in his hands, Suli accessed the system, selected the blueprint for the Watcher, and submitted the 20 blue crystal cores to create 2 Watchers. Moments later, the system interface changed. Before Suli, a flash of white light heralded the emergence of 2 humanoid figures resembling tanks, yet distinct in their own right. The Watchers were entirely white, their surfaces smooth, exuding a comforting aura of steel. 2 gun barrels were mounted on either side of their bodies. Following the system's instructions, Suli activated the 2 Watchers, and they immediately lit up, turning their treads to approach him, their black screens mimicking the action of looking at Su Li. Good. You'll help me move things shortly. Yuli nodded in satisfaction, retrieving another blueprint, the generator blueprint. Required materials. 1 purple crystal cord. Yuli clicked to create it. A similar flash of white light revealed a generator brimming with technological flair. Resembling a finely tuned instrument, if not for the context, Su Li might have mistaken it for high-tech equipment. Zzzzz. The two watchers were remarkably intelligent. Approaching the generator, point one unfurled a set of forklift prongs, lifting the generator onto its back. The other made its way to the woman, intending to lift her, but Su Li called out to halt it. I'll carry her for now. You can hold her later. Zzzzz. The screen on the watcher displayed a puzzled expression before it ceased its actions. That should suffice. Let us head home. Su Li cradled the woman, departing with the generator and the two watchers. Initially, he had intended to leave the watchers behind to sift through the remaining zombies in the ruins for additional crystal cores. But since they lacked excavation capabilities, he had to abandon that plan. He would deal with the shortage of crystal cores later. In the cafeteria. Sigh. Tan Xiaoya, as usual, had engaged in some exercise and was resting on the first floor. Yet, for reasons unknown, her mood was quite poor. She could not shake thoughts of a certain individual, Su Li. The prolonged absence only led her, a naturally anxious person, to ponder unwelcome scenarios. What if he encountered danger? She sat alone on the first floor, quietly waiting. She couldn't comprehend how Su Li's girlfriend, along with his cousin and those two Lolas, could trust him so implicitly. Even with great strength, he was still just a remarkable individual. The peril of this apocalypse was ever present. As the first man to compliment me, please do not encounter any misfortune. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your cousin and the others. Tan Xiaoya mused inwardly. Time passed, and Tan Xiaoya found herself growing drowsy. Suddenly, she noticed 3 silhouettes outside the window. Instantly alert, she recalled that Su Li had ventured out alone, and this situation seemed unlikely to involve him. However, upon closer inspection, she was left momentarily stunned. It truly was Su Li, albeit accompanied by 2 peculiar tanks. Su Li. Tan Xiaoya sprang to her feet and rushed to open the door, welcoming Su Li back. Unbeknownst to her, her previously gloomy mood had significantly lifted. You've finally returned. Are you unhurt? Tan Xiaoya scrutinized Su Li, not spotting any visible wounds, then her gaze fell upon the watchers beside him. What are those? I found them while searching for the generator. The manual states they are new products from the Academy of Sciences, intended for trial use at the school, which I brought back with me. Su Li recited the pre-prepared explanation. Tan Xiaoya blinked, observing Su Li's earnest demeanor, and harbored no suspicion. Yet, she found it quite odd. What purpose do these 2 machines serve at the school? Did you find the generator? I did. Su Li gestured for the 2 watchers to enter and unload their cargo. One set down the generator, while the other placed the white-clad woman. Who is this? Someone I picked up along the way. How do you always manage to find something? Tan Xiaoya stepped forward to examine the woman's condition, discovering no significant injuries. She then turned her attention to the generator. Prodding one of its buttons, she inadvertently activated a solar panel that ejected and connected to a long cord, allowing it to be positioned further away for solar power generation. Is it really capable of generating power in such a compact form? I doubt it could even light a bulb. Not certain. You can try it out. The system didn't provide detailed explanations, so Su Li was unsure of the generator's efficiency. However, he reasoned that a device requiring 1 purple crystal core couldn't be utterly ineffective. All right, I'll have those old gentlemen take a look at it. They were electricians back in the day. Tan Xiaoya paused, then inquired, what functions do these 2 machines possess? Have you tested them? I have. They appear to be intelligent machines designed to protect residential buildings, equipped with electromagnetic guns, suitable for guarding the shelter. Yuli assigned identities to the watchers and briefly explained their functions. Tan Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Can you have it fire a shot? I'd like to see its power. Very well, Su Li, not one to dawdle, commanded one of the watchers to aim outside and fire a shot. Bang! A tree outside was struck, its trunk splintering and charred. Wow, that would surely leave someone black and blue. Tan Xiaoya exclaimed in shock. Moments later, Su Li entrusted the generator to them for further investigation, while he carried the unconscious woman upstairs to place her in a separate room. Only then did he embrace Jiang Muxue and the others for a brief moment, savoring the warmth. Whereas Tang Mo, probably sleeping. What is the matter? Are you displeased with her? bringing back another woman and looking for Tang Emo. Jiang Muxue grasped Su Li's hand, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, as if fearing she might lose his affection. There's no choice. After all, I had already checked in with Jiang Muxue, and I initially intended for her to rest. However, under Jiang Muxue's fervent enthusiasm, Su Li had no choice but to respond to her affection, albeit with a slight reprimand. After some time, Jiang Muxue's face flushed, and she no longer dared to provoke Su Li. He glanced at the interface. Tang Emo had yet to clock in, contemplating seizing the reward, when Su Li arrived at Tang Mo's cubicle. At that moment, Tang Wan was deep in slumber. Suddenly, she was startled awake by a hand that had landed on her head. Su Li Gij. Tang Wan, still groggy, opened her eyes and was met with the gentle gaze of Su Li. Her throat felt a bit hoarse, so she refrained from speaking, merely gazing at him with curiosity. Uncertain of his intentions, in the next moment, having not recognized the girl before him as Tang Wan, he mistakenly assumed she was Tang Emo and cupped her delicate face, leaning in to kiss her cherry-red lips. Tang Wan's pupils dilated, her brain momentarily shutting down. Chapter 24. Transformed into a steam princess. Tang Wan shivered, her heart racing to her throat, her blood boiling throughout her body. A soft gasp escaped her lips. Reflecting on her 18 years of life, she realized she had never been so close to a man, let alone experienced such intimate contact. In her innocent state, she could only watch as Su Li prepared to devour her whole. Frozen in place, thoughts swirled in her mind. What was wrong with Su Li? What did he intend to do? Why had her first kiss vanished so suddenly? Tang Wan, gasping for air, gazed vacantly. Her hands pushed against Su Li's chest, hesitating on whether to resist, transforming her demeanor into a half-hearted surrender. Unbeknownst to her, this very display was most enticing. Tang Wan felt her strength waning. Her hands gradually loosened their grip on Su Li, and she found herself enveloped in his embrace. The familiar system notification chimed in Su Li's mind. Reward. Skill. Weak point detection, upon activation, automatically marks the target's weak points. Instinctively, Su Li glanced at the reward. But suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Tang Wan? He looked down at the frail girl before him, one arm shielding her eyes, the other clutching her stomach, her breath erratic and her face flushed. It dawned on him. He had mistaken his target. Glancing at the traces left by the bed, Su Li's mind cleared. He recalled hearing that some individuals might not be just one person. He assumed it was normal. However, the reality was far from Su Li Gij. The two sisters will be unhappy. At that moment, Tang Wan bit her lip, her eyes watery and her expression pitiful. The sight stirred a pang of guilt within Su Li. He wanted to apologize, to explain that he thought she was Tang Emo, yet such an explanation seemed even more absurd. It would not only be futile but would also imply, I sought your sister. But to my surprise, it was you. I mistakenly identified you. I'll find your sister later. Why didn't you say anything just now? He pondered. If she had spoken, Su Li could have discerned through her tone that she was not Tang Emo. Yet, Tang Wan remained silent. It was only when the system provided a prompt that Su Li realized he was holding Tang Wan. I'm sorry. Upon hearing Su Li's voice, Tang Wan's emotions surged, and she began to cry uncontrollably. Su Li wiped her tears, feeling the need to retreat momentarily. After all, from another perspective, comforting her at this moment felt akin to having just bullied someone and then approaching them to say, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Although Su Li had no malicious intent, the harm had already been done. He felt a headache coming on. Just as he intended to rise and distance himself, Tang Wan grasped the hem of his shirt, tearfully pleading, Don't go. Tang Wan felt immensely insecure. Seeing Su Li about to leave heightened her anxiety. He paused. Choosing to remain, he lifted Tang Wan once more. Speechless, unsure of what to say. Faced with thousands of zombies, Su Li was composed, yet in this moment, he felt utterly powerless. Fortunately, after weeping for a while, Tang Wan refrained from uttering phrases like I hate you. In truth, her tears had little to do with the earlier incident. They were primarily a result of Tang Mo's disobedience throughout the day, leaving her as an upset older sister. Coupled with the earlier events, Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi had also refused to speak to her. Tang Wan had been suppressing her emotions. With Su Li's arrival, she could no longer hold back her tears. As for her feelings towards Su Li, Tang Wan's resistance was not particularly strong. She simply felt uncertain about how to face him, leading to her heightened anxiety. Su sensed Tang Wan's petite frame trembling in his arms. Her warmth radiated towards him. She resembled a heated pillow, nestled softly against him. This intimate atmosphere lingered for a while. Maintaining silence, it was Tang Wan who broke the stillness first. Su Gij, why are you doing this? A perfect opening for a devastating question. Just as Su Li struggled to find a response, Tang Wan concocted an answer herself. Dio you da. Like me? Forgive Tang Wan for her inability to think of anything else in her understanding. One could only engage in such behavior with someone they liked. Like, Su Li followed Tang Wan's train of thought, but it wasn't entirely a lie. Who wouldn't be fond of a frail, sweet, and innocent girl like Tang Wan, who also spoke Japanese? Upon hearing this, Tang Wan's face flushed deeper. Really, Dodamim? Tang Wan fell silent, but her heart raced, her entire being ablaze with heat, nearly transforming her into a steam princess. Then, if you want to find me next time, you could just say it directly. Tang Wan stammered nervously, her words tumbling over one another. Wait, I didn't mean to say I don't care. I meant, Su Gij's words, not that. I just wanted to say, if you truly like me. What am I even saying? Tang Wan stumbled over her words, utterly lost on how to express herself. She wished she could faint in Su Li's embrace. After a prolonged silence, Su Li's emotional intelligence reawakened. Noticing Tang Wan's shy demeanor, she dared not open her eyes. He gently lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes as he asked, May I kiss you now? Gulp. Tang Wan swallowed hard, her heart racing once more. Mim, she mumbled incoherently, nodding slightly to indicate her consent. She closed her eyes. Obediently, Tang Wan shut her eyes. At that moment, Su Li placed his hands beside her ears, muffling the surrounding sounds. Tang Wan felt as though she were submerged in water. Her focus sharpened. The noise of the outside world faded, leaving only the sound of her heartbeat and Su Li's rhythmic breathing. With her eyes closed and her ears blocked, Tang Wan's senses heightened significantly. She could distinctly feel Su Li's proximity. Then, her lips were sealed, and the clarity of the experience was akin to a dream, bestowing upon Tang Wan a joy she had never encountered before. It must be said, Su Li truly understood her. After this slight initiation, Tang Wan actively reciprocated. Given the current trajectory, it seemed they would be lingering in this moment for a while. Just as they were becoming intimate, a figure appeared, shattering the ambience. Sister, at the entrance of the cubicle stood Tang Mo, clad in a nightgown, staring blankly at them. Hearing Tang Mo's voice, Tang Wan jolted, her eyes flying open to meet Tang Mo's sullen expression. Xiao Mo, let me explain. Tang Wan yearned to say this, but words failed her until Su Li released her, allowing her to speak with her sister. Yet, Tang Wan soon realized she had no justification for an explanation. Chapter 25. A Fall from Grace. It wasn't as you think. Tang Wan flustered, hastily arranging her somewhat disheveled clothing, leaving Tang Mo in shock. This was disastrous. Tang Wan felt tears brimming, any explanation seeming utterly futile. Especially after she had just scolded Tang Mo for half the day, forbidding her from engaging in such activities. And now, this afternoon, she had been caught in a compromising position with Su Li. What a stroke of bad luck. Her dignity as an elder sister had been utterly shattered before Tang Mo. After lingering for 3 seconds, Tang Mo's mind raced, attempting to decipher the situation before her. Ultimately concluding, she had been robbed. Realizing this, Tang Mo fell into contemplation once more. After considerable mental coordination, Tang Mo devised a plan. She slipped off her shoes, scampering over, and then inadvertently lost her footing. Executing a perfect fall in the ensuing chaos, she stumbled into Su Li's arms. Su Li instinctively reached out to catch her, forgetting that his right arm still held Tang Wan. Thus, as he pulled Tang Mo in, he inadvertently pressed the two girls together. They both gasped softly. The exquisitely beautiful scene transformed Su Li, usually lacking patience, into a figure of restraint. Tang Mo remained silent, merely tilting her head to plant a gentle peck on Su Li's lips. Xiao Mo, why do you keep? Tang Wan instinctively grasped Tang Mo, appearing quite irate. Yet before she could unleash her anger, she suddenly remembered she had no grounds for reprimanding Tang Mo. Consequently, the remaining words lodged in her throat. Tang Mo regarded Tang Wan, entirely unconcerned with her scolding. Instead, she reached out to tug at her, planting a kiss on Tang Wan's cheek. Though no words were exchanged, her expression seemed to convey, "It's all right. I've forgiven you. Let us all live well together from now on." What on earth is happening? Tang Wan's mind screamed, feeling this was utterly inappropriate. How could this be? Yet, reflecting on it, she felt no aversion. Her sister was not angry, and Suli showed no signs of rejection either. Perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. No, wait. How did she suddenly become so vulnerable? Yet, it seems that being vulnerable is not entirely a negative thing. Apart from the oddity she feels when facing Sister Muxue and Sister Sisi, at this very moment, Tang Wan is entangled in a whirlwind of emotions. Nevertheless, her actions are quite sincere. As she has been tightly embracing Suli for quite some time, showing no signs of letting go, and even subtly shifting closer. As for Tang Wan's current state, Suli possesses ample experience. Arguably a profound understanding, especially since Bai Sisi was someone he had personally guided. Contemplating this, Suli glanced at the unfinished three-character panel on Tang Mo's screen. He decided on a decisive course of action, opting to take Tang Wan for a second run, thereby shattering all the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. The discord between the sisters, Tang Wan and Tang Mo, was resolved under Su Li's mediation. The two clasped one hand together, gazing at each other with eyes filled with tenderness and unspoken affection. They then looked up at Su Li, their other hands naturally resting in his. Tang Wan, utterly exhausted, collapsed softly, akin to Jiang Muxue before her. She was so fatigued that she fell asleep the moment she closed her eyes, resting her little head against him. Su Li wished to take a brief respite, but he had yet to complete his tasks. After soothing Tang Mo to sleep, he stood up and departed for the kitchen. "Su Li, you've arrived. I have wonderful news. That generator has an enormous power output, and its charging speed is astonishingly quick. It can actually supply the cold storage." Tan Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, eager to share her delight. After conducting some research on the generator, everyone was amazed to discover that a mere small solar panel could generate enough electricity to operate large appliances. After several tests and a brief charging period, they not only activated the cold storage but also illuminated the lights on the second floor. How could Tan Xiaoyu not be thrilled? This device is truly fascinating. How does it achieve such results? Having been an electrician for several years, I've never encountered such an impressive conversion rate. It defies logic. Perhaps it's a new high-tech marvel. The three older gentlemen gathered in the kitchen observed the generator with a hint of existential doubt. They couldn't help but reflect on their years of experience as electricians, pondering whether their knowledge was still too limited. Suli couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It might not be high-tech. Rather, it was the system working quietly behind the scenes. A single solar panel powering the cold storage is evidently unrealistic. It can only be attributed to the exceptional effects of an item crafted from a purple crystal core. It might even be harnessing residual nuclear energy. As long as it works. Let us connect it to the water heater as well. Using cold water for washing up daily can lead to illness. Tomorrow, you all should accompany me to gather supplies before relocating our base, Yuli casually instructed. Indeed, but the water supply has also been cut off. So we should conserve it. I noticed your girlfriend and cousin have been using quite a bit for bathing. Tan Xiaoyu suggested somewhat hesitantly. It's perfectly normal for girls to be particular about cleanliness. But survival comes first. Can we perhaps ask them to compromise a bit? Tan Xiaoyu's observation held some truth. The water consumption had been significant over the past few days. Despite the coldness, it did not deter them from their desire to bathe. Tan Xiaoyu was somewhat in awe of them. After all, they were the school beauties, willing to endure discomfort to maintain their appearance. While she too had washed with cold water today, it had been 3 days since her last proper wash, and she was anxious about overusing water. During her wash, she had been particularly careful not to irritate her skin and risk falling ill. However, this concern was alleviated now that Su Li had brought in the generator, allowing her to heat water. After pondering Tan Xiaoyu's concerns, Su Li inquired, "How much water do we have saved up?" Let me think that I'm not sure," Tan Xiaoyu replied, contemplating before ultimately conceding. "You can go take a look. I stored some in buckets ahead of time. It should last us a while." She pointed toward another room. Su Li opened the door and glanced inside, discovering several red buckets quietly positioned in the storage room. Water resources would not be a short-term issue. He then reflected on other matters and realized that aside from the subpar living conditions and the inconvenience of performing tasks, this base was already quite satisfactory. The only task remaining was to return to the ruins and excavate more crystal cores to create additional sentinels, ensuring the base possessed adequate armed strength. However, that could wait until tomorrow, Yuli nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Tan Xiaoya's suggestion to conserve water, but he smiled and complimented her. You've considered this thoroughly. You're quite clever. Oh, it's nothing. Tan Xiaoya feigned nonchalance, but internally she felt a surge of joy from the compliment. All right, I have other matters to attend to. Please take care of these things and reach out if anything arises. He turned and left, recalling that he had picked up someone along the way. Chapter 26. Do you take me for a zombie? In the women's compartment, Suli had been there for quite some time. Yet the other party showed no signs of awakening. Reluctantly, he decided to manually rouse her. However, given his usual interactions with women were primarily with Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi in amusing contexts, he found himself at a loss as to where to touch. After a moment's thought, he decided to shift his approach and gently prodded the woman's cheek. Alas, how polite of me, when she still did not awaken. Suli sighed and began to remove the blood-stained cloth from her abdomen. She had lost a significant amount of blood during her injury, staining her midsection. To clean things up, he had no choice but to remove her outer clothing and shirt for washing. As her warm, fair skin was revealed, two subtle lines accentuated her figure. Gradually, the woman began to stir from her slumber. Sensing someone attending to her, she struggled to recall the last thing she remembered before losing consciousness. She and her teammates had encountered danger, and during their retreat, their motorcycle had met with an accident. She had been injured due to the negligence of a teammate, who, upon meeting her gaze, had promptly abandoned her to escape. As her recollections faded, her thoughts returned to the present. Am I dead? Where is this place? Heaven? I feel so cold. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find a glaring light above her, causing discomfort. Once her eyes adjusted, she took in the unfamiliar surroundings. I'm not dead. Amidst her bewilderment, Su Li's figure came into view. In the next moment, she tensed instinctively, sitting up abruptly and retreating slightly. Su Li found her reaction rather amusing. How disheartening, he thought. After all the effort to save you, your first response upon waking is to react like this. His gaze shifted downward to her previously injured area. Following his gaze, she too glanced at her abdomen, recalling the severe injury that had bled profusely. Yet now, her abdomen appeared perfectly intact, even more supple than before. You saved me, she asked, touching her body with a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Indeed, Su Li replied casually, saying nothing more, his demeanor exuding the aura of a good Samaritan, which eased some of her wariness. Thank you. But her voice was mature and composed, with an undertone of coolness, exuding a penetrating quality that lacked the youthful vibrancy of a girl, but was nonetheless soothing to the listener. However, Su Li had no intention of admiring her. He raised a hand to interrupt her, stating, You must be wondering how such a severe injury healed so swiftly, where you are, and who you are. Correct? The woman looked at Su Li, momentarily taken aback that a flicker of insecurity crossed her otherwise composed face, akin to a child caught in a secret. Although anyone could guess these questions, she felt a chill run down her spine, not just in her heart, but across her body. Wait, where are my clothes? So focused on her injury, she had neglected to notice her other predicament. Suddenly aware that her shirt was missing, she frantically searched for something to cover herself, only to find nothing at all, ultimately embracing herself to avoid exposure. A flush crept onto her pale face, rendering her even more alluring than when she had simply sat there in silence. Ah, I forgot to mention, your injuries were quite severe, and you were covered in blood. I don't have any spare clothes, so this is the best I could do, Su Li explained with utmost seriousness. The woman did not take offense. She understood the situation completely, yet her sense of modesty had not diminished. No, calm down. You are no longer a little girl. You should exhibit some composure, it's merely a lack of outerwear. Those women who film videos online often wear far less and still manage to teach proper dance moves. I shouldn't feel shy, she reassured herself, least in front of a stranger. She should not appear so fragile. Having come to this realization, she took a deep breath, allowing her emotions to settle, and gradually loosened her grip, adopting a neutral expression. However, she made an effort to suppress any cold demeanor towards the person who had saved her life. At that moment, Su Li removed his coat and offered it to her. If you don't mind, you can wear this for a while. You can call me Su Li, the owner of this refuge. And the one who brought you back, Su Li had only one coat and a short-sleeved shirt. He had worn the latter on several outings, resulting in it being stained with blood, which he had already sent for washing but had yet to dry. Thus, he was currently clad in a thin coat. As he took off the outer garment, he inadvertently revealed his well-defined upper body, showcasing impressive muscle tone and strength. The woman's cheeks flushed again as she accepted the coat. Thank you. My name is Lu Qing. No need for formalities. Since I've answered your questions, would you now be willing to address mine? Su Li inquired, moving a few steps closer and taking a seat across from her. Indeed, prior to that, would you care to join me? Should anything arise, or if you find yourself dissatisfied, you may depart at any moment. Well, after a moment of contemplation, Lu Qing did not refuse, though she truly wished to inquire how your injuries had been treated. However, Su Li deliberately refrained from mentioning it, and she, too, was cautious and did not rush to ask. Lu Qing, age, 25, rating, S, reward. Blueprint for a communicator, using one blue crystal core, it can be crafted into a communicator that ignores signal obstructions, allowing for communication at any time. Lu Qing's expression fell, her mind replaying the scene of being abandoned. After hesitating for a few seconds, she spoke. I am affiliated with the Academy of Sciences. Before the zombie outbreak, I was part of a research team assisting a professor with scientific endeavors. Following the outbreak, the survivors at the research base organized personnel to resolve the crisis, and we sought to contact the outside world. But no one responded. With no other options, we had to rely on ourselves. Professor Chen, a specialist in biology, began researching zombies. Due to limited equipment, after several days, the professor could only draw a few conclusions. The zombies were evolving at a rapid pace, exhibiting social characteristics. Within a horde, the direction of evolution varied among the zombies. Some evolved to enhance their physical strength, while others developed sounds to summon other zombies. Moreover, each horde contained a particular zombie that shed its limbs during evolution, transforming into various grotesque forms. These did not engage in attacks, defenses, or summoning of other zombies. To discern its purpose and thereby devise a solution for the zombie threat. The professor requested us to collect samples for further study. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. We manufactured explosives at the base, and after several days of observation, we identified a unique zombie within a campus teaching building. However, just as we successfully obtained the sample and prepared to retreat, an unfamiliar zombie appeared before us. This zombie bore a striking resemblance to a human and wielded a knife. We speculated it was an extremely evolved and dangerously high-level zombie, prompting our unarmed selves to flee. Unfortunately, I tripped and fell, losing consciousness. Upon finishing her account, Lu Qing was engulfed in sorrow, seemingly reminiscing about the moment she was abandoned. Su Li, puzzled, asked, Wait, a zombie wielding a knife? Do you think I am a zombie? Chapter 27 Him, does he expect me to call him brother? You mean, that zombie is you? Lu Qing was taken aback. Indeed, Su Li nodded. He initially thought Lu Qing had recognized him, only to realize that she was just now discovering that the knife-wielding figure was, in fact, Su Li. However, Lu Qing's misunderstanding also alleviated Su Li's confusion. In a wonder she ran upon seeing him. She must have regarded him as a special infected entity. Fearing he would prey upon her, I admit I was covered in blood at the time, which may have been somewhat frightening, but I should have spoken. Did you not hear me? I believe I heard something. But your voice was too faint. I thought it was merely the growl of a zombie. Lu Qing awkwardly tapped her fingers together. It was no wonder she mistook him for a zombie. At that moment, Su Li was navigating through the horde, drenched not only in blood but also in various chunks of flesh and entrails. There was scarcely a trace of humanity left. She silently criticized him in her mind. But suddenly, Lu Qing noticed a critical point. Wait a moment, if that was you, then the one pursuing us was also you. Instantly, Lu Qing's anxiety surged. Gazing at Su Li's gentle visage, she felt a chill run down her spine. A human moving faster than a vehicle. This clearly surpassed human capabilities, yet Su Li had indeed accomplished it. This implied that Su Li was not human. The series of expressions and shifts in demeanor that Lu Qing exhibited did not escape Su Li's notice. It was not difficult to deduce her thoughts. Yet, knowing what Lu Qing was contemplating only heightened Su Li's playful spirit. Observing the anxious Lu Qing, he refrained from offering explanations and instead revealed a cryptic smile. It seems you figured it out. Su Li rose to his feet. Taking one step, then another, gradually closing the distance to Lu Qing. That moment, Lu Qing felt her heart racing, her body stiffening and rendered immobile. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as Su Li leaned closer, whispering in a low voice. Actually, I was the one who caused the zombie outbreak. Can you guess who I am? You are. Lu Qing's mind raced with terrifying implications. Her once composed face turned pale, replacing her earlier frostiness with a look of alarm. However, in the next moment, Su Li unveiled his true intentions. I was just teasing you. Seeing the bewilderment on Lu Qing's face, which gradually morphed into a blush of realization at being played, Su Li couldn't help but laugh. Lu Qing's emotions fluctuated wildly. She felt as though this man, who had indirectly harmed yet saved her, though elegant in appearance, possessed an unexpectedly wicked sense of humor. All right, those matters are of little consequence. You will come to understand them in due time. I still have some other details to inquire about. What do you mean by unimportant matters? Such unfathomable events can be described as unimportant, Lu Qing thought to herself, feeling exasperated. After a moment, Su Li finished asking a series of questions, gaining insights into various trivial matters through Lu Qing. At that point, Su Li suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. For the last question, tell me, did you lie just now? Looking into his penetrating eyes, Lu Qing replied without hesitation. No. Upon uttering those words, Su Li nodded in satisfaction. Quietly observing the system panel, Lu Qing was under hypnosis. Su Li had instilled in her the inability to lie to herself, but did not impose this on other inquiries. Thus, Lu Qing had been consistently truthful. Su Li had a fondness for honest individuals, even if this particular individual seemed older than himself. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Su Li's intentions. From this day forth, you shall reside here and of course, if you wish to leave, you are free to do so. I will not obstruct you, Su Li instructed. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's demeanor shifted slightly. Logically, she felt no sense of belonging to the base, especially after having been abandoned once. A sensible person would not return. Yet, I would like to go back. Lu Qing's words were startling. Su Li paused, gazing at her with intrigue. Lu Qing then elaborated. You see, my parents and younger sister are still at the base. They are also part of the team, and I wish to. She intended to say more, but Su Li interrupted her, not out of anger or disappointment, but maintaining his usual demeanor. I understand. Please rest well. When I have the opportunity, I will escort you back. Su Li waved his hand. Would you like to greet anyone else? I have matters to attend to over the next couple of days, and I may need you to stay here for a short while. Lu Qing stared blankly at Su Li. She nodded slightly, following him. She had anticipated various outcomes, thinking Su Li might become angry or disappointed, or perhaps try to persuade her to stay. She never expected such a response. However, the more indifferent Su Li appeared, the more guilt Lu Qing felt. It was evident that the people from the base had abandoned her, that Su Li had rescued her, and that he had shown kindness and hospitality, yet she chose not to remain. She felt burdensome for requesting him to take the risk of escorting her back. In that moment, Lu Qing's guilt towards Su Li even led her to consider extreme thoughts of staying behind to repay his life-saving grace, disregarding her family. Yet, as she walked behind Su Li, Lu Qing hesitated several times but ultimately did not alter her stance. Instead, she silently apologized in her heart, contemplating what she could do for Su Li to repay his kindness. Su Li, come see what I have discovered. You won't believe it. The two robots you brought back have all sorts of fun features. Only Tan Xiaoya could run over so joyfully and foolishly. Lu Qing noticed a vibrant, sunny girl approaching them and instinctively glanced at Su Li. Tan Xiaoya also noticed her. Huh, is this? Tan Xiaoya blinked, recollecting. It's the person you brought back who has awakened. Yes, I just had a chat with her. Her name is Lu Qing, a survivor from outside. And it seems she is a scientist engaged in research. You should introduce her to the others. Seeing Tan Xiaoya so excited, Su Li entrusted this task to her. Absolutely, but first, you should check out those two robots. They are incredibly interesting. What's the matter? Su Li was unaware of the specific functions of the Watchers and did not understand what Tan Xiaoya was referring to. You'll find out once you take a look. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Tan Xiaoya. Tan Xiaoya scrutinized Lu Qing carefully, uncertain of how to address her. Thus, she hesitantly said, I am 20 years old. May I call you sister? Sure, I am 25. Lu Qing lowered her head, suddenly feeling a bit self-conscious about her age. She hadn't expected the people here to be so young. Speaking of which, if Tan Xiaoya is 20, then Su Li must also be around that age. So Su Li would have to call her sister, and she would address him as brother. Initially, Lu Qing felt intimidated by Su Li, as throughout their previous conversation, she had perceived herself as the subordinate while Su Li was the unequivocal leader. Yet now, she was to refer to Su Li as brother, which felt strange. Chapter 28 Tan Xiaoya sensed something was amiss. On the first floor, Su Li descended alongside the two. Upon casting a glance, he saw the dimly lit floor suddenly illuminated by vibrant neon lights. The first floor is adorned in a riot of colors, reminiscent of a grand KTV establishment. Three young women stand between two illuminated guardians, gracefully performing a dance. Their movements are quite commendable, though their casual attire seems ill-suited for Su Li's discerning eye. Should I perhaps procure some clothing upon my return? Bai Sisi, along with the other girls, watches from the sidelines as spectators. The trio of Su Li gazes from a distance, each feeling an inexplicable sense of ease and joy that seems out of place in this apocalyptic world. The one most profoundly affected by this moment is Lu Qing. Throughout her previous struggles for survival, she had been enveloped in a constant state of tension, rarely experiencing relaxation. Each day demanded her assistance with experiments, followed by foraging for supplies and collecting samples from zombies, teetering on the brink of life and death. Thus, witnessing the current scene fills Lu Qing with a long-lost sense of security, as if the apocalypse had never arrived and the zombie outbreak had not occurred, restoring everything to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, she is acutely aware that this is merely a fleeting sentiment, a temporary respite before confronting the harsh realities that lie ahead. Such comfort is not meant for her. They can even play music, and they are remarkably intelligent, equipped with conversational capabilities akin to chatting with a real person. Tan Xiaoya remarks, stealing a furtive poke at Su Li's waist. It's hard to believe you could bring back such items from outside. It's quite impressive. Tan Xiaoya refers not only to the Guardians, but also to the inexplicable generator, which not only addresses survival issues, but also alleviates certain safety concerns. As the former spokesperson of their stronghold, Tan Xiaoya feels a surge of satisfaction. It's a small matter. You should accompany me tomorrow. I wish to select a few items. Sure, what do you have in mind? Closed. As if triggered by a keyword. Tan Xiaoya's eyes light up instantaneously, though she quickly composes her expression, striving to conceal her excitement. However, her clumsy attempt at pretense is utterly ineffective in front of Su Li. Seems you have a penchant for purchasing new garments? No, I don't particularly enjoy it. It's just that having only one outfit is rather shabby. It would be nice to acquire a few more, wouldn't it? Tan Xiaoya defends herself, her voice tinged with a hint of guilt. Yet, she adds suddenly, it's not because I like wearing cute clothes. How did she let that slip? Tan Xiaoya presses her forehead, questioning whether she has come down with a fever, as she instinctively finds herself wanting to speak the truth in Su Li's presence. Unwilling to deceive him, even about such trivialities, Su Li's gaze traverses Tan Xiaoya's well-proportioned figure, scanning her from head to toe, causing her cheeks to flush. Is something the matter? Do you think I look unappealing in ordinary female attire? Sighing, Tan Xiaoya braces herself for Su Li's teasing, only to be met with a gentle smile from him. This leaves her flustered. What is he smiling about? Is he mocking her or simply unable to contain himself from laughter due to the awkwardness? She cannot fathom his thoughts, as Su Li remains silent, which only heightens her curiosity and helplessness. Su Li, a soft voice calls from a distance. Bai Sisi approaches, casting a glance at Lu Qing, her eyes briefly showing confusion. Though she does not inquire further. Ignoring Lu Qing, she wraps her arms around Su Li's, leaning against him like a delicate bird. At that moment, the jubilant girls notice Su Li's presence, pausing their amusement to flock to him. Their gaze is filled with either admiration or delight. Su Li, have you rested well? Would you like a shoulder massage? I can do it too. You both can't. Su Li, come with me. I'm a dance major. I can give you private lessons. Hey, Li Hanmo, you're quite the schemer. What schemer? It's clearly you who's being lewd. After so long, practicing yoga to relax and prevent injuries is hardly an issue. 50. Amidst their playful banter, the girls express their enthusiasm for Su Li, a stark contrast to how they once approached him with skepticism. Initially, their trust in him was tenuous, but after sharing experiences and witnessing his kindness and leadership, their perceptions have subtly shifted. Some girls, even aware that Jiang Muxue is Su Li's girlfriend, still dare to utter slightly inappropriate remarks, as if testing the waters. Of course, Su Li remains unfazed, and no one else dares to react. Except for the blissfully naive Tan Xiaoya. Hey, what are you all doing? I didn't mean for you to treat Suli like this. Jiang Muxue is still upstairs. Tan Xiaoya protests, standing beside Suli. Ahem, Sister Xiaoya, you wouldn't understand. It's not your fault. One of Tan Xiaoya's close friends pats her shoulder, wearing a knowing smile. Come on, Jiang Muxue and Suli are hardly ever alone. Bai Sisi is always around. Tang Wan and Tang Mo are just as close to Suli. Only Tan Xiaoya remains oblivious, believing that only Jiang Muxue shares a special bond with Suli. Bai Sisi as a cousin? There's no way a cousin behaves this way. The girls observe Bai Sisi leaning against Suli, her cheeks slightly flushed, and they all understand the implications, each more aware than the last. Nevertheless, they respect Tan Xiaoya and, seeing her discomfort, refrain from overstepping. Their conversation becomes noticeably more wholesome. Standing in place, Tan Xiaoya feels as though her mind is racing. Although no one has said anything overtly, she senses an intangible chatter directed at her. Does she not understand? Is Jiang Muxue not Suli's girlfriend? Tan Xiaoya's mood darkens, and recalling her intent to introduce Lu Qing to everyone, she swiftly shifts the conversation to break the awkward tension. After introducing Lu Qing, the girls respond enthusiastically. Although Lu Qing is not very talkative, their warmth fosters a harmonious atmosphere. Before long, Lu Qing is drawn into their discussions. And seeing them interact amicably, Tan Xiaoya breathes a sigh of relief. Redirecting her attention to Suli.it then dawns on her just how close Bai Sisi is to Suli.as. Bai Sisi is indeed Suli's cousin. Their closeness seems normal, yet, given the current context, is it truly appropriate? Tan Xiaoya finally senses something amiss. Coupled with the earlier conversations, her mind begins to connect the dots. Could it be that Bai Sisi's relationship with Suli is akin to that of Jiang Muxue? No, Tan Xiaoya, how could you think such things about others? She admonishes herself, growing increasingly flustered, and decides to cease her unfounded speculations. As evening falls, Suli spends the day resting, doing nothing more than lying on his bed. Staring at the ceiling, contemplating various matters, a plethora of events transpired today, leaving him in a slight state of confusion. Having resolved the electricity issue, he is now faced with the challenges of food, water, clothing, and shelter. While their food supplies are ample, Suli's principle has never been merely to survive, but to live comfortably. Though, in comparison to his previously tormented existence, his current life is considerably improved. Never mind, I won't overthink it. I'll take it one step at a time. Tomorrow, I'll look for clothing and perhaps scout for a suitable location for a new stronghold, he mutters to himself, dismissing any further thoughts, and turns over in bed, attempting to fall asleep. Before closing his eyes, he glances at Jiang Muxue. Her beautiful sleeping visage stirs a longing within him, yet the memories of their past life ignite frustration. Watching her sleep so peacefully, he feels an urge to awaken her, to coax her back into wakefulness, and that idea is entirely off the table. With that thought, Suli reaches out toward the sleeping Jiang Muxue, aiming for her face. Just as his fingers are about to touch her, she stirs, not opening her eyes but instinctively shifting closer to his chest point. One small hand grasps the collar of his shirt, burying her face against him as if trying to meld into his very being. Suli pauses momentarily, then retracts his hand, abandoning the playful notion and instead enveloping the soft, warm figure of the girl in his arms. It feels wonderfully comforting. The next day, the sun rises as expected, and the wandering zombies begin to settle down. Suli observes the situation and, confirming that the majority of zombies have retreated, instructs Tan Xiaoya to organize their gear before accompanying him outside. He entrusts the security of the stronghold to the guardians. As for whether Lu Qing harbors ulterior motives, Suli has considered that possibility as well. Thus, before departing, he ensures everyone is under a certain level of hypnosis, effectively eliminating the chances of internal conflict or betrayal. Wait for me. I can't keep up with you carrying all these things. Outside, Tan Xiaoya, laden with a bulging backpack stuffed with sacks from the cafeteria, struggles to maintain pace. Suli slows his stride. The rationale for bringing Tan Xiaoya along is quite simple. She is capable. Among the group, her physical strength is unmatched, and given the potential dangers they may encounter, he deems it prudent to have just one person assist him. Thus, Tan Xiaoya became his chosen companion. Are you familiar with the clothing stores around here? Suli inquires, leading the way. Not really, Tan Xiaoya admits sheepishly. Though she is a girl, Her knowledge of the nearby establishments is limited to which restaurants serve the best food. When it comes to restaurants, one cannot help but mention her favorite, the fragrant chili barbecue restaurant. Alas, it is no longer accessible, Sully observed, Tan Xiaoya swallowing hard, her eyes brimming with longing. He was puzzled as to why she would salivate at the mention of clothing, yet there she was, lost in thoughts of food. Noticing her reaction, Sully too found himself reminiscing about culinary delights, clicking his tongue in realization of the emptiness that lingered in his mouth, such as the torment of the apocalypse. Resources for survival exist, yet they are monotonously uniform, quickly leading to a sense of fatigue. The absence of condiments in the cafeteria means one is left with plain meat, at best sautéed in rendered pork fat to evoke a hint of flavor. A meal or two might suffice, but 3 times a day. No one could endure that. As for the canned goods, instant noodles, and chips that Sully had brought, their repetitive consumption dulled the appetite. Presently, Sully yearned for takeout, reminiscing about the days when he could savor yellow braised chicken. Even a mediocre meal would be welcome. I recall there is a clothing store to the south. After picking up the clothes, let us visit the nearest supermarket. Oh, certainly. Although neither of them mentioned dining, they were united in thought regarding the same matter. As they walked, they exited the campus. The streets beyond were even more chaotic than the scenes within the campus, which had merely been stained red with blood and littered with bones. Here lay the remnants of urban infrastructure, rendered obsolete in the face of the apocalypse. Trash and sewage accumulated at the roadside, presenting a plethora of unsightly scenes. It was not long before Sully and his companion encountered a zombie. It did not shy away from the sunlight, nor was it as stiff as the previous ones. Lying on the ground, soaked in filth, it suddenly sprang up upon noticing Sully, lunging at him with claws outstretched. Faced with this particularly repugnant and foul-smelling creature, Sully disdainfully swung his blade. Cleaving through its torso, the zombie collapsed in response, its blood spilling forth, sizzling as it met the ground, bubbling and releasing steam. What is happening? Why is there sunlight, yet it remains here, having not ventured outside for several days? Tan Xiaoya's understanding of zombies was still rooted in the fear they once had of sunlight, believing they would not emerge during the day. I forgot to mention, these zombies evolve rapidly. Many have long since lost their aversion to sunlight. Sully poked at the zombie with his knife, curious to see if it possessed a crystal core. This was his first encounter with a zombie that had corrosive abilities and was unafraid of sunlight. After some searching, he located a blue crystal core nestled in its brain. Instantly, his interest waned. He had expected that a new type of zombie would at least yield a purple core, yet here he was, faced with a mere blue one. What is this? As Sully extracted the crystal core with his knife, wiping it clean with a piece of paper, Tan Xiaoya curiously leaned in closer. A crystal core, an item that could be affixed to a weapon to provide enhancements. Sully did not shy away from explaining this to her, wanting to prevent her from being astonished by his future performance. However, Tan Xiaoya's capacity to accept such information was evidently limited. Hearing Sully's explanation, which resembled a description of game items, she was rife with disbelief. Are you joking? Even children wouldn't believe such things. If it were true, I might as well offer myself to you as a slave. Tan Xiaoya's self-reproach went unnoticed as she rambled on, entirely oblivious to the zombie that hung precariously from the second-floor windowsill of a nearby building. At that moment, the zombie spotted its prey and, regardless of its physical condition, leaped downwards, pouncing towards Tan Xiaoya. By the time she realized the danger, it was too late for her to react. In her moment of panic, as she stood frozen, Sully raised his hand, releasing a sudden gust of wind at an acute angle, sending the airborne zombie tumbling away. Following that, he summoned a wisp of purple flame. Entwining it around the zombie. In an instant, the crisis was averted. Yet, as she watched the writhing, convulsing zombie on the ground, Tan Xiaoya remained in a daze. Chapter 30. Let me explain. The panic on Tan Xiaoya's face lingered even as the crisis resolved itself. The method of resolution was still perplexingly unscientific. With just a wave of Sully's hand, he conjured a wind and ignited a flame, akin to performing magic. What just happened? Tan Xiaoya asked. Bewildered, just a little trick. A trick? What kind of trick is so powerful as to send a zombie flying? So, everything you said is true. Witnessing something that defied her understanding, Tan Xiaoya began to entertain the notion that Sully's explanation regarding the crystal core might hold some truth. Why would I deceive you? Suli gently patted her shoulder, leaning in to whisper, "We can discuss the matter of slavery later." There's no rush. Tan Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat. The shock of the unknown was overshadowed by the embarrassment of the word slave. "Wait, I was joking," Tan Xiaoya insisted, seeking to absolve herself. She could hardly imagine a future where everyone called Suli brother or husband, while she would have to refer to him as master. "I was just joking too," Suli maintained a smile, though his reply was somewhat dismissive. This made Tan Xiaoya, who had taken the matter seriously, feel like a fool. It was akin to punching a pillow and inadvertently tumbling over. Rolling on the ground in frustration, observing that infuriating yet endearing expression on her face, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Consequently, she failed to notice the danger still looming above her. A flower pot, precariously tipped on the balcony, was sent crashing down by a gentle breeze, heading straight for Tan Xiaoya. Yuli reacted swiftly. Just before the pot could strike, he gently tugged Tan Xiaoya away. She stumbled forward, inadvertently falling into his embrace, finding herself in an incredibly close proximity to Suli, her body pressing against his chest. Thank you." The typically articulate Tan Xiaoya suddenly found her words tangled. She did not pull away from him, feeling that if she distanced herself right after being saved, it might leave Suli feeling uncomfortable. But why didn't Suli let go of her first? The ambiguous distance between them felt entirely inappropriate. May I get up now?" Tan Xiaoya blushed, looking up to gaze at Suli, who towered significantly above her. This angle, combined with her attire, allowed Suli a view of the scenery from above. "I thought your legs had gone weak and you couldn't get up. That if you're fine, I'll let go." Suli feigned innocence. "Oh, I'm all right." So, he was concerned for her. She had initially thought he enjoyed holding her. Yet, it made sense. After all, his girlfriend was the campus belle, a lady of privilege. Why would he be interested in someone like her, who lacked femininity? Not being looked down upon was already a considerable achievement. Straightening herself, Tan Xiaoya brushed her fingers through her hair, tidying her appearance. "Be careful. If I weren't here, you would have died twice already." "All right, thank goodness you're here. I wouldn't know how to repay you." Tan Xiaoya felt a wave of relief as she recognized how narrowly she had escaped death. "You ought to give it some thought. I prefer those who are grateful and reciprocate kindness," Suli teased, as if watching a play unfold. The speaker had intentions, and the listener took note. Without waiting for her response, he waved his hand and walked away. Tan Xiaoya, still pondering the matter, could not fathom how to express her gratitude for Suli's 2 life-saving interventions. In this apocalypse, her only slight advantage of having a little money was rendered useless. What, then, could she possibly offer Suli? Would she have to repay him by offering herself? No, that would jeopardize Suli's relationship with Jiang Muxue. Yet, one had to wonder, was the relationship between Jiang Muxue and Suli truly a normal one? In the cafeteria, the inhabitants of the refuge continued their monotonous existence. Since the power outage, their phones had lost signal. Even with battery life, they could only watch previously downloaded movies. Each day consisted of little more than eating, bathing, and washing clothes. Fortunately, there were many of them, allowing for conversations to pass the time, while engaging in games like chess or cards for entertainment. After Suli's departure, the group of girls gathered, chatting idly to fill the hours. "Sister Sisi, how do you maintain your figure? It's so enviable. Is there a secret to it that you can share?" Bai Sisi sat in the center, surrounded by several girls seeking her advice. To this, she could only shake her head, claiming it was all a matter of talent, something they could not replicate at that moment. Bai Sisi glanced over at Jiang Muxue. Previously, Jiang Muxue would have scoffed at her, wearing a look of disdain. However, unexpectedly, when their eyes met this time, there was no trace of the previous dissatisfaction. Instead, Jiang Muxue appeared momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, she seemed to realize she was making eye contact with Bai Sisi. Once she regained her composure, she lowered her head silently, not engaging in conversation, nor exchanging words. This was entirely uncharacteristic of her. It was known that after arriving here, Jiang Muxue quickly befriended the other girls and soon became well integrated into their group, often chatting animatedly. Yet today, she exhibited a stark contrast, behaving in a manner that deviated from her usual demeanor. Although Jiang Muxue had been deeply disappointed with Bai Sisi, she found it difficult to forgive herself. Yet she still regarded Jiang Muxue as an older sister. Bai Sisi could not help but feel concerned. Moments later, As the group dispersed to attend to their own affairs, Bai Sisi and Jiang Muxue returned to their shared cubicle. Just as they settled down, Jiang Muxue, who had been unusually reticent, suddenly called out to Bai Sisi, Sisi. The way she uttered those two syllables felt rather stiff, given how long it had been since she had called her that. Bai Sisi turned her gaze towards her upon hearing the sound, and then she heard Jiang Muxue, struggling to speak, ask, "Do you think someone with my personality is not very likable?" On the street. In a clothing store, Suli wielded a knife, effortlessly clearing the surrounding zombies, and then began to gather clothes from within the store. That moment, Tan Xiaoya was engaged in a zero-cost shopping spree. However, her mind was consumed by the phrase offering oneself, rendering her entirely uninterested in the zero-cost shopping. As she passed by, she plucked garments from the racks and stuffed them into a sack until Suli called her to a halt. "I know you might like wearing this, but others may not appreciate it as much. Why don't you come over here and pick out some clothes?" Suli gestured behind him. Tan Xiaoya, still bewildered by his meaning, looked down and noticed that in her hands was a sheer garment that was little more than a veil. Wearing it felt almost like wearing nothing at all. Suddenly, she realized she had chosen the wrong section. "No, it's not that I don't like it. Let me explain. I just wasn't paying attention." Chapter 31. Tan Xiaoya's anxiety. "It's all right, I understand," Suli said with an expression of comprehension, taking the sheer nightgown from Tan Xiaoya's hands and placing it in the bag. "All right, let's head over there." Tan Xiaoya, her cheeks flushed, was pulled to the other side, struggling to articulate her explanation. For the first time, she felt that Suli was being rather mischievous. "Listen, I was really thinking about something else just now and didn't pay attention to the clothes here." "Yes, I believe you the first time. No need to keep reiterating," Suli replied, his face conveying his understanding. With tears welling in her eyes, Tan Xiaoya abandoned her explanation and focused on the zero-cost shopping. After an exhilarating shopping spree, the two filled 2 sacks to the brim. Although they could have taken more, they refrained from doing so, considering their plan to ransack a nearby supermarket. This should be about enough. Tan Xiaoya wiped the sweat from her forehead, recalling the nearby supermarket. Then, with a hint of dejection, she remarked, "But there are no convenience stores nearby, just a supermarket, and we can only imagine the number of zombies inside. We might as well avoid it." In her mind, any number of zombies above single digits was considered formidable. A supermarket was a place where she would rather hide than approach. However, to her surprise, upon learning that only a supermarket lay nearby, Suli appeared eager. "Suli, you can't possibly still want to go, can you?" "Yes," Suli nodded. Tan Xiaoya was momentarily dumbfounded, hoping she had misheard or was imagining things. Yet, Suli was indeed set on this course of action. If he had any other companions besides Tan Xiaoya, he might have hesitated, but with just her, Suli was confident in their safety. Even if they encountered a massive horde of zombies, he was certain nothing would go awry. Even if the number of zombies in the supermarket exceeded that in the previous school building, he could easily retrieve what he needed from the horde. He could eliminate them all, but that would be a tremendous waste of time. Suli planned that if so many zombies truly existed, he would simply apply a bit of strategy. After all, humans are intelligent beings and cannot rely solely on brute force. Is that crystal core really that powerful? There's a chance of a zombie horde appearing there. Even if that crystal core has some special abilities, we can't just charge in recklessly. Unlike Jiang Muxue, who had witnessed many of Suli's extraordinary methods, Tan Xiaoya's understanding of him was limited to the earlier incident where he swiftly annihilated the zombies. Leaving her unaware of his true capabilities, "I'm not foolish enough to undertake something without assurance. Instead of worrying about this, why don't you think of a way to repay me that would satisfy me?" Suli offered her a reassuring smile. Observing Suli's calm demeanor, despite her myriad of anxieties, Tan Xiaoya felt a sense of security envelop her. Suddenly, what seemed like a reckless action felt less daunting with Suli by her side. "All right, I believe you." Without hesitation, Tan Xiaoya acquiesced to Suli, fully aware that this was not the most rational decision, yet she was willing to trust him, staking her life in his hands. It was only with Suli that she could ever extend such trust. Not long after, the two gathered their spoils and dragged 2 bags of clothing to the entrance of an underground supermarket. Along the way, they encountered several dangers, alarming hordes of zombies hiding in the buildings, who pursued them for quite some time. Thankfully, Suli handled the situation with ease. After a few exchanges, the group of zombies was thoroughly dispatched by him. Throughout this process, Suli had not employed any extraordinary abilities. He had merely utilized his wind manipulation a few times, which left Tan Xiaoya reevaluating her understanding of him. Although not entirely. Oh, you see this purple one? Crystal cores come in blue, purple, and gold. And this one is considered relatively rare. Yuli extracted a purple crystal core from the skull of a zombie. Tan Xiaoya gazed at the translucent stone, her eyes sparkling with desire. What kind of enhancement can this crystal core provide? Let me take a look. Yuli appeared to be examining the crystal core, but secretly he opened the system to identify it. Identification successful. Crystal core, purple, unbound level 1 traits. Berserk, significantly increases strength and defense, but decreases reaction and speed. Skill. Lightning strike, calls down a lightning bolt at a designated location. Su Li mused softly, his brow furrowing slightly. Why does the enhancement of the purple crystal core seem stronger than my golden one? Upon re-evaluating his own crystal core, Su Li realized that the golden crystal only had an acceleration ability, which seemed rather superficial, with what appeared to be mediocre defensive capabilities. Thus, how could the golden crystal core be deemed of golden quality? Su Li immediately questioned the system, which promptly provided feedback. The quality of the crystal core determines the upper limit of its level, with minimal impact on initial skills. Blue crystal core upper limit, level 5. Purple, level 9. Gold, level 12. Crystal cores can be upgraded to enhance their existing abilities, and at levels 9 and 12, an additional special ability will be activated. Yuli nodded thoughtfully. This was something he had overlooked. He had previously assumed that golden was the best quality and had not considered the abilities of other crystal cores. He had not even looked into how crystal cores could be upgraded. Now, recalling this, he decided to delve into the System's upgrade introduction. Level 1 upgrade materials, 01 golden crystal core. TO upgrade. One needs a crystal core of the same quality. That seems reasonable. But where would he find so many golden crystal cores? So far, he had only discovered a few purple ones. Just as he was feeling troubled, Su Li had a sudden realization. His strength did not rely on crystal cores, but on the numerous abilities he inherently possessed. Therefore, he need not concern himself with upgrading crystal cores. Whether it happened or not would not significantly affect him. With this understanding, Su Li's thoughts became clearer. Meanwhile, Tan Xiaoya was growing increasingly anxious. What does it do? What abilities does it have? Please tell me. All right, I'll tell you. Observing Tan Xiaoya, who resembled an eager child, Su Li couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her hair, which was within arm's reach. Tan Xiaoya wanted to pull away but did not. She allowed Su Li to pat her head, trying to feign indifference, but her gradually reddening cheeks betrayed her shyness about this small contact. Su Li found it quite amusing, and casually described the abilities of the crystal core. After hearing Su Li's explanation, Tan Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression filled with longing, reminiscent of Bai Sisi's daily yearning for Su Li. Yet, she only revealed a slight expression and made no request for the crystal core or asked Su Li to give her another. She had not forgotten Su Li's life-saving grace and had yet to think of how to repay him. So how could she possibly have the audacity to ask for a crystal core? Chapter 32. Are you worried that you like me? Let us focus on the task at hand first. I'll give you something suitable later, so don't rush. Su Li pressed down on Tan Xiaoya's head. I understand. I'll follow your lead. Tan Xiaoya gradually became accustomed to Su Li's occasional gestures. Having been successfully tamed, she turned to face the supermarket, recalling the time she had frequently shopped there, now transformed into a zombie playground. At the entrance stood 2 zombies. Through the glass, she could see zombies in supermarket uniforms wandering around the cash registers, while others, with various past identities, aimlessly banged their heads against the walls, fences, and glass. Thankfully, the supermarket had automatic sliding doors, which had locked themselves after breaking down, isolating the outside zombies and leaving only the original batch inside. They placed the gathered clothes on a nearby elevated spot to facilitate movement. Su Li first dealt with the 2 zombies at the entrance, then turned his knife around, shattering the glass. The sound of breaking glass startled the zombies, who were about to unleash their pre-hunt roars. The nearest 3 zombies were swiftly dispatched by Su Li, their heads severed, flying into the horde and rolling on the ground for several revolutions. The decaying faces of the zombies seemed to display a look of bewilderment. Tan Xiaoya was equally stunned. She hadn't anticipated that Su Li's strategy was to charge directly in. Although there weren't as many zombies as she had imagined, there were still several hundred, and Su Li just rushed right in? That was a horde of zombies. Earlier, Su Li had dealt with so many zombies outside by skillfully evading them. That ability to manipulate wind pressure seemed to have a cooldown. And in the supermarket facing a horde, using that skill might not effectively eliminate all the zombies, right? As Tan Xiaoya began to harbor doubts, even contemplating the idea of fleeing with Su Li, he unleashed a gust of wind pressure. The approaching zombie halted in its tracks, yet Su Li did not rush to strike. Instead, he gathered flickering flames along the blade of his heavy sword. The blade glowed a vivid red, entwined with purple flames that crackled and sparked. After accumulating energy for 2 seconds, Su Li swung with elegance and flair. A resplendent arc shimmered, swallowing the zombies in the windstorm. The smell of charred flesh wafted through the air as the temperature surged in an instant. Thanks to Su Li's consumption of a strengthening potion, the gathering speed of the purple flames had increased, naturally amplifying their destructive power. With a mere swing, the lethal range extended to approximately 7 meters. The flames spread inward, intensifying the searing damage, and the purple fire followed the direction of the wind pressure. Erupting with a bang amidst the horde of corpses, Tan Xiaoya stood upright, her previous worries being incinerated like the zombies in the raging inferno. How powerful, how formidable, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Earlier, she had only witnessed Su Li manipulating a small flicker of flame, never anticipating its true might to be so astonishing. However, she soon recognized a pressing issue. The number of zombies had significantly diminished. Yet the fire was recklessly spreading, wreaking havoc on the mall and creating an artificial wildfire. If this continued, the zombies would be eliminated, but they would remain unable to enter. The supplies would be reduced to ashes. So, what was the purpose of their presence here? Hey, Su Li, stop. At this rate, the supermarket will be burned to the ground. Seeing Su Li gathering strength once more, Tan Xiaoya hurriedly called for a halt. Yet, she could not deter him. Directing his attack toward the remaining zombies, he unleashed another fire-infused strike. In an instant, the supermarket transformed into a sea of flames, and Tan Xiaoya felt a pang of heartache. Su Li, no, please stop. If this continues, everything inside will be in ruins. Tan Xiaoya felt a warmth envelop her body, a physical heat. Her choice of words was slightly misaligned, causing Su Li to nearly twist his waist in reaction. You're somewhat slandering me, he remarked, placing the sword down and gently tapping her forehead with his fingertip. The scene held a touch of warmth. Yet with the flames licking at their brows, Tan Xiaoya felt that if this continued, their situation would become dangerously heated. What slander? Can we leave first? This place isn't safe. Tan Xiaoya was in a state of urgency. Su Li remained silent, quietly observing the zombies fall one after another. When the number of zombies consumed by the fire dwindled to a certain extent, Su Li finally moved. Raising his palm slightly the next moment, the bright flames vanished at an astonishing speed. As if a child caught staying up late had been discovered by their parents. The raging fire, which had been ferocious just moments ago, extinguished as if deprived of oxygen. The supermarket returned to darkness. Leaving only traces of the flames' invasion, a lingering warmth remained on Tan Xiaoya's face. The sudden drop in temperature made her feel as though she had been plunged into a frigid winter. The purple flames were Su Li's skill, described as allowing for free manipulation, which naturally included the ability to extinguish the flames at will. While this might defy the laws of physics, it was entirely within the realm of the system. However, he could not control the smoke generated by the fire, and the smoke from the blaze posed a deadly threat to human life. Su Li remained unaffected, but Tan Xiaoya was not so fortunate. Come here, Su Li beckoned to the dazed Tan Xiaoya. She, lost in thought, did not immediately comprehend the fire had been extinguished, but her body instinctively followed Su Li's lead, moving closer to him. Su Li, like a protective figure, wrapped his arm around her waist, bringing her close. The sensation of weightlessness struck Tan Xiaoya, causing her to unconsciously cling to Su Li. In the next moment, he directed a gust of wind pressure into the supermarket. Swiftly retreating with her in his embrace. 2 seconds later, they emerged outside, Su Li's hand still resting on Tan Xiaoya's waist. The wind pressure inside the supermarket dispersed, sweeping away all the smoke generated by the flames. Venting it through various outlets, to prevent Tan Xiaoya from choking, Su Li thoughtfully covered her mouth with his hand until not a trace of smoke lingered. All right, we can go in now. Releasing his grip, Su Li addressed the lingering aftermath with calmness. Tan Xiaoya's mind rebooted, realizing why Su Li had brought her outside and that he could extinguish the flames. Yet I understand the reasoning, but I could have escaped on my own. You embracing me, did I mean? Tan Xiaoya's words trailed off abruptly, her face flushed with warmth, unsure whether it was from the earlier heat or the present moment. After a long pause, she managed to stammer. But for Jiang Muxue, who is waiting for you at the shelter, this isn't ideal. She was magnanimous, not taking offense. That may be true, but I mean it's not just about Jiang Muxue's feelings. I'm also concerned about myself. After being suddenly embraced by Su Li, Tan Xiaoya's speech faltered, as if her verbal faculties had malfunctioned, rendering her unable to articulate her thoughts. However, Su Li was adept at filling in the gaps. Let me guess. Are you implying that if this continues, you might mistakenly believe you have feelings for me? Or perhaps you truly might? Chapter 33. Tan Xiaoya's consent. Upon hearing this, Tan Xiaoya's face turned as red as a tomato, her cheeks burning hotter than they had been in the flames. In no way. I'm not that naive, she protested, yet failed to categorically deny it, for Su Li had hit the nail on the head. She herself was unsure why, but each time Su Li praised her, engaged her in conversation, or playfully ruffled her hair, her emotions were gradually shifting. Initially, there was no peculiar feeling. It was simply the joy of being appreciated, which made her happy and shy. However, as these feelings evolved in ways she could not articulate, what began as mere happiness transformed into a sense of elation whenever she was with Su Li, accompanied by daydreams of various scenarios, especially during moments of physical contact. Although she maintained a composed facade, internally, she felt a sense of euphoria. She could not quite define this sensation, only knowing that she, who should have detested such contact, found herself welcoming Su Li's unintentional touches with anticipation. To combat these dangerous, unrealistic thoughts, she often reminded herself to remain calm and composed. Yet, this self-encouragement was akin to telling oneself to study hard the night before an exam, only to forget it by morning. This conflict intensified as her suspicions about Su Li's relationship with Jiang Muxue grew. Nevertheless, she was not foolish enough to fall head over heels. Her intention was to maintain her composure, to remain utterly calm. Yet when Su Li voiced her unspoken thoughts, he shattered her calm facade, plunging her into a state of chaos. However, even if her thoughts were laid bare, she could not admit it. She would have to conceal it with all her might. Thus, Tan Xiaoya feigned indifference, attempting to bluff her way through. Yet she was no actress. The subtle biting of her red lip, her averted gaze, and her flushed cheeks all betrayed Su Li's accurate assessment. In this seemingly insincere performance, Su Li appeared to believe her. Is that so? My apologies, he said, his tone tinged with disappointment, before asking, would you mind if I performed a little test to see how you feel? This left Tan Xiaoya, who was not particularly adept at refusing, with little choice but to acquiesce. I don't mind. You can do whatever you like. Tan Xiaoya steeled herself, prepared to face any challenge without flinching. Yet she never anticipated that Su Li would deviate from the norm. While others would typically rely on interrogation to discern truth from lies, Su Li remained silent, his hand still resting on her waist as it gradually moved upward to support her back, drawing her closer. Their proximity was disconcertingly intimate. Tan Xiaoya hesitated to breathe deeply, fearing that even the slightest movement would disturb him. Rationally, she knew she should pull away, yet her emotions held sway, leaving her frozen in place. Her heart raced, the innocent flutter of a young girl's feelings striking a chord within her. No, this cannot be right. I must leave. Moments later, Tan Xiaoya sensed something amiss and regained a sliver of rationality, attempting to withdraw. However, as she placed her hands against Su Li's chest to leverage her escape, she found her body sluggish and weak, barely able to support herself. What was happening? Where had her daily strength gone? Why was it so difficult to move? Su Li's other hand rose to rest on Tan Xiaoya's heated cheek, feeling the warmth radiating from her skin. In that instant, Tan Xiaoya felt a wave of tingling sensations, her breath becoming erratic. She was hot, but not in the physical sense. Su Li slowly lowered his head, drawing closer. In response, Tan Xiaoya's internal monologue urged her to remain calm, yet in reality, she did nothing. Merely maintaining her composure. It was akin to giving her tacit consent. Just as her emotions reached a fever pitch, Su Li suddenly halted, releasing his grip without lingering. This abrupt change sent Tan Xiaoya's emotions plummeting. What's wrong? Why did you stop? She longed to voice her confusion, but she couldn't dare to ask. Forget it. I won't test it anymore. I trust you. Trust me? Tan Xiaoya was taken aback, feeling a sense of recognition from Su Li for the first time. Yet her mood inexplicably soured. In truth, she was quite the overthinker. In my opinion, it would still be prudent to verify. After all, it wouldn't take much time. She mused internally. Time has passed, and the supermarket is completely devoid of cigarettes. Hurry and gather what you need. Oh, all right. Tan Xiaoya pressed her lips together, a pang of regret stirring within her, as she felt she had missed something quite significant. Yet, she endeavored to adjust her emotions, quickly restoring her composure, until she noticed Su Li instinctively reaching out to touch her, but after hovering his hand in the air for a mere 0.3 seconds, he withdrew it. Tan Xiaoya fell silent, her heart turning cold. In an instant, the inexplicable surge of emotions engulfed her like a tidal wave. Su Li entered the supermarket, wielding a knife to eradicate the remaining zombies. Along the way, he observed a few zombies that had been thoroughly incinerated. Reduced to ashes. 2 crystal cores gleamed brightly amidst the remnants. This scene sparked an epiphany for Su Li. In the future, when faced with a multitude of zombies, he could simply burn them to ashes, thus avoiding the tedious process of searching for them one by one. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Alas, it was all Jiang Muxue and her companion's fault that his cognitive abilities had diminished. Upon returning, he would have to punish them properly. Upon entering the supermarket, despite the numerous charred areas, not many goods had suffered damage. Su Li and Tan Xiaoya headed directly to the seasoning section. The sight of the once overlooked cooking wine, vinegar, salt, and marinade filled them both with excitement. Finally, they would no longer have to endure unpalatable food. What a relief! Tan Xiaoya collected various condiments, while Su Li scavenged a considerable amount of instant noodles, canned goods, and sausages. Regrettably, the supermarket's meat and vegetables had all spoiled, as there was no backup power for the cold storage. After a little over 10 minutes, they emerged with 2 bulging bags full of supplies. This was the maximum they could carry. Any more, and while Su Li could manage to hold onto them, the bags would suffer, tearing apart and spilling their contents onto the ground. Let's go, Su Li stated succinctly, handing a bag of clothes to Tan Xiaoya while hoisting the other 3 bags himself. Glancing at the sky and judging that there was still time, he slowed his pace to accommodate Tan Xiaoya's stamina as they made their way back. In the afternoon, the two returned to their stronghold. Brother Su Li, Tang Wan, leading a group of girls, came to greet them as Su Li scanned the group but did not see Jiang Muxue or Bai Sisi. Immediately feeling puzzled, he inquired. The 2 older sisters seemed to be asleep. I just saw them come in a while ago. Oh, let them rest. Su Li set down the supplies, instructing the girls to put them away while leaving the bag containing clothes for selecting. Chapter 34. Tang Wan's gift. Wow! The girls, who hadn't worn new clothes in ages and had been alternating between their outerwear and undergarments, were instantly captivated by the myriad of garments before them. However, they did not rush to grab them. Instead, they approached the recently returned duo to express their concern and inquire about their well-being. Only after a while did they begin to select. Wearing new clothes, they unabashedly showcased their beauty in front of Su Li, who was merely sitting there, piquing his interest. 2 of the girls even boldly leaned in closer to him, one on each side. Brother Su Li is so nice to us. How should we thank you? One girl, named Li Hanmo, gently placed her hand on Su Li's arm, initially teasingly poking him with her fingertips, and upon sensing no aversion, her actions grew bolder. Brother Su Li, you must be tired. Let me give you a massage. The other girl was not to be outdone, her delicate hands gently kneading his shoulders, leaving Su Li with the impression that this was more than just a massage. It felt like an enticing lure. Xia Yutong, a mere massage won't suffice. Aren't you an art student? Why not find a time to take Brother Su Li out for a discussion? Cough. I just wanted to spend some time alone with Brother Su Li. But of course, I can't disturb him. Xia Yutong leaned in closer while she continued to massage, maintaining an intimate distance that often resulted in accidental touches, with a greater advantage over Li Hanmo. She took the initiative. Brother Su Li, when can we come to play with you? The 2 girls mimicked the way Tang Wan often addressed Su Li, and while he showed little reaction, Tang Wan, who had been secretly observing, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Was it really this cheesy to call Su Li brother? She hadn't noticed it when she said it herself. Hearing others address him in such a manner sent shivers down her spine. Should she change how she referred to him? But on second thought, She figured it was best to leave it as is, considering Suli had been the one to suggest she call him brother. Perhaps he enjoyed it, and if he liked it, then she would call him that. Brother, say something if you don't like me. You should let me know. Otherwise, I might become an eyesore. The two girls tugged at Suli, prompting the other girls to hesitate, many of them too shy to be as forward as those two. I'm a bit busy today. If you want to play, come find me when I'm free. Suli wrapped an arm around one of them. After exchanging subtle interactions, he gently pushed them back into the group. The two girls, having received an answer, were overjoyed and obediently nodded, sending flirtatious glances at him. Suli's gaze shifted away from them, landing on Tang Wan and Tang Mo. The others quickly understood it was time to rein themselves in, as Suli's interests were clearly elsewhere. Xiao Wan? I've missed you. Come here for a hug. Oh. Tang Wan was taken aback. Suli was so unreserved, especially with so many people watching. However, seeing the others being so forward made her feel she should express something too. Approaching Suli, she looked up at him with wide eyes. Due to the height difference, she could only wait for Suli to bend down and lift her up, which made her feel a bit shy. Suli scooped Tang Wan into his arms. Her petite and delicate form was softer than a pillow and radiated warmth. It was incredibly comfortable to hold her, despite the embarrassment of being watched. Tang Wan grasped Suli's collar and leaned closer, whispering sweetly in his ear, Brother, Xiao Mo and I prepared a gift for you. Do you want to see? Tang Wan's warm breath tingled against Suli's ear. He playfully pinched her cheek, intrigued, and asked, Where shall we go to see it? Or do you wish to show me here? This won't do. Let's go upstairs. Tang Wan, recalling what they were about to do, hesitated at the thought of allowing Suli to see it here. All right. Suli's expression was one of indulgence as he carried Tang Wan upstairs, leaving Tang Mo behind, who had not yet come down after changing her clothes. She was likely waiting for them above. That moment, the girls in the shelter observed as Suli left with Tang Wan, each lost in their own thoughts. However, they quickly returned to organizing the supplies they had just retrieved. Only one girl remained sitting in a corner, lost in contemplation, Tan Xiaoya. Logically, everything was unfolding just as she wished. Suli had ceased to engage her in conversation and no longer had any unintentional contact with her. She should have felt lighter without the psychological burdens, yet in reality, Tan Xiaoya felt increasingly miserable. Watching the earlier scenes, she couldn't help but doubt whether she had spoken out of turn. Would Suli truly ignore her from now on while growing closer to other girls? This was not the outcome she had hoped for. The reason Tan Xiaoya had pretended to deny her feelings was to avoid causing trouble for Jiang Muxue. Yet, in this current situation, it seemed that if she did not cause trouble, the girls in the shelter would do so in her stead. If that were the case, she might as well create some trouble herself. Her demands were not as excessive as those of the other girls. She merely wished to return to how things once were, to hear Suli casually offer her compliments and ruffle her hair. But all those daily interactions seemed to have vanished the moment she adamantly denied her feelings for Suli. She felt sorrowful, yet had no one to confide in. Second floor. Tang Wan guided Suli into the changing room, a space that had been temporarily converted from a storeroom. Upon entering, they found Tang Mo, who had changed into a new outfit, pouting adorably as she awaited their arrival. Suli recognized the outfit Tang Mo wore. It was the same sheer garment Tan Xiaoya had taken, delicate and translucent, offering little more than a cover. Moreover, Tang Mo was clad in black stockings and adorned with a pair of cat ear hair accessories, accentuating her cuteness. Brother Suli, just wait a moment. Tang Wan wriggled free from Suli's embrace and hurried behind the curtain. A minute later, she emerged wearing a similar pair of accessories and white stockings, with arm sleeves adorning her small arms. Standing before the two girls, Suli could see Tang Wan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She seemed too shy to speak or act, clinging to Tang Mo's hand in search of comfort. It was unexpected that after protecting her sister for so long, she now sought refuge behind her. Before long, Suli left with the two girls, who had fallen asleep, and gently laid them on a softer mattress. Just as he turned to grab a drink, he was met with the sight of Bai Sisi. Jiang Muxue and I prepared a gift for you. Would you like to see? Sure. Hearing those familiar words, Suli felt puzzled as he followed Bai Sisi into the room he shared with the two girls. There, he found Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi sitting closely together, their fingers intertwined. Unlike Tang Wan and Tang Mo, they appeared relaxed, yet the intensity of their gazes directed at Suli was thick with expectation, leaving him feeling a sudden wave of pressure. Chapter 35. Jiang Mushue's gift were these four in cahoots? Su Li, who was not adept at rejecting others, decided to simply accept the situation. Seeing the two girls holding hands surprised him. For Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi had seemed irreconcilable since that incident. Even though the three of them often gathered together, it did not necessarily mean that the two would exhibit such amicable behavior. Each was preoccupied with their own affairs, paying little heed to one another. The most frequently uttered phrase was simply, "Leave me alone." Yet today, the two seemed remarkably harmonious. Moreover, Jiang Mushue's demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. She spoke less and no longer displayed the same aggressive behavior in her pursuit of affection, appearing considerably more docile. She even set aside her pride to reconcile with Bai Sisi and re-establish their cooperative rapport. "Evening, Su Li, it's time for dinner." "What are you up to?" "Just a moment. I'm taking a short break," Su Li replied to Tan Xiaoya, who stood outside. Tan Xiaoya's expression was one of despondence, despite Su Li's tone remaining unchanged. It felt as though he had distanced himself from her. Was it merely an illusion? Perhaps it was. "Hurry up, I'm waiting for you." Casting a glance at the partition, Tan Xiaoya descended the stairs alone, her thoughts racing. Although she was somewhat naive and lacked experience, she could still discern the situation. She was aware that upon Su Li's return, he sought out his girlfriend, and Bai Sisi, Tang Wan, and Tang Imo had accompanied him. She couldn't help but wonder what they were truly up to. It was evident, without needing to think, that it couldn't simply be a casual gathering. Thus, Tan Xiaoya confirmed her earlier suspicions, which dealt a blow to her innocent heart. Reclining against a cushion, Su Li rested one hand on Jiang Mushue's abdomen, gently pulling her into his embrace. His gaze fell upon the rewards displayed on the system interface. Rewards: Pioneer Blueprint, Intelligent Building System Robot. Requiring 20 blue crystal cores for production, they can generate architectural blueprints based on your descriptions and will commence construction upon receiving materials. Reward: Skill: Frost Invasion, creates a large area of effect, summoning ice spikes to attack enemies within the region. Reward: Passive: Empowerment, significantly enhances all skills related to crystal cores. Reward: Item: Drone, an intelligent flying apparatus that integrates combat, medical, load-bearing, detection, and assistance capabilities. After reviewing the four rewards, Su Li intended to close the system, but a notification from the system popped up. Information panel updated. Su Li Identity: Human Companion. 12 skills: Healing, Wind Pressure, Purple Fire, Perception Tracking, Weak Point Penetration. Talent: Master of Melee Combat Passive. Empowerment items: Alloy Heavy Blade, Black Gold Dagger. Blueprints: Communicator, Watcher, Pioneer. Gene Enhancement activated. Gene level: 1 upgrade requires 26 100 enhancement potions. Note: Gene level affects all abilities except for crystal cores. A brand new panel appeared, and Su Li quickly skimmed through it to familiarize himself with his abilities. He had nearly forgotten some of them, such as weak point penetration and perception tracking. So far, he had not encountered any adversaries warranting serious attention, rendering the ability to discern enemy weaknesses rather pointless. As for perception tracking, once activated, he could sense the location of any enemy he had attacked. Present. No one could escape his grasp, so it had remained in use. Nevertheless, these skills were inherently powerful. It was simply that Su Li was exceedingly strong. He pondered why the panel did not include any information regarding crystal cores. Wasn't this the primary means by which most individuals acquired extraordinary abilities in the post-apocalyptic world? Could it be Su Li recalled the system's assessment of crystal cores, describing them as items that could be utilized on the body but would cause erosion, inflicting harm on enemies while simultaneously harming oneself? The upgrade path provided by the system, in contrast, posed no burden to the body and only offered benefits. Essentially, the upgrade path involving crystal cores was a form of self-destruction, which explained the system's disdain for them. It couldn't even be bothered to list them on the panel. Well, that clarified his understanding. However, the dangers posed by crystal cores were of no concern to him. The system could assist him in equipping them to his weapons. He himself would remain unaffected, with the only drawback being that he could not unleash the skills attached to the weapons without holding them. Yet, with so many personal skills at his disposal, he hardly needed those two from the crystal cores. Su Li contemplated the fact that while other survivors were discovering crystal cores, they remained foolishly relying on their bodies to wield them, exploring paths for upgrading through bodily means. The consequences of such actions were unclear to Su Li, as the system had not provided detailed explanations. but it was likely that it would come at a significant cost. What's wrong with you today? Suli closed the system and playfully nibbled on Jiang Muxue's delicate earlobe. Nothing. Really, I just feel that my personality isn't quite right, and I want to change it. Jiang Muxue looked up to meet Suli's gaze, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes as she asked, "So, what do you think of me today? Am I more appealing than those two little ones?" Surprised by her words, Suli gazed at the anxiously awaiting Jiang Muxue, unsure how to respond. Seeing his silence, she assumed he found her question perplexing and proceeded to explain, "You see, I cling to you every day. Yet you hardly talk to me. It feels as if you regard me as merely a tool. You never compliment me, and you sneak off to see them without any signs of affection. It must be my personality that's at fault." In that lengthy monologue, Jiang Muxue had thoroughly dismantled her own facade before Suli. Not only was she logical, but she also engaged in self-reflection, even displaying a degree of humility that made Suli feel slightly uncomfortable. How was he to respond? After a moment's thought, Suli leaned in and kissed Jiang Muxue's red lips. The tender sensation was irresistible. Jiang Muxue gazed at him, expecting him to speak, but to her surprise, he leaned down for another kiss. Jiang Muxue blinked in confusion as he kissed her once more. "What is going on?" she asked. Her face flushed, caught in a dazed, "Is this what it feels like to be in love?" Jiang Muxue was momentarily stunned before she came to her senses. How annoying, as she playfully protested, lifting her head to plant a kiss on Suli in return. "This certainly feels like a sweet, everyday moment between couples." Yet, she added, "Can Bai Sisi step out for a moment?" As Jiang Muxue turned to see Bai Sisi, her sense of warmth and sweetness was abruptly shattered. Bai Sisi, equally exasperated, wished to leave but was too tired and preferred to lounge a bit longer, merely watching the affectionate exchange unfold. "Brother Suli, you finally arrived. Everyone has been waiting for you." Suli accompanied the four downstairs. Li Hanmo and Xia Yutong greeted him warmly, gesturing to the seats they had saved for him. The dishes for today were plentiful, featuring an array of seasonings brought back by Tan Xiaoya, along with various canned goods, resulting in an assortment of comforting home-cooked meals. Additionally, marinated grilled meat was laid out on the table, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Chapter 36. They were tired. "Honey, open your mouth. I've got something urgent." Jiang Muxue picked up a slice of meat and fed it to Suli. "Wow!" the other girls exclaimed in unison, casting envious glances at Jiang Muxue, which brought her immense joy. Bai Sisi observed this and also picked up a piece of grilled meat, feeding it to Suli with her own hands. "Brother." Tang Wan called softly. Suli turned to her, and she quickly changed her mind. Never mind. She too wanted to emulate Jiang Muxue, but in this situation, she reconsidered and decided against it. It felt rather inappropriate. As Tang Wan pondered this, she forgot that she had a younger sister. Tang Mo picked up a piece of meat and, without hesitation, placed it in Suli's mouth. "Xiaomo." Tang Wan instinctively attempted to intervene, but the words that came out were, "I'm sitting a bit far away. Could you help me feed him too?" Suli had been fed by the four of them. Although Xia Yutong, Li Hanmo, and others were eager to join in, they felt they were not yet at a stage where they could do so. Except for their older sister, Tan Xiaoya. The group brightened at the thought and turned their attention to Tan Xiaoya. "Sister Xiaoya." Someone nudged Tan Xiaoya playfully. "Aren't you close with Suli? Why not feed him too?" "Huh? Me?" Tan Xiaoya appeared somewhat dazed. She had indeed entertained such thoughts while observing the cheerful scene before her. "However, I think I'll pass." Tan Xiaoya shook her head in refusal. "Oh, come on. I see you chatting with him often. Why not take this opportunity, Sister Xiaoya?" "No, really, I can't." The more the girls insisted, the worse Tan Xiaoya felt, even experiencing a sense of breathlessness. It wasn't that she didn't want to or felt shy. Rather, it was that Suli's current attitude towards her seemed less warm than towards other girls he had scarcely spoken to. A barrier seemed to have formed between them. However, Li Hanmo and the others were oblivious to this, only aware that Tan Xiaoya and Suli appeared to get along well, and they continued to stoke the flames. Tan Xiaoya felt as if she had lost her job and returned home only for her family to be oblivious to her plight, persistently inquiring about her work. "I've had enough to eat." "You guys carry on," Tan Xiaoya declared, fleeing the scene, disregarding the surprised glances from the others. What's wrong with her? Who knows? Maybe it's that time of the month. Tan Xiaoya's friends were puzzled, feeling that she did not seem shy or angry. They simply could not fathom what had transpired. Only Su Li glanced at Tan Xiaoya's retreating figure before inspecting her panel. Upstairs, upon returning to her room, Tan Xiaoya sat alone in a corner, appearing with drawn point, one hand gently pressed against her chest as she attempted to relax her body. She stared blankly at the ground. It had been a long time since she felt this lost, to the point of not knowing what she was doing or what she wanted. Tan Xiaoya sat there, doing nothing, simply reflecting on her thoughts, recalling the last time Su Li had just lifted and then lowered her hand. Along with their recent brief and uneventful exchanges, Tan Xiaoya turned her gaze towards the clothes hanging nearby. These were selections she had chosen from the garments she had brought back, a dress and a set of pajamas, both of her favorite styles. Yet, they remained untouched, while she was still clad in her usual sportswear. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Tan Xiaoya ultimately remained unmoved, sighed, and once again lowered her head, closing her eyes in an attempt to adjust her mindset. At that moment, she suddenly felt a hand settle upon her shoulder. Who could it be? Startled, Tan Xiaoya opened her eyes to find Su Li, who had entered silently. Gazing at her face, Tan Xiaoya's expression turned frantic and tense as she quickly straightened her posture. As if subjected to military training, Su Li, what brings you here? The door was ajar. So I came to check on you. I meant to ask, shouldn't you be having your meal? Su Li took a seat opposite Tan Xiaoya. Locking eyes with her, let's set aside the trivial matters for now. Have you thought about how you will repay me? What do you mean? Tan Xiaoya momentarily felt dazed, unable to recall what Su Li was referring to. Ah, it saddens me. Are you not planning to repay me for saving your life twice? Su Li feigned disappointment. Just then, Tan Xiaoya, reminded of the matter, quickly denied. Of course not. I've been thinking about it, but I just can't figure out how to express my gratitude. Please don't think that way. Have you truly not thought of anything? Why not share your ideas with me? Who knows, it might be the very repayment I desire. Su Li extended her hand as if to ruffle Tan Xiaoya's hair. Instantly, Tan Xiaoya swallowed hard, her eyes fixated on Su Li's movement. Yet, just as the moment seemed ripe, Su Li withdrew her hand. The slight uplift in Tan Xiaoya's spirits plummeted once more. However, in the next instant, she saw Su Li's hand change direction, reaching towards her face, gently caressing her left cheek, poking and prodding as if selecting a toy. Tan Xiaoya's emotions swung wildly, her mind muddled by Su Li's actions. Do you truly not have a single thought? Su Li's voice resonated again. I do. I do. Tan Xiaoya desperately wished to respond in such a manner, for she indeed had numerous thoughts. Yet, most were unfit for discussion. After a moment of reflection, she shyly ventured, well, if you don't mind, I could serve you like a humble servant. Perhaps? Su Li shook her head. No need for servitude. Do you have any other, perhaps more suitable ideas? Like a similar phrased, to serve without complaint. Su Li. After a brief silence, Su Li playfully tapped Tan Xiaoya's head, jokingly inquiring, what follows after a humble servant's declaration? Upon hearing this, Tan Xiaoya was rendered momentarily speechless. Her cheeks flushed rapidly, her complexion appearing almost rosy. Offer my body in service. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts flitted through Tan Xiaoya's mind, along with various potential responses, such as, that's not appropriate, I am unworthy, it's too soon, I feel embarrassed, and I fear others may object. After a thorough contemplation lasting 3 seconds, Tan Xiaoya finally uttered, right now. Upon speaking, she shyly lowered her head. Casual. Noting that Tan Xiaoya had not voiced a single rejection, Su Li's actions grew bolder. She pressed her thumb against Tan Xiaoya's lips, giving them a gentle pinch before cradling the girl's warm face with both hands. Tan Xiaoya was bewildered by the intent behind this gesture, yet a wave of joy washed over her, her face feeling as if it had been massaged. Regrettably, Su Li retracted her hands after only a moment of playful handling. All right, I must be going. If you don't wish to return, I'll bring you some food shortly. I would like to stay a bit longer. Tan Xiaoya nodded, feeling too bashful to return, uncertain of how others might perceive her. By the way, Muxue and the others are tired. They'll be resting early. Let them wash up first. Before departing, Su Li left this remark. Chapter 37 Lu Qing. It's hard for me to remain calm like this. They're tired, I don't mind. Tan Xiaoya repeated these two phrases slowly, gradually reverting to her previous state of sitting in the corner with her head down. However, this time it was not due to self-isolation, but rather her mind overheating, necessitating a moment of calm. It seemed she had, perhaps, unwittingly agreed to something quite significant. After finishing her meal, Suli took 2 portions of food upstairs, one for Tan Xiaoya and the other towards Lu Qing's quarters. He noted that Lu Qing's presence had been absent earlier. In fact, it was rare to see her during meal times. This woman typically opted for quick meals, retreating to her room to eat in solitude. Suli speculated whether she was the type who valued efficiency in her tasks. Perceiving eating as a waste of time, indulging only to sustain her existence, Suli knocked on the door. Inside, a slender jade-like hand opened the door, revealing half of Lu Qing's face peering out. Upon seeing Suli, her expression shifted, displaying a hint of surprise. "I brought you some food. Would you like it?" Suli lifted a container. He had anticipated Lu Qing would politely decline or nod in gratitude. However, to his astonishment, a flicker of movement from Lu Qing's fingertips was followed by the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafting in the air, causing her stomach to let out a low growl. Lu Qing's face turned slightly flushed as she swallowed hard. "Just take it." Observing this, Suli handed the food container to Lu Qing. Minutes later, the two sat facing each other, with Lu Qing devouring a sausage with remarkable speed. Her evident enthusiasm for the food dispelled Suli's earlier assumptions. If you desire food so much, why remain holed up? You could simply come down and eat whatever you wish, Suli mused leisurely. At that moment, Lu Qing took a sip of milk, wiping her mouth of the white liquid with a graceful gesture. "I prefer to eat when there aren't many people around. It makes me uncomfortable." This was not to say that Lu Qing disliked crowds. Rather, she felt a sense of agitation when surrounded by many during meals. This peculiar trait had persisted for many years, leaving many puzzled. Including herself. "So, is that the reason you only eat bread?" Suli inquired with interest. "Indeed. Then I shall arrange for meals to be delivered to you. You can choose wherever you wish to dine." "That would be too much trouble for you. It's my own reason for not dining with others. I can't waste your time." Lu Qing shook her head, completely unprepared for Suli's suggestion. She had assumed he would react like others. Merely expressing curiosity without further engagement, "It's no trouble. If you wish to avoid inconveniencing others, I will take it upon myself to deliver your meals." Suli swiftly changed the subject. "You haven't taken any clothes that I had everyone gather, have you? I wasn't sure of your preferences, so I selected 2 outfits for you to try on when you have the chance." Suli opened the bag and revealed 2 women's outfits. Placing them beside Lu Qing, the older woman, who was actually a year senior to Suli, gazed at the 2 ensembles, her brows slightly furrowing. One was a purple dress, the other a form-fitting black skirt. Both were quite mature and feminine. She could tell that Suli had chosen thoughtfully, but the issue was that she had never worn such mature attire. Even at 25, with friends married off, her own wardrobe remained youthful. The 2 outfits Suli had selected felt overly bold and revealing to Lu Qing, making her fear she might come across as a femme fatale. Nevertheless, it was Suli's kind gesture, and she did not wish to refuse. "Thank you, gurgle." Just after expressing her gratitude, Lu Qing's stomach protested once more, leaving the graceful woman feeling somewhat embarrassed. Cough. Suli, unable to suppress her laughter, coughed lightly, prompting Lu Qing to bend over in amusement. "It's all right. My requirement for the shelter is ample staple food, and for other snacks, we can help ourselves if you're still hungry. I'll fetch you more." As Suli rose to leave, Lu Qing stopped her. "Wait, there's no need to be polite. Everyone here has the same privilege. You can't expect to be an exception." Lu Qing hesitated, persuaded by Suli's reasoning. On one hand, it made sense, and on the other, she truly was hungry. "Then I'll accompany you." "All right." Under the night sky, the outside world was alive with the sounds of a zombie horde, their mournful cries and growls echoing. The number of zombies on campus had significantly dwindled at night, some wandering off in search of food, while others had been dealt with by Suli. The moonlight cast a glow over their figures as Suli and Lu Qing exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of guilt akin to that of thieves. The light would attract the zombies. With so many around at night, it was best to avoid any unnecessary encounters. "I understand. During my time at the research base, I studied zombies as much as anyone else." Lu Qing cautiously navigated the terrain. The darkness had little impact on Suli, as the enhancement serum had sharpened his vision to adapt swiftly to the night. He could discern objects clearly even in dim conditions, albeit with slightly reduced visibility. Thus, when observing Lu Qing, her stunningly beautiful face appeared particularly vivid, imbued with an indescribable allure. After a moment, The two sat side by side again. Lu Qing ate quickly. Before Su Li could speak, she had already finished, wiping her mouth and closing the lid. Are you full now? Yes. Are you accustomed to being here? Aside from your aversion to dining with too many people, is there anything else you find difficult to adjust to? Lu Qing opened her mouth, intending to say no, but suddenly recollected something. Her expression shifted, becoming somewhat unnatural. What's wrong? Su Li discerned the hint. No, it's quite wonderful here, far better than my previous life. I no longer have to venture out at the risk of my life, and there's regular food. Mid-sentence, Lu Qing abruptly changed her tone. However, the partition between us is merely 3 meters, and the sound insulation here is rather poor. Every night, I can hear your conversations, so whatever you do, I might hear it. Of course, I understand. Su Li interrupted Lu Qing's attempt to continue, observing the mature face of Lu Qing, which revealed a hint of embarrassment. It was akin to a young man bringing his girlfriend home only to be accidentally caught by an older sister. Fortunately, Su Li had no sister. Thus, the momentary awkwardness was fleeting. I understand. I will do my best. In truth, you need not worry too much about me. I merely feel that you should not exhaust yourself excessively, as staying up late is detrimental to your health. All right, I understand. After wishing each other good night, Su Li departed, not overly concerned about the matter. Yet, Lu Qing, who appeared quite reasonable, was experiencing a whirlwind of thoughts. I hope he truly comprehends. Otherwise, if this continues, maintaining my composure will become increasingly difficult. Chapter 38 Tan Xiaoya. It should not be like this, right? Everyone has gone to sleep. Su Li glanced at Tang Wan and Tang Mo, returning to the partitioned area, where he observed Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi nestled together in deep slumber. The night was exceptionally tranquil. Lu Qing's concerns, theoretically, should not manifest, yet Su Li had always been quite unreasonable. This serene atmosphere did not last long. Behind Su Li, a series of soft footsteps approached, followed by a gentle knock on the door. Come in. Su Li's voice was barely above a whisper, mindful of not disturbing the two. Outside, Tan Xiaoya's figure cautiously peeked in, tiptoeing as if fearful of making even the slightest noise. Su Li. Tan Xiaoya lowered her voice, her delicate face adorned with a touch of vulnerability. She glanced at the two sleeping figures and tentatively inquired, should we do it here? Certainly, if you wish to wake them and have them stare at you. That would not be appropriate. Tan Xiaoya quickly shook her head, her small fists clenched tighter, attempting to alleviate her mounting anxiety. Su Li rose and extended his hand. Tan Xiaoya hesitantly reached out, taking hold of Su Li's hand. Feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, her heart raced uncontrollably, and in the darkness, she could not discern Su Li's expression. This left her feeling insecure, uncertain whether he was pleased or annoyed. Meanwhile, Su Li absorbed the sight of her worried demeanor, reminiscent of a first date. The difference being that others would typically dine, shop, or watch a film on such occasions, but Tan Xiaoya had skipped the latter too, focusing solely on the meal. The dish was aptly named Tan Xiaoya. Calm down, stay composed, do not burden yourself with thoughts. This is all quite reasonable. I must be more mature. Tan Xiaoya silently repeated to herself. Stop dawdling, let us step outside. Su Li led Tan Xiaoya away. As they exited, the faint light from the window improved Su Li's visibility significantly, allowing him to see Tan Xiaoya fully. She had made considerable efforts for the evening, having swapped her nondescript sportswear for a short skirt and a short-sleeved top adorned with adorable bears. Her hair, freshly washed, cascaded loosely, and a delightful fragrance enveloped her. Standing there, Su Li could distinctly sense the warmth of her scent. Tan Xiaoya had never embraced such a style before. Seeing her for the first time, Su Li couldn't help but steal a few more glances, which did not go unnoticed. What is it? Is there something on my face? No, I simply find you quite beautiful and wanted to admire you a bit longer. Flattered by the compliment, Tan Xiaoya tightened her grip on Su Li's hand. She followed him back to her room. Although Su Li could have come alone, he chose to have Tan Xiaoya seek him out, perfectly uplifting her spirits and immersing her in their secluded world, causing her to overlook any concerns. Gulyalu. Tan Xiaoya stood still, swallowing hard, then slowly lifted her gaze to Su Li. No, there's no one else. She implied Su Li nodded but remained motionless. They lingered in silence for nearly 30 seconds before Tan Xiaoya spoke again. Didn't you say you wanted to repay me? Why are you? I'm tired. You may do as you please, and I will inform you of my level of satisfaction. Tan Xiaoya's pupils dilated. Look, is this even coherent? She was utterly bewildered by the exchange, but she quickly regained her composure, taking a deep breath to steady her uncontrollable emotions. Then, please have a seat. Tan Xiaoya recalled her past experiences from the dramas, animated series, and novels she had seen, seeking inspiration. Soon, the image of Su Li and Tan Xiaoya sitting on a mat emerged, reminiscent of a couple enjoying the moon together. However, there was no moon here, only a pitch-black ceiling. Su Li. Upon hearing her voice, Su Li turned to look at her. Could you close your eyes? At Tan Xiaoya's imploring gaze, Su Li gently closed his eyes, radiating tranquility. Seeing this, Tan Xiaoya finally relaxed, emboldened to proceed with her next plan. Well, this should be how it's done. Adopting an experimental attitude, Tan Xiaoya leaned closer to Su Li. Gazing at his tightly shut eyes, she pressed her lips against his face. The moment their lips touched, a powerful signal surged through Tan Xiaoya's brain, her heart racing and blood boiling as if a switch had been flipped. She gazed at Su Li before kissing him again on the other side of his face. Her attention then fell upon his lips, and Tan Xiaoya drew nearer, her rapid breaths brushing against Su Li's face. He felt a cool sensation on his lips, akin to encountering a jelly. To his surprise, Tan Xiaoya's lips were remarkably supple, delivering an unexpected delight. As their lips parted, Tan Xiaoya's face flushed crimson. She wiped her mouth, unable to believe the events unfolding, and, without restraint, leaned in for another kiss. This time, she lingered longer before gently pulling away after about 5 seconds, her gaze gradually softening. Su Li continued to anticipate further surprises, convinced this would mark a splendid beginning. Subsequently, Tan Xiaoya wrapped her arms around Su Li's neck, gently laying him back down, then kissed him once more. This kiss lasted approximately 10 seconds before she separated again. Moments later, she kissed him again, and again, and again. Su Li gradually sensed something was amiss, yet his interest remained undiminished, and he made no effort to stop her. Thus, half an hour slipped by. Perhaps she had grown weary of kissing or realized that merely kissing was insufficient. She suddenly halted, shifting her position to nestle into Su Li's embrace, her unreasonable physique exerting pressure on him. Then, she kissed him again. This time, several minutes passed. Su Li opened his eyes to find Tan Xiaoya resting against him, asleep while kissing him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He contemplated waking her, but seeing her sleep so soundly with a smile gracing her lips, he retracted his hand. The following day, at 4 a.m., after a night of kisses, Tan Xiaoya finally stirred from her dreams. Upon opening her eyes and recognizing her surroundings and the familiar Su Li beside her, any lingering confusion swiftly dissipated. Is it already 4? Tan Xiaoya glanced at a clock to ascertain the time. Reflecting on the previous day's events, she realized she had inadvertently fallen asleep. However, they had embraced and kissed, so there shouldn't be anything else to do, right? After all, the dramas, animations, and novels she had watched portrayed it this way. The innocent Tan Xiaoya pondered. Raising her head, she gazed at Su Li's handsome face, swallowing hard before quietly planting a kiss on his lips. This action, however, immediately roused Su Li. He opened his eyes, looking at Tan Xiaoya with a hint of helplessness, while she, noticing his wakefulness, grew anxious. Chapter 39. Good morning. How was yesterday? Observing Tan Xiaoya's bashful demeanor, had Su Li not been fully alert throughout, he might have believed something truly extraordinary had transpired. I would prefer not to comment, Su Li sighed. What is the matter? Was I inadequate? Am I unappealing, lacking charm, with an unpleasant voice or physique? Tan Xiaoya felt as though the sky had fallen upon her upon witnessing Su Li's reaction. That is not what I meant. Wait, don't cry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, boo-hoo. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face, her expression one of utter distress, evoking an instinctive desire to comfort her. All right, you did wonderfully. You just need a bit of guidance. Su Li gently embraced Tan Xiaoya, softly patting her back and stroking her head. When his attempts to console her proved ineffective, Su Li helplessly retrieved a bottle of mouthwash kept in the room. Offering it to Tan Xiaoya to rinse her mouth, though she was unsure why, she accepted and performed a quick rinse. Feeling better? Yes, I am. Tan Xiaoya replied, though she continued to sob, her eyes brimming with tears. Su Li chuckled softly, lifting her chin, and, after enduring multiple strong kisses from Tan Xiaoya, he initiated a kiss of his own. This effectively silenced her sobs, and Tan Xiaoya's emotions stabilized significantly. As she pondered her shortcomings, Tan Xiaoya was suddenly taken aback as her lips were forcibly pried apart, her pearly teeth also being manipulated. With wide eyes, she gazed at Su Li, astonished. Is it possible to continue like this? Tan Xiaoya felt a jolt of shock, and upon sensing the invasive threat, a tumult of fear and anticipation surged within her. Moments later, her complexion flushed, she found herself bewilderingly kissed, leaning against Su Li's embrace. Feeling akin to a child. All right, I'll seek you out tonight. You have a day to inquire with Muxue and the others about what needs to be done. This time, I shall not hold it against you. Tan Xiaoya nestled closer to Su Li, breathing softly. She could not comprehend anything beyond this moment. Simply reveling in the joy of holding Su Li as she drifted off to sleep felt immensely comforting. Could there be anything more delightful than this? I understand now. Could you perhaps linger a little longer? I wish to embrace you a while more. Her demeanor was humble as she clung to Su Li for an additional hour. At 5 o'clock, Su Li had to depart. Lingering any longer would risk awakening the others. Before leaving, he said, "Please inform everyone to gather at noon for a meeting to discuss the site selection for the new shelter." A new shelter? Do you wish to change our residence? The disparity between here and my expectations is far too great. Naturally, a change is necessary. Remember, we will assemble at 11. Yuli pressed his warm cheek against Tan Xiaoya's, bestowing a lingering kiss before turning to return to his room. As Tan Xiaoya watched him leave, an inexplicable sense of loneliness washed over her, and she sighed softly. She shifted to the spot where Su Li had just lain. Her cheeks flushed as she covered her head, savoring the remnants of his warmth. In the morning, Su Li stepped out and summoned Lu Qing. What are we doing outside? Lu Qing surveyed her surroundings. Wary of potential zombies, I wish to ask you a few questions. Facing Lu Qing, Su Li's expression remained unchanged, as if he were merely conversing with a close friend about mundane matters. I've heard that in an unmanaged city, facilities like natural gas and nuclear power plants could explode. I'm not well versed in the layout of this city, and would like to know if there is a risk of such sudden explosions occurring here. Initially, he had intended to pose this question in a group, but reconsidered, realizing the female students might not grasp the context. Thus, it was better to consult Lu Qing privately. To Su Li's relief, Lu Qing appeared to contemplate, suggesting she had some understanding of his concerns. I see what you're worried about, but you needn't fret. Oh? How so? Do you remember when I mentioned my involvement in zombie research and the attributes of their evolution? The evolution of zombies is dictated by their environment. They do not adapt to it, but rather absorb the characteristics of their surroundings. Lu Qing's words prompted a realization in Su Li, leading him to voice a quiet question. So, you mean zombies can absorb electricity, natural gas, and radiation as they evolve? That seems rather unscientific. Indeed, it does seem unscientific. However, a professor conducted research specifically on the effects of radiation on zombies. Although the zombies perished quickly, a portion of the infected tissue survived, suggesting that with gradual experimentation, it might be possible to cultivate zombies immune to radiation, or even capable of absorbing it. Yuli fell silent. Contemplating the implications, radiation, which devastates DNA, could be absorbed by zombies. Could it be that their mutations require no DNA at all? That isn't entirely impossible. Given how many unscientific phenomena exist, adding another wouldn't be surprising. What kind of experimental base are you referring to, where there is radiation? It's merely a stroke of luck to have some materials. That is indeed quite fortunate. Having gleaned the information he sought, Su Li was not in a hurry to return, opting instead to stroll with Lu Qing outside. What else do you wish to do? Lu Qing inquired, her tone somewhat cold, resembling an interrogation, though it was unintentional. Without a deliberate effort to maintain her demeanor, her words often came out in a frosty manner, making her seem distant, a quality that was not her intention. Help me collect crystal cores. Crystal cores? What are those? Lu Qing recalled some past experiences, suddenly connecting the dots. Could it be those blue stones found on zombies? So you are aware of them. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Lu Qing's description was unmistakably of a blue crystal core found on a particular zombie. Faced with this inquiry, Lu Qing hesitated, then explained, we thought it was some ornament that the zombie ingested while eating people. It wasn't until you mentioned it that I made the connection. Observing Su Li's nonchalant expression, Lu Qing deduced that the blue crystal core was likely not particularly rare, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief internally, while simultaneously piecing together many previously puzzling aspects. Could it be that your ability to save me, as well as that speed, is a result of that stone? Does the crystal core grant extraordinary powers? Akin to something from a movie? Indeed, quite astute, Suli affirmed. He had previously mentioned the crystal cores to Jiang, Muxue, and the others, but their interest was minimal. Among those close to him, only Tan Xiaoya had learned about it last. After she had familiarized herself with the information, he intended to casually share some details with Lu Qing. Lu Qing was relatively clever, without needing any explanation. Upon hearing the term crystal core, she had deduced most of the underlying truths. However, the nature of crystal cores was not as glamorous as portrayed in films. Every ability came at a cost. Chapter 40, Lu Qing. For contingencies, are you saying that crystal cores will erode the human body, with higher quality cores eroding faster? Lu Qing pondered deeply, then turned to Suli, her beautiful eyes reflecting her inner concerns. Theoretically, yes, but I am different. I possess other methods to utilize crystal cores without relying on my body as a vessel. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing felt an inexplicable sense of relief, oddly grateful. She then realized that Suli's knowledge of a method to use crystal cores without bodily reliance seemed exceptionally valuable, if only she could learn it. That method is quite simple. You merely need to integrate the crystal core into a suitable weapon, thus negating any bodily erosion. As Lu Qing lamented not being privy to that method, Suli spontaneously revealed it without reservation. She stood there, stunned, for a full 10 seconds before moving. You just told me that? What's wrong? Suli replied innocently, feigning ignorance. Aren't you going to ask me to help you with something or require some form of payment? No. Why tell me? You are not a stranger. Is it wrong to share this with you? Suli was entirely sincere. He had no ulterior motives. Sharing this information with Lu Qing posed no threat, as she could do little with it. The integration of crystal cores into weapons was not as simple as it sounded. According to the system's description, the weapon's materials and hardness must meet certain standards. Moreover, even if Lu Qing were to acquire formidable weapons and integrate crystal cores, it would pose no danger to Suli and could even aid in protecting the shelter. That moment, Lu Qing fell silent for several seconds. So just because I was rescued by you and have known you for a few days, you feel compelled to share such crucial information with me? Otherwise, Suli countered. Lu Qing fell silent again. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to ask something, but hesitated, gazing at Suli's youthful visage. It struck her that he was merely 20 years old, a student yet to step into the wider world. Perhaps in his mind, sharing such matters was as casual as a fleeting thought, stemming from a sense of camaraderie. Forget it, thank you. Lu Qing ceased her futile inquiries. Now come along. We are here to collect crystal cores. If we dawdle, we won't have time for the meeting. All right. Lu Qing replied, following closely in Suli's footsteps, her mind conjuring images of a brash Suli, freshly endowed with unique powers, eager to lash out at anything in sight. It was undoubtedly perilous. If Suli could obtain such strength, the zombies might possess formidable power as well. During their initial encounter, Suli had fought amidst a horde of zombies, demonstrating his willingness to engage in reckless behavior. Lu Qing began to worry that Suli might injure himself, or worse, meet his demise. Due to his impulsiveness, as a result, she grew more vigilant, assuming a protective role over him. Unbeknownst to Suli, he led Lu Qing to the site of their first meeting, the building that had partially collapsed from an explosion. Numerous zombie corpses lay undiscovered. This time, he intended to incinerate them, leaving only the crystal cores behind. However, upon reaching their destination, the sight before them rendered them both speechless. What on earth happened here? Before them, the vast expanse of debris that had once trapped the zombies was now inexplicably cleared away. The bodies of the undead vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty expanse. Has someone been here? Doesn't seem like it. If it were human intervention, there would surely be some remnants of the zombie carcasses. But then what could have caused this? Could it be that the zombie bodies gathered together and transformed into new zombies? Suli stepped closer, noting a series of damp traces on the ground. Neither blood nor water, but a mysterious liquid of unknown origin. Don't approach. As Suli attempted to investigate, Lu Qing intervened, gripping his arm firmly. While restraining him, she produced a plastic bag containing a small piece of meat, roughly the size of a thumb, and tossed it onto the ground. Upon contact with the liquid, the meat began to sizzle, emitting a cloud of white smoke as its surface corroded, though the corrosive effect was not severe. Regardless of what this is, it appears rather perilous. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from approaching. Lu Qing released Su Li's hand, harboring unnecessary worries for Su Li's safety. I understand the reasoning. But why do you carry a piece of fresh meat on you? For emergencies. Lu Qing did not wish to, but the experiences accumulated from previous explorations had taught her much. Fresh meat can attract zombies and can also be used to test the safety of certain substances, like the liquid we just encountered. Very well, I will heed your advice. Let us gather some crystal cores from another location. Yuli felt no curiosity. After all, he could not ascertain the origin of that liquid. He could only deduce that something had come through, pushing aside the debris and taking away the zombies. The shelter was not far from here, which made Su Li more concerned about its safety. We need to expedite the moving schedule, he contemplated. After finding no harvest in this area, they arrived at the playground, intending to cross it to reach the gymnasium. However, upon arriving at the playground, the sight before them caused both Su Li and Lu Qing to gasp in surprise. The playground was scorched under the relentless sun in the glaring light. Over 20 zombies with desiccated skin, twisted expressions, and elongated, grotesque bodies stood still. Most other zombies appeared human-like, merely resembling corpses, but these zombies exuded an eerie, inhuman quality. Another variant, perhaps? It seemed so, yet the reason behind such a mutation eluded him. Yuli had grown accustomed to mutated zombies, but honestly, this particular one was quite unexpected. Neither human nor ghostly. Upon seeing Su Li and Lu Qing, they did not charge like other zombies, but instead remained stationary, howling. Their thin, emaciated legs seemed to have lost the ability to walk, though not go over. Let me handle this, Yuli brandished his knife, but was once again halted by Lu Qing's hand. Lu Qing retrieved a plastic bag and tossed a piece of fresh meat towards one of the zombies, which landed precisely at its feet. The emaciated zombie, catching the scent of blood, became agitated, yet it could only remain in place, swaying its upper body in agony, utterly incapable of reaching the meat presented to it. Strange. How could a zombie mutate to a state where it could not even feed? Observing this, Lu Qing did not lower her guard. Instead, she became even more cautious. She had always been averse to dangerous situations, especially when faced with unknown threats. Until they understood the situation, Lu Qing intended to lead Su Li away, ensuring their safety before considering anything else. Chapter 41. The human spider let us depart. Lu Qing, possessing a strong sense of initiative, made the decision without consulting Su Li, pulling him away. Do not rush. It merely appears peculiar and poses no threat to me. Su Li did not allow himself to be dragged along by Lu Qing, yet he felt no discontent. He believed that by showcasing his true strength, Lu Qing would feel at ease. Just as they exchanged glances and had no chance to speak, the ground suddenly trembled, and a series of rustling sounds emerged from a nearby direction. Both Su Li and Lu Qing reacted swiftly. However, Su Li was quicker, pulling Lu Qing along and seeking refuge behind a nearby fountain. Concealed, they silently observed the bizarre zombies in the playground. It seemed as though the zombies sensed something, emitting mournful howls. In Su Li's line of sight, something resembling a spider's leg emerged from a patch of grass, followed by a multitude of legs appearing in succession. Upon closer inspection, it was a colossal creature. A human-spider hybrid composed of human arms, heads, and legs. Its 8 legs connected to a tumor, atop which rested 4 human heads. The front forelegs were elongated human arms, while the back forelegs were contorted human thighs planted firmly on the ground. The creature dwarfed several humans in size. Ordinary zombies stood before it like mere insects. Upon its emergence, the human spider approached one of the zombies, opening the mouths of its 4 heads to bite into the zombie's body, draining its already meager form further. After consuming the first zombie, it moved on to others, gnawing voraciously. Following its feasting, it expelled a viscous substance from its rear, coating the zombies in a sticky layer that emitted wisps of steam. That building is its creation. Su Li's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. His instincts informed him that this zombie was entirely different from those encountered previously, yet he felt capable of confronting it. In fact, his body yearned to charge forward and strike. However, Su Li had not anticipated such a terrifying being lurking unknowingly near his shelter. It was far too dangerous. This creature needed to be eradicated. After merely a few moments of contemplation, Su Li resolved to confront the unique zombie head dash on AT that moment. He turned to find Lu Qing's expression troubled. What troubles you? I am fine. I simply fear creatures like spiders. Let us not delay our escape. We must run. Lu Qing wished to retreat even before seeing the human spider, and upon its emergence, her mind was consumed with the idea of fleeing. Yet as she attempted to rise, her legs weakened, causing her to stumble and inadvertently knock a piece of rock from the fountain, which clattered to the ground with a loud noise. This is bad. Lu Qing cursed inwardly. The human spider exhibited extraordinary hearing, and all four heads turned in unison towards them, quickly detecting the concealed pair. Even from a distance, Lu Qing could see the eerie smiles forming on the four faces. The human spider moved with astonishing speed, its massive body seemingly defying its size, making it difficult for Lu Qing to track its movements with the naked eye. Lu Qing's heart raced. Her body did not know how to respond to such a monstrosity. It was beyond her capacity to handle. All she could do was reflect on her life experiences before her inevitable demise. However, in the next instant, a sturdy figure shielded her. Su Li raised his blade, blocking the charge of the human spider and, utilizing the momentum, slashed at it, severing one of its spider-like legs halfway, leaving only a remnant of flesh attached. Its defense did not seem formidable. The human spider recoiled several meters from the blow, its four heads expressing fury as flesh sprouts began to grow from its wound in the blink of an eye. The leg that was about to fall reformed completely. It can regenerate, Su Li remarked, momentarily forgetting that he possessed a healing ability himself. It appears that dying easily does not suit your form. So let us see how to truly vanquish you. Yo others, this creature might evoke a desire to flee. But to Su Li, it became a source of amusement. The zombies he usually encountered were far too weak. He never needed to exert himself to resolve the crisis and had never truly had the chance to stretch his muscles. Observing the repulsive form of the human spider, Su Li ignited his blade with flames. Roar! The four heads emitted a chilling roar. The human spider tensed its 8 legs and surged forward at an incredible speed, launching an assault with 2 of its legs as spears. Su Li, be careful! Lu Qing shouted a warning, to which Su Li retorted with a hint of sarcasm. It's rather disgusting. He focused on the 2 pale, human-like hands, feeling a wave of discomfort. Yet he had to admit that its speed was extraordinary. If it were to flee at this moment, Su Li might not catch up to prevent its escape. He had to swiftly discover a means to defeat it. Should it elude him, he would have far too many concerns living in this area. With these thoughts in mind, Su Li altered his approach, shifting from an offensive to a defensive stance, inflicting moderate damage on the human spider. The human spider did not cease its assault. After being blocked by Su Li, it launched another attack toward his head with its remaining legs. Su Li wielded his alloy blade, parrying each strike expertly. Weak point breakthrough. Perception tracking. Su Li activated 2 skills in quick succession, and the scene before his eyes transformed instantly. Several red dots marked the complex body of the human spider, indicating the weak points identified through the weak point breakthrough. Su Li was uncertain how to address its regeneration issue by targeting those areas, but he had no time to ponder. After suffering successive blows from Su Li, the creature suddenly redirected its attention towards Lu Qing. Relying on its speed, it approached quickly, yet it had not anticipated that Su Li could also unleash a surge of speed. Su Li's blade arrived before its claws, executing a horizontally slashing strike imbued with flames, severing 2 of the spider's legs and safeguarding Lu Qing. The human spider showed no concern for such injuries. It continued its reckless charge, intent on trampling both of them. However, Su Li, having activated the weak point breakthrough, after parrying its attacks, swiftly applied the combat techniques acquired from his mastery in melee fighting, targeting every visible weak point within 3 exchanges. He sequentially sliced through one head, the rear legs, and then the central body of the creature. After completing this onslaught, the human spider lay battered and bleeding, its body riddled with wounds, yet it continued to sprout new flesh, albeit at a dramatically reduced rate, as if suffering from severe exhaustion. Chapter 42. Tan Xiaoya. Afraid she would look at me like I'm rubbish, the 4 heads emitted discordant shrieks, recognizing that their regenerative speed had diminished, and an instinctual desire to flee began to take hold. Yet, Su Li had anticipated this, and there was no way he would allow it to escape. Frostbite, as the creature hunched, preparing to flee, a wave of chilling cold enveloped it. Its vast body froze instantly, movement hindered, and it lost its previous swiftness. Meanwhile, a flurry of icy spikes cascaded from the heavens, mingling with the descent of snowflakes, dramatically altering the local climate. This skill had never been employed by him before. The advantage lay in its striking appearance, while the disadvantage was its indiscriminate nature, with the spikes falling randomly upon friend and foe alike. This led Suli to contemplate using Frost Invasion to reduce the monster's movement speed, only to discover that doing so impeded his own ability to deal damage. Thus, he devised a strategy to first weaken the target, followed by unleashing Frost Invasion to finish it off and prevent its escape. Amidst the blizzard, the humanoid spider appeared more flustered than a human in the face of the sudden assault. Its 4 human faces were devoid of expression, rendered unrecognizable by the hail of icy spikes. The newly sprouted flesh was obliterated once more by the relentless onslaught. It attempted to flee, but its 8 legs could not regenerate in time, leaving its entire body to writhe helplessly until the skill's duration expired. And the chill dissipated. As the assault ceased, it regained a modicum of regenerative capability. Desperate to escape, it was met instead with a fierce strike from Suli. Undeterred, Suli continued his relentless assault, delivering successive vertical slashes that cleaved the monster's massive form in two, extinguishing its life entirely. Observing the twitching remnants on the ground, devoid of any regenerative potential, Suli did not forget to set the remains ablaze. His movements were crisp and decisive, reminiscent of a captivating action film. Lu Qing witnessed the entire spectacle, her gaze lingering in astonishment for a considerable time before she managed to regain her composure. With uncertainty, she inquired, "Are crystal cores really that formidable?" "No. It's just that I am quite exceptional," Suli replied with a smile, unabashedly. "You should now realize that sometimes there's no need to worry about me so much." "I understand," Lu Qing responded, rising to her feet. She did not overly concern herself with Suli's prowess. After all, exercising caution is always prudent. Yet, she felt guilt for having exposed their whereabouts and was disappointed in her earlier reaction. However, from a certain perspective, Lu Qing had already surpassed most others. After all, as merely a girl engaged in scientific research, it was no small feat to remain composed amidst such terror. "Are you steady on your feet? Do you require my assistance?" "No need." Lu Qing shook her head in refusal but faltered, nearly stumbling on the flat ground. Consequently, just as she declined Suli's offer, he instinctively supported her. Lu Qing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she gently placed her hands on Suli's shoulders, allowing her legs to steady before separating. Encountering such a zombie for the first time, the crystal core must surely be of a purple grade or higher. Satisfied that Lu Qing was unharmed, Suli approached the corpse of the humanoid spider, now nearly consumed by flames, revealing a golden crystal core amidst the charred remains. He picked it up for appraisal. Crystal core, golden, traits, berserker, overdraws physical energy for prolonged strength amplification, skill. Explosive flash, initiates a self-detonation attack. Gazing at the description inscribed on the crystal core, Suli felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, rendered speechless. Both skills were perilously life-threatening. Moreover, the corrosive nature of the golden crystal core was even more pronounced. If absorbed by another, it would not be long before such a fate led to demise. He had initially thought this monster possessed a robust core for survival. It seemed he had overestimated its value. He would instead upgrade his original crystal core. With a mere thought, the golden crystal core vanished from his hand, and a notification panel appeared. Crystal core, golden, level 2. Congratulations on the upgrade. Trait intensification gained amplification, resulting in increased speed and enhancements to strength and other attributes. Skill barrier has been amplified, expanding its range. Upgrade requirement, 0-1 golden crystal cores. Lu Qing had not noticed this occurrence and assumed that Suli had simply set the crystal core aside, refraining from inquiring about its details. Following Suli, they resolved the zombies on the playground. A total of 26 zombies were dispatched, yielding 24 blue crystal cores and 2 purple ones, a significant harvest. Each monster had a crystal core. This must have been a deliberate selection by the creatures, aimed at trapping them in a daily, energy-draining cycle. I believe so. It's truly terrifying how quickly such large zombies have reappeared. Lu Qing reflected, still shaken, on their way back. Her fear had yet to dissipate. Yet she continued to forge ahead, clearing the path for Sueli.at. The shelter, Tan Xiaoya, after notifying the last person, arrived at Su Li's door. With mixed emotions, she knocked and asked, Muxue, Sisi, are you there? Creak. The door swung open, revealing Bai Sisi clad in a short-sleeved shirt and underwear, her striking eyes fixed on Tan Xiaoya. What brings you here? Bai Sisi's figure was commendable. Wearing only a thin sleep garment highlighted her form even more. Tan Xiaoya felt a wave of inferiority wash over her, finding it difficult to broach the subject of Su Li. Fearing ridicule for being unworthy, Xiaoya, is there something you need? Jiang Muxue approached, her gaze automatically carrying a sense of disdain towards others, an unintentional display of her dismissive nature. This demeanor only exacerbated Tan Xiaoya's insecurities, making her feel utterly dreadful under their combined scrutiny. No, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I'll take my leave now. Overwhelmed by pressure, Tan Xiaoya dared not mention Su Li in front of the two. Fearing that any inquiry would elicit Jiang Muxue's derisive comments questioning her sanity. What was that about? Uncertain. Watching Tan Xiaoya flee in disarray, the two women pondered the situation, unable to decipher the cause, and subsequently closed the door, deliberating on how to maximize their output and cooperation. To the end of the corridor, Tan Xiaoya squatted on the floor, drawing circles, suddenly feeling utterly useless. Who should she consult? Perhaps she could ask one of the girls she had a good rapport with? They might understand better than she did. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps approached, and Tan Xiaoya looked up in confusion, meeting two pairs of curious eyes. Xiaoya Jia, what are you doing here? Tang Wan and Tang Imo, hand in hand, regarded Tan Xiaoya with puzzled expressions. Upon seeing them, Tan Xiaoya's face lit up. Xiao Wan. Xiao Imo, what a relief. I'm so glad to see you. She stood, excitedly patting their shoulders. Although she was not well acquainted with Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi, her relationship with Tang Wan and Tang Imo was much closer, making them the right people to ask at a tea that moment. Tang Wan and Tang Imo looked even more perplexed, while Tan Xiaoya wore a serious expression as she inquired, May I ask, do you know? Chapter 43. Tang Imo, I have a plan. How do I even explain this to you? Tang Wan, after listening to Tan Xiaoya's description, initially thought her friend had lost her mind. How could someone over the age of 18 remain so oblivious to the world? Even she, who considered herself quite innocent, understood at least a little. No, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was that Su Li now had someone else in his life, complicating time allocation. Xiao Wan, I beg you. I want to take up your time, but I can't let him down today. Tan Xiaoya pleaded earnestly, bowing her head low. Xiaoya Jia, it's not that I don't want to help. It's just that I'm not entirely sure how to explain it. If it must be said, just sitting or lying down would suffice. What do those terms imply? I've sat beside him and lain next to him too. Haven Ti? That's not what I meant. What does that mean? That's exactly what I mean. A futile exchange persisted for half an eternity until Tang Imo could no longer bear it. She intervened, beckoning Tan Xiaoya to come over. Tang Imo, do you mean? Tan Xiaoya approached Tang Imo, half convinced, as Tang Imo immediately began whispering knowledge into her ear. Are you joking? 20 minutes later, after absorbing Tang Mo's tireless teachings, Tan Xiaoya felt as though she had heard the whispers of ancient deities, nearly overwhelmed by the revelations. This is impossible. It can't be done, Tan Xiaoya questioned. Of course it can. Tang Wan and Tang Imo nodded in agreement. Can you both really manage it? Then fine. Hearing that both of them were confident, Tan Xiaoya thought she couldn't be any worse than them, so theoretically, it should be fine. Yet, in practice, she had no clue how to proceed. Thank you. Now I understand everything. Tan Xiaoya expressed her gratitude politely. Tang Imo waved it off, then playfully beckoned. I have a plan that can make Su Li even happier. Would you like to hear it? Upon hearing this, both Tan Xiaoya and Tang Wan turned their attention to Tang Imo. What is the plan? Please enlighten us. Follow me. Tan Xiaoya trailed after Tang Imo into the dressing room. As she surveyed the clothing, she instinctively assumed Tang Imo intended to provide her with a beautiful outfit. However, to her surprise, Tang Imo headed straight for the mirror in the dressing room. Do you see this? Take it and place it in your room. Just ensure that both of you can see yourselves in the mirror. Huh? Images flooded Tan Xiaoya's mind, and she quickly dismissed them. This was far too embarrassing. Yet, since Tang Imo had suggested it, it seemed unlikely she would deceive her. Taking the mirror was a trivial matter. Following Tang Mo's instructions, she quietly removed the mirror. Tang Wan observed her younger sister, her small eyes filled with profound curiosity. Xiaomo, how did you come up with this idea? I am not sure. It just came to me in a flash, Tang Mo replied with an adorably innocent demeanor, uttering words that were strikingly naive. Sighing, Tang Wan reflected on her own lack of such talent, realizing she could only manage a few phrases in neon language. From now on, she would have to rely on her sister to lead the way. Suli. Lu Qing called out the name and turned to look at Suli, who paused, thinking she had remembered something significant. Could you perhaps choose another outfit? I'm not accustomed to the two you gave me. Then I will go back and select something for you. Suli also noticed that Lu Qing was still wearing the laboratory work attire on the bottom and the jacket that Suli had given her on top. This was her daily outfit, simple and unadorned, yet the thinness of Suli's jacket allowed a glimpse of lace peeking through. I didn't expect you to feel uncomfortable. I thought those two would complement your inner garments. Well, others can't see it. Lu Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing Suli was observant about such things. Was it really appropriate to say that out loud? Suli was unsure of what was right or wrong. But Lu Qing's incongruent appearance intrigued her. Thus, Lu Qing walked ahead while Suli followed closely, ensuring her safety. In fact, Lu Qing was quite safe. The level of safety she enjoyed was almost on par with Bai Sisi's. However, Bai Sisi remained formidable. Relying on her innate talent, she was undeniably more capable than Lu Qing, a mature woman of 25. Today, it was about Sisi. Lost in thought, Suli solidified her target. At 11 o'clock. Suli returned to the shelter. After organizing the crystal cores in her hand, Suli meticulously assessed each one, seeking any useful abilities. While others could only use one crystal core, she was not bound by that rule. Naturally, she kept the one she favored. Among the 20 or so blue ones, after thorough examination, most lacked skills and possessed only a single trait, a slight enhancement of physical attributes. Yet, 2 of the crystal cores stood out. Crystal core, blue, trait. Agility, enhances body coordination, skill. Ice shard, creates an ice explosion beneath the target's feet, attacking and slowing them down. Crystal core, blue, trait. Hardening, gains a certain level of defense, skill. Rebirth, activates all energy of the crystal core, allowing 1 revival when near death, but will destroy the host. The first crystal core was unremarkable, a standard attack capability, yet it proved somewhat useful compared to others. As for the second, despite its formidable revival skill, the latter part about destroying the host nearly made Suli chuckle. Wasn't that akin to dying again after revival? What difference did it make? However, considering she could use weapons as hosts, Suli decided to keep it. Perhaps someone else could benefit from it. Storing it in a weapon would transform it into a notable blade. After evaluating the 2 remaining purple crystal cores, she found their traits to be identical. The trait was called balance, enhancing overall physical attributes which would increase with level. Yet, no particular aspect was particularly outstanding. The skills, however, were corrosion and burn. One allowed control over acidic attacks, while the other added flames to attacks. Their utility was limited. Should resources be scarce, Suli contemplated converting them into a generator for power. After selecting the useful crystal cores, Suli took out 15 blue crystal cores, opened the system, and located the plans for the Pioneer. Clicking on production, a robot much larger than the Guardian emerged, its appearance significantly different. The Pioneer lacked offensive equipment, possessing only some crane-like hooks and a small screen. Pioneer, at your service, I can generate various construction plans based on your description. Once selected, simply provide the materials to commence construction. Options include, but are not limited to, building houses, repairing internal piping systems, sewage systems, power systems, and more. The robot briefed her on the usage. All right, take a break for now. I will call upon you once I gather the materials and a new base. Understood. If there are no material sources, you may search through trash bins for metal materials. Chapter 44 Lu Qing. You misheard. 18 noon, everyone gathered together, the atmosphere quite formal, each pair of eyes fixed on Suli, imbued with curiosity. It was their first meeting, and none knew what Suli intended to discuss. However, it was evident that it would involve matters beneficial to all. Since everyone is here, I will briefly outline the topics for discussion. Suli's expression turned serious, instantly exuding an air of authority, causing even the girls who initially wanted to flirt with him to set aside their intentions and listen attentively, akin to earnest schoolchildren. They had been residing here for many days, and surely they had noted numerous shortcomings. Although they were provided food and drink daily, their living conditions were uncomfortable, even queuing for a shower, which was clearly not to Su Li's liking. He recounted various observations. Brother Su Li, while what you say is valid, we are still quite content in this apocalypse. Being able to live like this is already remarkable, and we are all grateful to you. Indeed, Brother Su Li has protected us well. That is more than enough. You need not worry too much about us. The girls were quite understanding. When one expressed her opinion, the others echoed her sentiments. They were not like some fools who only complained online. Biting the hand that fed them, being able to learn here, they had not been sullied by wealthy heirs. That alone indicated they were also from affluent backgrounds. Their upbringing had instilled them with the ability to discern right from wrong. Understanding the magnitude of Su Li's contributions, hearing their responses, Su Li's lips curved into a slight smile, clearly pleased with their reactions. It's all right. Since you are with me, I must strive to do better for all of you. Let us not rush to be modest. Let us discuss the pressing matters at hand. Su Li lightly tapped the table, sweeping his gaze across everyone. I wish to relocate to a new shelter. One that is spacious, comfortable for living, and situated far from areas rife with zombies. You know this city better than I do. If you have any suitable locations in mind, please share. Upon hearing this, everyone racked their brains, recalling various places they deemed appropriate. How about the Wanfeng building? No, that's in the city center. The zombie presence is too high. Then let's consider the Xingfu community. But aren't there even more zombies in the community? I thought of a less populated area, the factory. That could work, but it's so far from the city. How would we gather supplies? I'm not sure. The two women, sparked by a single topic, engaged in lively conversation, and with so many girls gathered, the scene was naturally vibrant. A vigorous discussion on the new shelter location ensued for a full 20 minutes, yet no authoritative suggestion emerged. At that moment, Jiang Muxue cleared her throat, overshadowing the crowd's voices. Everyone, hold on a moment. I have a place that might be suitable. May I share? Jiang Muxue's words carried weight among them. As she was Su Li's woman, the crowd quickly fell silent, eagerly awaiting her input. You all know the Tianfu Villa area, right? It's a reasonable distance from the city center, not too far, and because the prices are quite high. There are very few residents. The buildings are all villas, unlike the densely packed residential blocks. Furthermore, the perimeter is fenced, and the entrance can withstand bullets. It would be quite suitable to convert into a shelter. What do you think? No one dared to counter Jiang Muxue's suggestion. Her rhetorical question felt somewhat superfluous. They could only murmur quietly amongst themselves before looking towards Su Li, relinquishing the decision-making power entirely to him. However, this placed Su Li in a bit of a dilemma. He had never been to the Tianfu Villa area and had only recently heard of its existence. Unfamiliar with its layout, he couldn't ascertain its suitability. Thus, he turned to Bai Sisi and asked, What do you think, Sisi? Bai Sisi was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated becoming the decision-maker. Although bewildered, she contemplated carefully and provided her response. If it were up to me, I would choose that place. The villa area offers a broad view, allowing one to easily assess the external situation, and there are few zombies inside. Once cleared, it would make for an excellent shelter. All right, I understand, Su Li nodded, appearing contemplative. However, he had nearly made up his mind, as no other suitable locations had been suggested. Then let us select that place. I will prepare for 2 days, and we shall move together. Hearing Su Li agree to her proposal, Jiang Muxue displayed an air of triumph before involuntarily revealing her competitive nature. At 1 o'clock. Everyone returned to their respective tasks. Su Li stepped outside again and called for Lu Qing once more. This displeased Jiang Muxue, who had initially hoped to spend some time alone with Su Li but found him wandering off with someone else. Can you drive? Su Li inquired. Yes, I want to find a few vehicles. Could you help me drive them back? You can't drive. Lu Qing looked at Su Li with curiosity. No observing Su Li's helpless expression, Lu Qing found it somewhat amusing and, without thinking, blurted, You're asking me as if you're begging. Su Li, Lu Qing. The two exchanged silent glances, one surprised by the other's remark, while the other was astonished at her own impulsive jest. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward, prompting Lu Qing to glance around, feigning busyness as if nothing had transpired. How do I beg you? Su Li asked. You misunderstood. I was inquiring about how you acquired the car keys. Did I mishear? Indeed, you did. Lu Qing is certainly certain. Su Li. After 2 seconds of silence, witnessing Lu Qing's cheeks flush, he refrained from further teasing. It's sufficient to locate a vehicle on the street. Some individuals, once they enter their cars, become akin to zombies, leaving their keys inside. The challenge lies in finding an undamaged vehicle. During the outbreak of the zombies, the number of car accidents was catastrophic. Most damaged structures were the result of vehicles careening uncontrollably, unpiloted, and the explosions of fuel tanks. To discover a vehicle capable of transporting both people and goods that remains unscathed is no small feat. Yuli guided Lu Qing along the street, and they managed to come across only a few operable sedans. The trucks he desired had predominantly collided with traffic after their drivers had transformed, either flipping over or crashing directly into buildings. The cars were utterly ruined and not drivable. Time was running short. We should head towards the outskirts, where truck drivers frequently take breaks, Lu Qing deduced based on previous experience. The two hastened their pace. Although Lu Qing was quite fast, it was still insufficient. They had no choice but to find a drivable car along the way, maneuvering through numerous obstacles towards the suburban area. Chapter 45. Don't send me off, look over there. It appears there are a few trucks on the suburban roads, devoid of buildings. The vehicles were sparse. A line of trucks stood parked by the empty roadside, showing no signs of collision, only 10 zombies wandering in the open space. The sound of the vehicle attracted them. These 4 ordinary zombies, unenhanced, approached Suli with the most primal of movements, growling and lunging. Suli adeptly dispatched the zombies, counting their numbers 0.8 in total. It seemed a convoy from the pre-apocalypse had been resting here, caught off guard by the outbreak, leading to their demise. This was an unexpected boon. Initially, he thought securing one would suffice, but to his surprise, he encountered 8 upon Lu Qing's inspection. These vehicles had been refueled and recently serviced, devoid of cargo, suggesting they were headed towards a factory in the suburbs for deliveries. We can only take one back. Make a note of the address, and when we have time, we can retrieve the others. Lu Qing selected a truck, and the keys were conveniently left in the ignition, requiring no search. Be careful not to bump into anything, Lu Qing cautioned. However, Suli failed to grasp the purpose of Lu Qing's warning. Did she truly believe a minor bump would harm him? He had already demonstrated his prowess to Lu Qing, yet he still felt she was overly concerned, akin to a parent overly protective of a child. A child of my OW, and Suli suddenly had an epiphany, glancing at Lu Qing as if he had discovered something peculiar. Is there something on my face? Lu Qing asked, her expression unchanged, a hint of confusion in her tone. No, Suli pondered for a moment, tentatively suggesting, would you like me to call you something different? Feel free. I'm indifferent. At that moment, Lu Qing maintained her impassive demeanor, revealing no signs of emotion. It felt too formal to simply call her by her name. How about sister? No way. Lu Qing paused, her cheeks slightly reddening before promptly rejecting the idea. What should I call you then? Just Lu Qing. That would be uncomfortable for you to hear, wouldn't it? Suli found this amusing and was tempted to continue teasing her. Calling you sister does feel awkward for me. How about Lu Auntie instead? This time, Lu Qing fell silent. However, her expression shifted significantly, gripping the steering wheel with increased tension. She was angry, yet not entirely so. She understood that Suli was deliberately provoking her to gauge her reaction. Had it been anyone else, she would have regarded them with a look of disdain, quietly dismissing them as foolish. But Suli was different. She couldn't quite pinpoint what made him so, yet it felt wrong to treat him that way. This left Lu Qing feeling utterly powerless and frustrated, her silver teeth clenched, enhancing her allure. Huffed, don't be angry. Young boys are full of vigor and enjoy a bit of jest. Lu Qing could comprehend Suli's mischievousness, as an elder sister. No, as a guardian. Or perhaps not. Regardless of the role, I must be tolerant of Suli. Before long, the two returned to the city in the truck, heading towards the campus. The truck made quite a commotion, disturbing many zombies along the way. Consequently, Suli had no choice but to keep the windows down and continuously use purple fire to dispatch the creatures. Suddenly, Suli heard another sound, prompting him to instruct Lu Qing to hit the brakes. As the truck came to a gradual stop, both Suli and Lu Qing heard several cries for help. Help, look over here. Help, the pleas, tinged with desperation, emanated from the windows of a nearby building. Suli glanced up and noticed that from 3 or 4 windows, individuals were leaning out, waving their arms and calling for assistance. These were survivors from the vicinity. Lu Qing offered a brief reminder before falling silent. With such a vast city, it was not surprising that survivors still existed. Lu Qing had no astonishment regarding this chance encounter. However, she was curious about how Suli would respond upon encountering survivors. Would he pause momentarily before departing? Or, regardless, Lu Qing respected Suli's approach. If he had her drive, she would follow suit without question. At that moment, Suli, observing the desperate survivors, carefully discerned their genders. Noting the presence of women, Yuli decisively exited the vehicle and called out to Lu Qing, "Let us go check it out." Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to rescue them. "Hockey Sue, you rascal." Ahem, truly benevolent. "Young man, be cautious. There are numerous zombies in the vicinity. Which shelter do you belong to? Can you help us? We are few in number. Please let us into your refuge." Suli's bold approach in the truck offered a glimmer of hope to the group of survivors, who were nearly depleted of resources and teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet, Suli was not the son. He always considered his own interests before making decisions, refraining from rushing into conclusions, and instead posed a crucial question. "How many of you are there? Please tell me your ages and genders." Upon seeing Suli's lack of refusal and his proactive inquiry about their numbers, the survivors felt a surge of hope, excitement bubbling within them. They assumed that Suli's questions regarding age and gender stemmed from a consideration of whether there were able-bodied men among them to contribute to the shelter's efforts upon their return. However, in reality, Suli merely feared that if he were to ascend, he might find himself surrounded by a group of elderly women. After all, the individuals peering out appeared rather aged. "There are only two of us. I'm 29 and my daughter is 8 years old." Hiss. "What about the others?" Suli's lips twitched slightly. While young, they were a tad too youthful. Standing below, the survivors above reported their family details one after another. In total, there were 4 households comprising 8 individuals. One household included a 30-year-old woman with her 8-year-old daughter. Another was a middle-aged couple with a 20-year-old daughter. One household consisted solely of an 18-year-old girl living alone, and the last was a woman in her 40s with a 10-year-old girl. After a moment's deliberation weighing the pros and cons, Suli decided to take a few of them in to assist with manual labor. If the 2 younger individuals proved satisfactory, they could be recruited for rewards. The remaining individuals could help transport supplies from the supermarket, and later, they could also gather construction materials for the pioneers. What? Why not let the women from the shelter go? Nonsense. What would happen if the women encountered danger? Wouldn't he that jeopardize his own well-being? I understand. Wait for me a moment while I clear out the zombies within the building. Yuli shrugged, retrieving his knife, which had dispatched countless zombies. The survivors above thought he intended to summon others to assist in their rescue. However, to their astonishment, Suli merely glanced at them before brandishing his knife and proceeding into the building. This left them in a state of panic. "Hey, young man, don't go in there. There are at least a dozen zombies in the hallway. None of us dare step outside. Don't. You're courting death." Chapter 46. Suli, fun. Love to play this, is it? That person has lost his mind. Such thoughts arose in their minds, unable to believe that anyone could contend with a dozen zombies, unless that individual wielded a firearm. However, Suli looked anything but armed. He only possessed a knife. Did he truly believe that a single knife could vanquish so many zombies? Was he out of his mind? Thinking himself a reincarnation of a tyrant? "Young lady, you must stop your friend. Don't let him throw his life away." The elderly woman above, in a state of distress, nearly cursed. They placed their hopes on Lu Qing, hoping that this seemingly mature and composed young woman could dissuade Suli from his reckless course. But the outcome? Lu Qing ignored their pleas and followed Suli into the building. The onlookers were petrified, feeling as if just as hope had begun to dawn, an ominous cloud had swiftly descended upon them. It would be acceptable if only one person perished. At least the other could return to contact their shelter. But if both were to die, they would lose all means of communication with the refuge. Oh dear, what are these 2 young people doing? It's over. It's all over. They are foolishly throwing their lives away. What will we do? Today's youth, undoubtedly, are victims of video games, unable to discern their own limits. Just as hope had begun to rise, they were doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving them in utter disarray. Listening to the growls of the zombies outside, they could surmise that the 2 individuals from the shelter faced dire consequences. 1 minute later, the sounds of the zombies ceased, and their hearts sank. Gazing out the window for a while, no one emerged from within. Alas. "Let us contemplate alternative means to salvage ourselves," a household of survivors lamented. Yet, in the midst of their collective silence, the unmistakable sound of a human footstep echoed in the corridor. Simultaneously, the familiar, crystalline voice of a youth resonated. "Come out, everyone, it is safe now." Safe? What does safe even mean? Upon hearing that Su Li had miraculously survived and was beckoning them to emerge, the crowd was momentarily stupefied, their minds swirling in confusion. After a prolonged hesitation, no one dared to open the door, fearing that the zombies might have evolved to mimic human speech. "If you do not come out soon, I shall leave." Su Li's tone bore a hint of impatience. At that moment, a door creaked open slightly, revealing a girl with short hair, her bangs obscuring her eyes, leaving only her nose and cherry-like lips visible. From the features discernible, she was quite lovely, possessing an exquisite beauty, yet emanating a rather peculiar aura. This aura suggested a certain lethargy, a lack of vitality, which Su Li found oddly familiar. Upon reflection, he realized that this was indeed the demeanor he had exhibited during his days as a recluse. Ah, the life of a recluse. In a wonder, she was beautiful yet hesitant to reveal herself. It was all too understandable. Behind the door, the girl had intended to greet Su Li but faltered upon seeing him. Her desire to speak caught in a web of uncertainty, perfectly aligning with Su Li's preconceived notions of her character. "Come here," Su Li commanded. The girl flinched, as if jolted from military training, and stepped outside. Her body trembling slightly as she stood rigidly, stand at attention. The girl complied, her posture straightening, at ease. She followed suit but soon realized something was amiss. Wasn't she supposed to be seeking rescue? Why was she being treated like a mere object of amusement? Internally, she protested, yet not a sound escaped her lips. This is amusing, indeed. After Su Li had his fill of amusement, the other residents began to emerge from their dwellings. Upon witnessing Su Li standing there unscathed, their astonishment was palpable. You dealt with the zombies? Enough with the trivial questions. I shall grant you 10 minutes to gather your belongings. After 10 minutes, I will depart. If you wish to follow, make your way to the back of the vehicle." Su Li's tone brooked no argument, lacking the customary politeness. The crowd, recognizing the futility of questioning further, returned to their homes to pack their belongings. In truth, there was little left to take, as resources had dwindled significantly over time. They could only manage to gather some medicine and a few changes of clothes. Moments later, 8 individuals emerged, their burdens strapped to their backs. Just as they awaited Su Li's lead, he suddenly interjected. "By the way, I forgot to mention something. The shelter can no longer accommodate many. I can only take 6 with me. As for the rest, you may decide amongst yourselves." At his words, several pairs of eyes widened in disbelief, particularly a woman with a child, who disregarded the others' inquiries to exclaim, "What? Why didn't you say so earlier? I simply forgot. Is that not acceptable?" Su Li responded, devoid of any semblance of regret, seeming to relish their predicament. The others seethed with indignation, yet upon observing Su Li's demeanor, they regained their composure, recognizing that he bore no obligation to save them. Ultimately, he had committed no wrongdoing. Rather, he exuded an aura of moral decay. "Xiaofan, you should take the child and leave. I am in a weakened state. Following you would only be a burden." A man from a family of 3 volunteered, urging his wife and child to depart. "No, I should stay. You are a man. You must protect the child," the mother interjected. "Mom, I do not need your concern. In the blink of an eye, this family's plight unfolded, as others observed in silence, each harboring their own thoughts on who should remain and who should depart. At that moment, an ill-timed voice interrupted the tension. Hey, stop arguing. I suggest both of you stay behind and let your daughter leave. When the shelter has enough room, we can retrieve you later." The speaker was another woman with a child, distinct from the one who had engaged with Su Li. "How can you speak so? Others are already prepared to sacrifice themselves, and you suggest such nonsense?" protested another woman with an 8-year-old child. "If one must sacrifice, what difference does it make to sacrifice another? You stand there unaffected. Why not you take their place?" The older woman's aptitude for argument was on full display, as she and the younger mother exchanged barbs, ultimately devolving into a cold war of silence, while the family of 3 reached a decision. With tears in their eyes, the couple nudged their daughter forward. "Everyone, please cease your quarrel. We shall remain behind. We kindly ask that you look after our child." The couple wiped their tears, bidding a sorrowful farewell to their equally distraught daughter. We implore you all. We shall not delay your departure any further. Nightfall will only complicate your return. Please hasten. Chapter 47. A call for assistance from teammates. A woman who had shared a closer bond with the couple cast a reluctant glance at them, nodding before turning her attention to their daughter, as if they had reached some unspoken agreement. With the dust settling, Suli cleared his throat, drawing their attention. In this profoundly desolate atmosphere, he declared, you all should follow me. It appears there is suddenly enough space at the shelter. Huh? What? A series of bewildered exclamations filled the air, while Suli remained unfazed, his heart steady as he remarked, it was merely a jest. Do you not find it amusing? As his voice faded, silence enveloped the crowd. Unperturbed by their thoughts, he gestured for them to follow him downstairs, warning that should they fail to keep pace, their demise would be of no concern to him. Truth be told, had Suli not instilled a glimmer of hope within them, they would have been tempted to curse aloud, especially the couple's daughter, who felt utterly humiliated by her previous display of theatrics. Lu Qing observed from the sidelines, reflecting on Suli's penchant for dark humor, which he had thankfully tempered. The youth of today often lack discretion in their jesting. Such frivolity had undoubtedly squandered precious time, which Lu Qing found increasingly intolerable. The woman, realizing she had been made a fool of, muttered her displeasure under her breath, leading her child with feigned seriousness. Look at that woman. Be sure not to emulate her. She appears aloof, yet who knows what chaos lies beneath? I understand. I shall keep my distance from that sister. That is the right attitude. Their whispers were soft, yet the surrounding silence rendered them audible enough for Lu Qing to catch a glimpse of their conversation. Causing her brow to furrow slightly, could you refrain from such chatter? What are you teaching your child? The nearest young mother, alarmed by the potential repercussions should Suli overhear, hastily attempted to interrupt the older woman's tirade. Your child isn't a prodigy either, so why concern yourself with how others educate theirs? Mind your own business. Neither Suli nor Lu Qing interjected, allowing the discord to persist until they reached the ground floor. Suddenly, Suli halted, stepping aside to create a path. You, the one so adept at teaching children, go ahead and scout the way. I will bring up the rear. Why should I go? The older woman, her demeanor shifting to one of indignation, glared at Suli. Why should you burden an elderly person with such a task when there are so many young people present? Is this deliberate? Do you not understand the virtue of respecting your elders? At that moment, Suli remained silent, but Lu Qing could no longer contain herself. How astonishing it is to encounter such unyielding ignorance in a world like this. What of the world? Am I not alive? I shall outlive you yet, you foolish woman. The older woman refused to yield, and had it not been for the others' awareness of the situation, they might have believed that it was Suli and Lu Qing in need of rescue instead. Lu Qing's lips quivered in anger, and she chose not to engage further, although her ire had been ignited the moment the older woman had casually belittled her. She may have appeared indifferent to most matters, yet she shared the same sentiments as others. Her demeanor merely masked her emotions. With a cold chuckle, Suli lifted his blade, directing it towards the older woman. What are you doing? You suggested that the younger folks scout ahead. You wish to avoid it, correct? Indeed, at my age, exploring the path is far too perilous. The older woman continued to assert her stance. Suli nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Therefore, let your child take your place. What? Absolutely not. Did you not express your thoughts? I am merely respecting your wishes. Why the sudden displeasure? As Suli spoke, he pressed the blade against the older woman's neck, the metallic tang of blood mingling with the air. Why, you're threatening me. Indeed, I am. Should you utter another word, you may find yourself relocating your head. How can you be so uncouth? If the authorities at the shelter were to learn of this, I wonder how others would perceive you. The older woman, clearly flustered, refrained from cursing, yet her words were comically absurd. Rules? Suli mused. I am the ultimate rule here. However, in this peace-loving society, the incessant bickering, shielded by order, has led to a situation where individuals, still believing the world remains unchanged amidst the apocalypse, elicit nothing but indifference from Suli no matter the reasoning presented. They remain oblivious to their own actions, akin to a cat facing an oncoming vehicle, puffing itself up in a futile attempt to scare it away. Such individuals possess an intelligence inferior to that of a cat, Yet they are protected by order, allowing them the opportunity to survive until now. Thus, it appears that only through violence can the situation be effectively resolved. Just as in this moment, when she sensed death, she finally closed her acerbic lips. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Mom, don't be afraid, I'll scout ahead." Suli glanced down to find it was the child of the woman. He had just been contemplating how filial this child seemed, willing to sacrifice himself to save his mother, leading him to believe the child's character was untainted. Little did he know, the next moment, the child continued, "Look at you, aren't you just a zombie? What is there to fear? You have no strength at all, and yet you still act as if you're my mom. Move aside. Do you really think our little Luo Baobao lacks strength?" The woman and several neighbors looked on in confusion, some unable to comprehend the child's words, yet sensing an unusual confidence radiating from him. "Child, how can you speak to your mother that way?" The woman, unfazed by others' harsh words, found herself exasperated by her own child. I asked you to charge my game with the allowance, but you didn't. What do you amount to? I've made my point clear. I've said my piece. Just watch how I lead you, little student." The child made a peculiar gesture, swaying and sticking out his tongue. What's wrong with this child? What is he doing? A couple scratched their heads, unable to decipher the meaning behind the action. "I'm done playing with you all." The child cast a disdainful glance before dashing outside, straining to push open the door, only to find 3 zombies wandering about. Upon seeing the zombies, the child neither fled nor hid, but instead stood before them to taunt. "Zombie machines, come on, come on. Watch me slip past you without a scratch. Come back." At that moment, the mother screamed, her voice filled with despair. Yet, as she saw the zombies extend their decayed hands toward her child, the boy immediately tried to pull away, but before he could escape, a zombie had already seized his arm, its mouth sinking into the boy's flesh. "Ah!" The child screamed in agony, prompting the mother to rush in, seemingly forgetting her own lack of strength. The moment she stepped outside, she was violently tackled to the ground by other zombies. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Teammates, help me. I have a mic. Don't revive me." The screams of the two gradually faded, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock as they witnessed the gruesome scene of their demise. Meanwhile, Suli, holding back momentarily, waited until he confirmed there was no chance of survival for the two before he decided to intervene. Regrettably, he was too late. Chapter 48. This is truly a real-life machine. After dealing with the zombies, Suli helped a few individuals onto a truck, including a middle-aged man who was supported by his wife as they climbed into the cargo area. Just as Suli was about to close the cargo door, the man anxiously inquired, "Young man, we have to do the scouting work once we enter the shelter, will we?" "No, sir. You can just be an electrician," Suli responded with a smile, his demeanor and expression returning to their usual state. Yet, after the recent turmoil, the others regarded him with trepidation. An electrician. It sounded quite normal. He had a bit of knowledge in his youth. However, there was an unsettling feeling that if Suli found him bothersome, he might be tasked with testing live wires. "Once you're seated, I may not be able to see how you're doing," Suli reminded them as he took the passenger seat. The cargo area of the truck was open, so there was no need to worry about overheating. After glancing at the desolate scenery for a while, Suli quickly lost interest. Rather than gaze upon the dilapidated streets, he preferred to admire the beauty before him. The beauty in question, Lu Qing, noticed Suli's gaze. "Are you spying on me?" "I call it appreciating art," Suli replied earnestly, by the way, seeing how they were torn apart. "Does it brighten your mood?" "I'm not angry." "Indeed, you're not angry," Suli echoed Lu Qing's words, causing a slight blush to grace the beautiful woman's cheeks. If not for Lu Qing's focus on driving, she might have lowered her head for the rest of the day, waiting to regain her composure before retorting to Suli. Maintaining her state was crucial. Losing would result in Suli claiming victory and triggering the first blood notification. Lu Qing hummed softly, lapsing into silence. Suli inquired, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere, but to no avail. Silence reigned until they arrived near the shelter. "Is this the shelter? How peculiar." The group disembarked, gazing at the cafeteria, their minds buzzing with thoughts, yet they voiced nothing. Once inside, Suli instructed, "You all must heed the words of others. This is merely a temporary shelter. In a few days, I will change locations and assign you tasks. Do not slack off." The group nodded vigorously in agreement, Upon entering the shelter alongside Su Li, Tan Xiaoya came to greet them with several others. As they beheld the young women, mothers, couples, and reclusive girls, they felt a wave of confusion wash over them. They couldn't help but question whether this was truly a shelter. In their minds, a shelter should consist of a rugged band of survivors, both men and women, young and old. Yet, the scene before them was filled entirely with young women, all impeccably dressed, their skin and figures well maintained, showing no signs of malnutrition. Another group of newcomers? Should I arrange for them? Tan Xiaoya approached, ready to assume the role of the shelter's NPC. Thank you for your help. Not at all, not at all. Tan Xiaoya hesitated to meet Su Li's eyes. Whenever their gazes locked, memories of their kiss and embrace from yesterday, along with today's lessons with Tang Yamo, flooded her mind. Come with me, everyone. Wait, those two girls stay behind. I'll take them with me later. Su Li pointed to the two younger girls among the group. The couple's hearts sank, anxiously clutching their daughter's hand. Their eyes pleading as they looked at Su Li. Dad, Mom, that I'll find you later. Despite their anxiety and fear, the girl did not hesitate, trembling as she made her way to Su Li's side. At this moment, the short-haired girl, after much internal conflict, also approached Su Li. The others followed Tan Xiaoya out. Lu Qing cast a glance at them, her mouth opening slightly, seemingly displeased, before silently departing. Only Su Li and the two girls remained downstairs. The girls nervously regarded Su Li, striving to calm their nerves, yet trembling more than the other. State your names. Chun Su, replied the couple's daughter. Su Li turned to the short-haired girl. And you? Minyu. What is your relation to Zhang? No, I'm Minyu, not Miyu. Minyu hurriedly clarified, her hands flailing as though she had encountered a general. From today onward, the two of you will join us. No objections, right? No objections. As if it were a joke. Who would dare voice any dissent? Su Li couldn't hear their thoughts, but he could guess their sentiments. However, more pressing than that was the reward the system had just granted. Minyu age, 19 rating. S reward, passive, bloodbath, attributes enhance over time once engaged in combat. With a maximum boost of 200, status, weak 0 Chun Su age, 22 rating. A reward, strengthening potion. Su Li remained silent for 2 seconds, causing the two to grow increasingly anxious. Fearing he was mentally evaluating them, at that moment, Su Li, unfocused, glanced at Minyu and said indifferently, push your hair aside and let me see. Minyu reluctantly complied, revealing a pair of pitifully beautiful eyes beneath her locks. She seemed rather attractive, yet her overall visage appeared somewhat juvenile compared to Jiang Muxue and the others, lacking the allure of femininity. In simple terms, Su Li felt little upon first glance. Although when her eyes were obscured, she appeared quite to his taste. Thus, Su Li grew curious about where her S rating originated. After all, Jiang Muxue, Bai Sisi, Tang Wan, Tang Mo, and even Lu Qing all possessed exceptional talents in their own right. Forget it. Since the system has deemed it so, it surely has its reasons. I will discover it gradually. At this moment, the two girls awaited Su Li's decision, their minds racing through countless scenarios, which only heightened their tension. What if he takes them somewhere else? Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, Su Li spoke. You may leave. Minyu stays. The two girls froze, exchanging bewildered glances, taking a while to process the situation. So I'm leaving? Chinsu pointed at herself. Yes. Why? Chinsu asked, perplexed. No reason. If you wish to stay, you may do so, and follow me later. I'll take my leave then. Chansu quickly retreated, casting a sympathetic yet complicated glance at Minyu before departing. Sympathy for the impending fate of Minyu, and complexity stemming from her own relief at being overlooked by Su Li. Uncertain whether to feel glad or inferior, Minyu watched her soul companion depart. Now facing Su Li alone, her heartbeat quickening to an alarming pace, Su Li stood there, as if he could hear the rhythmic pounding of footsteps. Stand at attention. Minyu straightened her posture, at ease. Reluctantly, Minyu took a step forward, crouched down. With her lips pressed together, Minyu humiliatedly squatted down. There was no denying it. This truly felt like a human-machine interaction, albeit one with an extraordinarily high degree of freedom. Follow me. Su Li, intrigued, led Minyu upstairs and into his compartment. The compartment was empty. Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi were with other girls, standing together at the doorway. Minyu halted, her expression fraught with anxiety, hesitant to take another step forward. Come in, Su Li commanded once more, prompting Minyu to finally enter. Clenching her small hands, tears welled in her eyes. Chapter 49. Do you want a sausage? Suli employed his signature head-patting move on Minyu. She recoiled, letting out a muffled sound of protest. Not obedient again. What does this mean? Is the intimacy not sufficient? Do I need to raise the intimacy level before I can touch? Of course, this was a nurturing route. He considered the possibility of adopting a more sinister approach, perhaps raising her pain threshold a bit. If you want to let me touch, then go pour yourself a glass of water. Not wanting to trouble her, Suli settled into a nearby chair, observing quietly. Minyu wiped away the tears that had accidentally fallen, still in disbelief. Had Suli really let her off the hook? No, it could just be a tease. He would likely extend his wicked hand again soon. Where's the water? Minyu glanced around but didn't see a water dispenser. Find it yourself. Suli pointed towards a box of bottled water behind Minyu. Indicating that direction, however, she misinterpreted his gaze as directed at her. Uncertain, she pointed at herself and asked, I just went to the bathroom. Huh? Suli was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at her, then fell silent, rising to retrieve a bottle of water from behind her. Minyu turned to meet his gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. I'm so sorry. I thought. You thought very well. Next time, don't assume so much. Suli handed her another bottle, encouraging her to take a sip to cool down. By the way, you wouldn't want me to treat this as a funny story to share with others? Would you? Minyu shivered at the thought, imagining the scenario sending chills down her spine. No, please don't tell anyone. I can keep pouring water for you. I can even serve you like a cow or a horse. Minyu's reaction was quite amusing, and Suli took the opportunity to lightly pat her head, this time only slightly pressing against her. There are others who would like to serve me as well. You will all have to wait your turn. Suli rummaged through a storage box and pulled out a collar, originally intended for Bai Sisi but never used. He tossed it to Minyu, instructing her to put it on herself. The collar struck her head as she failed to catch it. Rubbing her head, she picked it up, half of her face obscured by the collar, her expression a mix of shyness and panic that she could not conceal. Hesitantly, she put on the collar. Could the rope be made a bit longer? What rope? This is sufficient. Then what should I do? Minyu folded her hands in front of her, adopting a formal stance. Find something to do. All right, but may I ask a question? Suli nodded, and Minyu, her voice barely above a whisper, asked, Is it the same for others in the shelter? No, only for you. Why? Did I do something wrong? Are you punishing me? Minyu had long wished to inquire. She vividly remembered choosing to follow Suli here to live and bond with other survivors, never intending to become his plaything. You did nothing wrong, but I didn't force you to do anything either. If you don't refuse, I assumed you liked it this way, so you're just playing with me? If I reject you, you want to force me? That is indeed correct. How can it be like this? Minyu's small face could no longer maintain its composure, and she shouted in frustration. Yet it was futile. Sit down. Minyu's body complied before her mind could process the command. Under the subtle pressure from Suli, even though she knew refusing was permissible, she still felt intimidated. Dio, you want to sit? I don't. Then why are you sitting? Minyu pondered. It seemed reasonable. Why should she sit down? There appeared to be no reason at all. She stood tall, straightening her back. Sit down. Minyu's gaze fixed on Suli. Her body involuntarily sank back down, her waist bending again. Never mind, you should just be my follower. With that, he swiftly pinched her soft cheek, not allowing her the chance to retreat. She covered her face, rubbing it in pain. Yuli continued to scrutinize Minyu, contemplating how to increase her affection level, wondering if new interactions might be unlocked. Finally, his gaze settled on her stomach. Would you like a sausage? Suli inquired innocently. For some reason, Minyu's cheeks flushed again, and she dared not respond. How about bread? Yes. Minyu swallowed hard. Merely hearing the mention of food made her stomach rumble with desire. Suli had a plethora of snacks, including bread, stored in the room. He casually grabbed a baguette from elsewhere, tearing off the outer packaging. The scent of the bread wafted through the air, not particularly appealing to Suli but awakening Minyu's taste buds. She swallowed several times, her eyes fixated on the bread, though Suli could not see her gaze. Go ahead and eat. Suli held out the bread, waiting for Minyu to take it. Once again, her small face turned red. She brushed back a few strands of hair, crouching down to bite into the bread he held. This action was reminiscent of Bai Sisi, though Bai Sisi did not particularly enjoy bread. Ah, mm. Minyu leaned forward, chewing enthusiastically, her small mouth filled with the rich aroma of the bread. Her long empty stomach was thoroughly satisfied in that moment. The entire baguette disappeared quickly. As she took the last bite, she inadvertently nibbled on Su Li's finger. I'm sorry. Minyu apologized with lightning speed. A little bite is no big deal, but I'm still curious. Why didn't you just take the bread for yourself? Huh? Minyu appeared astonished. I thought. You wouldn't let me. You thought very well. I've decided to tell everyone about both your previous assumptions and your current one. No. Please don't. That's fine. Just show me, and I won't tell anyone. As soon as the words left his mouth, Minyu instinctively covered her clothes, shaking her head vigorously. Su Li, perplexed, remarked, You won't even let me see how you brush aside your hair? Are you perhaps a bit aloof? Ah? Oh, my face. My face is fine to see. Minyu pinched herself, attempting to calm down. Having prepared herself mentally, she shyly pushed aside her bangs, revealing her beautiful eyes, nervously locking gazes with Su Li. This was utterly embarrassing for her, however, compared to exposing other parts of herself to Su Li. Merely showing her face felt less daunting. Dio, you want to eat more? Su Li asked. Yes. How about a sausage? Yes, Su Li tore open a sausage, holding it out for Minyu to take. This time, she followed his instructions, reaching out, but upon applying a bit of force, she found Su Li unwilling to release it. After a moment of hesitation, Minyu lowered her head again, taking a bite of the sausage. Chapter 50. The Mirror. Darling, I'm back to find you. Jiang Muxue, having heard of Su Li's return, cheerfully pushed open the door. What she found was an unexpected scene. Upon noticing someone entering, Minyu froze, abandoning her food, her body stiffening as she slowly turned to meet Jiang Muxue's piercing gaze. How frightening that a shiver ran down Minyu's spine as she sensed the unmasked hostility emanating from Jiang Muxue. This person referred to Su Li as her husband. Had she misunderstood? This was not good. She needed to clarify. Minyu contemplated this, but she forgot that her limited social interactions had diminished her ability to articulate her thoughts. Thus, she began, Please don't misunderstand, I was just eating his sausage. Oh no, I meant the baguette. No, that's not right. I was just sneaking a bite. That's not right. I wasn't trying to hide it from you. Point four statements, and each one landed like a blow against Jiang Muxue. Her heart trembled as she regarded the unfamiliar woman, her fists clenching for the first time in indignation. How brazen! Not only was she trying to seduce Su Li, but she also dared to mock her in front of her face. Deliberately saying such things, Minyu realized that after her explanations, Jiang Muxue's hostility had not waned. Instead, it transformed into an icy malevolence that sent chills throughout her being. She had no doubt that if Su Li were not present, Jiang Muxue would have lunged at her and tossed her out to be devoured by zombies. So terrifying. Minyu anxiously inched closer to Su Li, seeking refuge. This action puzzled Su Li as well. Fortunately, Jiang Muxue had never lost her temper in front of Su Li. After observing the situation, she suppressed her emotions, feigning indifference. Darling, who is she? A subordinate. Oh, a subordinate. If this subordinate were to get hurt, would you feel heartbroken? Jiang Muxue inquired to gauge Su Li's attitude toward this individual. Hearing their exchange, Minyu's heart raced, her eyes pleading as she looked at Su Li. You know, I usually only feel sympathy for you. Su Li admired Jiang Muxue's attire today, which was reminiscent of a qipao. With a subtle beckoning gesture, Jiang Muxue immediately leaned closer. You are simply the best. Jiang Muxue grasped Su Li's hand and placed it on her collar. Slightly parting her lips, casting a seductive glance at Su Li, seeking a kiss. As her mouth was invaded by a teasing tongue. Jiang Muxue emitted breaths so tantalizing they were nearly unbearable. My heavens, what has she just witnessed? Minyu stood dumbfounded in place, her small hands covering her mouth, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Gradually, she felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if her entire being was unraveling. Yet, moments later, the two parted ways, with Su Li using his thumb to gently wipe the corner of Jiang Muxue's lips before looking up at her. Aren't you going to step outside? Ah, I'm sorry. I thought you were intentionally making me, Su Li. Realizing she had been an unwelcome third wheel for quite some time, Minyu hurriedly dashed out, closing the door behind her. As Minyu departed, Jiang Muxue smiled radiantly. Am I beautiful? Jiang Muxue playfully pressed a finger against Su Li's lips. Do not speak. Show me through your actions just how beautiful I am. After some time, Suli obtained the reward enhancement potion for the day. Jiang Muxue appeared particularly spirited, not even contemplating sleep. When Suli emerged, she held onto him tightly. Although Suli intended to check on others, upon opening the door, they both spotted Minyu squatting at the entrance, her face flushed. You didn't leave. Jiang Muxue's cheeks reddened as she pointed at her in surprise. I'm sorry. I didn't know where to go, but I wasn't here the whole time. I just returned from somewhere else. Regardless of whether she had been present all along or had just returned, Jiang Muxue felt so bashful that she nearly melted into Suli's embrace, on the verge of tears. Jiang Muxue's reaction left Minyu utterly flustered. Fortunately, Suli was unbothered, and Jiang Muxue said nothing further. Come with me. Let Xiaoyu assign you some accommodation, Suli called out, beckoning Minyu to follow. It was time to hand things over to Tan Xiaoya after having indulged in enough enjoyment. Meanwhile, the newly arrived survivors had already been settled near several elderly gentlemen. These gentlemen from the shelter were evidently more suited to interact with newcomers. After parting ways with Suli, Minyu wandered over here. Lost in thought, and upon seeing others gathered together, she shyly retreated to her room without greeting anyone. Dear girl, do talk to that one and offer her some comfort. Indeed, dear, that child appears quite fragile. Please ensure she doesn't do anything foolish. Chun-Su's parents felt grateful that their child was safe, yet upon witnessing Minyu's seemingly tormented state, they also felt a pang of sympathy. They concluded that it wasn't entirely a bad thing for their daughter, at her age, to lack the skill of self-adornment. At least she hadn't attracted unwanted attention. Little Chun, what are you all discussing? Is there something wrong with that girl? At that moment, a familiar elderly gentleman approached, inquiring about the commotion. Learning that several of their grandchildren were also in the shelter, Chun-Su's father recounted the situation and advised the others to keep a watchful eye on their children. However, the elderly gentlemen were quite perplexed by this. A heated debate ensued between Chun-Su's family and the other young mothers, as they hurriedly defended Suli's reputation. Whether they believed it or not was of no concern to Suli, who was engrossed in his task of completing check-in missions. Having received numerous rewards in succession, Suli remained in high spirits. In the past, he would have to manage his time intervals, but as the enhancement potions increased and his attributes soared, Suli found that maintaining composure was no longer necessary. Xiao Yuli sought out Tan Xiaoyu once more, handing her a box filled with communication devices. I found these. They can communicate without a network. Please distribute them to everyone, so I can reach you no matter where I am. Found? This? Tan Xiaoya, with an adorably surprised expression, picked up one of the devices, which was even more advanced than a smartphone, and began to examine it. And don't forget tonight, Yuli gently ruffled Tan Xiaoya's hair. I know. In the evening, having taken Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi through the day's schedule, Suli made his way directly to Tan Xiaoya's door and knocked. Knock, 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 creak. The door swung open, and Tan Xiaoya took Suli by the hand, pulling him inside. I understand everything now. From here on, just follow my lead. All right? Without speaking, Suli acquiesced, so Tan Xiaoya instructed him to sit down. In the darkness, she fumbled around until she found a small night light, which she switched on. Placing it on the table. By the dim light, a mirror stood quietly before Suli. You need not close your eyes. Chapter 51. Scavenging for supplies. Following Tang Mo's tutorial, Tan Xiaoya quickly began the instance. However, upon glancing at the individuals present, she felt utterly bewildered. This is not what Tang Mo described. She said there wouldn't be any issues, yet this certainly appears problematic. Tan Xiaoya felt deceived by Tang Mo. Yet, given the circumstances, she had no alternative. Gazing into the mirror, Tan Xiaoya carefully followed Tang Mo's instructions, achieving what she had thought impossible. A truly inspiring feat. In the early hours, leaning against the man's chest, Tan Xiaoya closed her eyes and fell asleep almost instantly. In a wonder whenever she sought out Tang Wan or Tang Mo, the two were typically resting. Tan Xiaoya felt that if this continued, she would have to add an extra 4 hours of sleep each day to barely recuperate her energy. It was exhausting. However, the experience was even more captivating than daily exercise, leaving her somewhat eager for the next day. The following day, this drone is something I found. It autonomously scans for dangers and will alert me immediately if the controller signals an alarm. Tan Xiaoyu observed a drone of unknown origin. Now accustomed to such peculiarities, Yuli consistently managed to uncover remarkable items. Robots, generators, communication devices. It was only reasonable that another drone had appeared. Are you heading out again? Can't you take a break? Tan Xiaoya glanced around, noticing the absence of others, before mimicking Jiang Muxue's gesture and embracing Su Li. Once we finish exchanging shelters, Su Li wrapped her in his arms, giving her a gentle squeeze. Every person had a unique texture. Jiang Muxue was petite and easy to hold, while Bai Sisi added a bit more pressure against Su Li's chest. As for Tan Xiaoya, her figure was relatively fuller, filling his embrace completely, which felt quite pleasant. I've repaid you. Will there still be matters for you to attend to when you return in the evenings? Do you think you've repaid me in one go? No. You still owe me more. Tan Xiaoya's heart soared with joy, releasing the tension she had been holding as she let Su Li depart. On the street, Su Li and Lu Qing stepped outside, searching for a car to facilitate their travels. This time, they brought along the newly arrived couple. Both could drive, allowing them to retrieve 3 trucks in one go. With time pressing and tasks demanding, they aimed to return within 2 hours. In the afternoon, they would venture out again to transport all the new arrivals from the shelter and gather supplies from the surrounding area. Su Li was unusually serious this time. Young man, there's already a horde of zombies behind us, and there are more blocking the road ahead. Are we truly going to be all right? In the back seat, the couple held hands, nearly on the verge of a heart attack. They had survived thus far by hoarding supplies, but now, their first outing was accompanied by an overwhelming tide of the undead. It was a daunting sight even for the young. Anyone would be terrified. Don't fear them. Later, I'll take you back to this road to scavenge the corpses. What? My hearing isn't great. Could you repeat that? Su Li remained silent, rolling down the window and extending his blade outward, summoning a surge of purple fire that transformed into a blade of energy, soaring forth. Goodness gracious. The couple gaped in astonishment. Young man, are you a Taoist priest? The elderly couple, with their limited understanding, could only relate this phenomenon to something akin to magic. Su Li chose not to elaborate, while Lu Qing was equally disinclined to speak. Recognizing that further inquiries were unwelcome, they decided to wait until it was time to learn more. According to the plan, the 4 of them drove 3 trucks back, parking them off to the side. They then gathered the newcomers who had arrived the previous day, with Lu Qing at the wheel and Su Li in the passenger seat. Driving to a nearby large supermarket, Su Li wielded his knife, entering the supermarket and continuously unleashing his strength to clear out one zombie after another. The display of his abilities left the onlookers outside in stunned silence. All right, let us go in and load the trucks. Fill them to the brim. The zombies are already burnt to ashes, so search their bodies for a specific type of stone, Su Li commanded, prompting everyone to work at peak efficiency. Acutely aware that in the presence of someone as formidable as Su Li, their sole purpose was to offer substantial labor for the shelter. If they remained idle, Su Li would undoubtedly cast them aside. You need not go. Stay with me for a moment. Su Li halted Lu Qing, and as she paused beside him, she unexpectedly initiated conversation. Did you have a good time last night? Su Li recalled the mirror. It was quite enjoyable. That's so? However, I still advise against casually inviting strangers. Jiang Muxue and the others are perfectly fine. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. Hearing this, Su Li sensed that Lu Qing had misunderstood something. I was with Tan Xiaoya yesterday. I only exchanged a few words with those 2. Oh. Lu Qing seemed rather indifferent to these details, merely wishing to express her concern for Su Li's health. Yet, one could distinctly perceive a softness in Lu Qing's tone when she uttered an "oh." By the way, once we finish relocating the refuge, I will have some time, and I hope to take you to your base. I trust your family is well. No need to rush. Lu Qing's expression shifted, her heart disturbed by Su Li's words. Indeed, it dawned on her that she might be leaving soon. She almost forgot about it. But she could hardly blame herself. Living here with Su Li was far easier and more enjoyable than her life before the apocalypse. 3 hours later, the supplies from the supermarket had filled a quarter of the semi-trailer. There was still ample space in the truck, but it could accommodate no more. Any further loading would necessitate the use of an excavator and loader to dump the goods from above. Thus, a semi-trailer, capable of carrying dozens of tons, could theoretically only hold a few tons of supplies. Nonetheless, that was still a considerable quantity. After driving the semi back to the refuge, Su Li switched to another truck. This time, he raided another supermarket, filling the semi to the brim before returning to swap vehicles again. The 3rd and 4th trucks were not loaded with food. The third was filled with various electrical appliances, refrigerators, freezers, air conditioners, washing machines, along with an assortment of daily necessities like shampoo and shower gel. For the fourth, Suli headed to a nearby steel factory and gathered numerous materials, reserving half the space for bottled water. In the afternoon, semi-trailers laden with supplies were parked near the refuge. After a busy day, everyone was utterly exhausted. Upon returning to the refuge to distribute the supplies, they all went to rest. However, Suli took Lu Qing out again. "Teach me to drive." "Are you sure you can learn?" "I don't know, but I must give it a try. Otherwise, what will we do with the remaining vehicle?" "Then let's go." Lu Qing pondered for a moment and allowed Suli to take the driver's seat. Lu Qing began a hands-on lesson. Although Suli had only been in a vehicle a few times, his reflexes and memory were exceptionally strong. He grasped everything taught to him in one go, never mistaking the accelerator for the brake. Nevertheless, to truly master driving, he would need to consolidate his skills by the next day. So he postponed the moving date to the day after tomorrow. Chapter 52. Tianfu Villa. Let's check if we have overlooked anything. We leave tomorrow, so we must not forget anything. There's nothing much. Just a matter of whether it's light or heavy dye in the room. Suli dedicated some time to accompany Tan Xiaoya. After some exercise, he contemplated the relocation issue. Our stockpile is quite abundant, but it is limited to canned goods, bread, and other instant foods. Fresh meat and vegetables can no longer meet our needs. In just a few days, they will be depleted, and then where shall we find more? This issue, in theory, isn't too grave. After all, surviving on those instant foods is still feasible. It merely raises the question of whether one might tire of them or feel nauseated. As for fruits and vegetables, I can simply plant seeds. Fresh meat is not a concern for now. I'll find a solution when the time comes. Suli gently patted Tan Xiaoya, though he refrained from ruffling her hair. "Well then, are you coming tonight?" "I'm still feeling quite energetic." As they spoke, Tan Xiaoya diverted to delightful topics. Time was a bit tight, but Muxue wasn't feeling well today. "If you don't mind, you could come with Sisi." "That's inappropriate." Tan Xiaoya's small mouth opened slightly, still hesitant to accept. "I won't force you." In the evening, Lu Qing lay on her bed, one hand covering her eyes, listening to the sounds echoing in her ears, while the other hand wandered elsewhere. She couldn't comprehend how Suli managed to disturb her every day. Yet, since he had been so audaciously noisy for so long, she couldn't blame herself for openly eavesdropping. The following day, everyone awoke early, hurriedly gathering their luggage and embarking on their journey to the new stronghold. "You finally decided to change clothes." In the vehicle, Suli teased Lu Qing. After several days, she had finally donned a new outfit. Inside was a shirt, and outside, a trench coat, giving her a mature yet modest appearance. The clothes had gotten wet the previous night, leaving her no choice but to change. Lu Qing spoke the truth, though the reality might differ from Suli's understanding. Tianfu Villa District is located along a route far from both the urban and industrial areas. Suli was not well acquainted with it, having heard from others that it was a classic affluent area, home to various commercial elites from the city. Those who could afford a house here had essentially achieved a fulfilling life. Jiang Muxue had purchased 5 units with her pocket money. On Bai Sisi's birthday, she even gifted her 5 sets. Upon reaching the destination, everyone disembarked. Before their eyes lay verdant mountains and clear waters, the environment surpassing that of numerous television dramas. There was only one entrance to the residential area. Due to the absence of electricity, the main gate was completely locked, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Aligning perfectly with Suli's requirements, the access card was useless, but the small door for pedestrian entry could be unlocked with a key. Just a moment. Jiang Muxue rummaged through her bag, pulling out a set of keys, identifying one before unlocking the small door. The main gate for vehicle entry could not be opened with the resident's key, so Suli led the group to the security booth, where they acquired the necessary keys to allow the outside vehicles to enter. This place is enormous. The first time witnessing such an upscale residential area, everyone couldn't help but marvel and gaze around. Upon entering, they first spotted a church and a fountain square before encountering lakes and streams scattered everywhere. After walking a short distance, they finally saw the standalone villas, each exhibiting slight variations in layout and style, but all undeniably luxurious. Y house is in the center. Let us settle there for accommodations. Following Jiang Muxue's guidance, they arrived at a notably larger and more extravagant area, selecting a house comparable in size to a mansion. Everyone first placed the supplies in the underground storage. Other houses need to be inspected and cleared of any hidden zombies before being allocated for your use. After Suli said this, he deployed a drone to scout for zombies in the vicinity. He then entered the house to check for any intruders, finding none. The area indeed appeared sparsely populated. Earlier, there had been a few zombies in the outer district, but in the central area, not a single one could be found. Just as Suli thought this, the drone controller suddenly emitted a warning and displayed an image. The IT had detected a wandering zombie in one of the villas. Well, that was an unexpected turn. Rather than venture out himself, Suli deftly maneuvered the drone through the window, using its built-in bullets to shoot the zombie in the head. You all go handle the bodies. Let others take care of the logistics. Suli directed the newcomers to manage the dangerous task while assigning the transport of materials and installation of generators to the original crew. As for Jiang Muxue and her companions, Suli did not require them to do anything. However, after Lu Qing went to lend a hand, Tan Xiaoya followed suit. Upon seeing Tan Xiaoya join in, Bai Sisi, who had been growing closer to her the previous night, also ran over to assist, prompting Jiang Muxue to join them. Only Tang Wan and Tang Yimo stealthily approached Suli, hugging him from either side. Due to their height difference, the embrace caused Suli a bit of discomfort. Tang Yimo, in a moment of misguided impulse, glanced at Suli's arm and playfully licked it with her little tongue. Suli looked down at Tang Yimo. Woof woof. Tang Yimo emitted a playful bark. Little Yimo, how old are you to still be so childish? Do you want to be a puppy? Tang Wan noticed, lightly tapping her sister's head, bringing Tang Yimo back to her senses. Then, Tang Wan tugged at Suli, urging him to lower his head and whispering into his ear. Meow. Tang Yimo fell silent. At that moment, Suli, still pondering how this playful interaction had begun, gently caressed Tang Wan's warm cheek and bestowed a kiss on each of their small mouths. Suddenly, he asked, was the mirror business something you taught them? Tang Yimo nodded. Indeed, then you two should choose a room with a mirror tonight. Tang Wan shook her head vigorously. Tang Yimo, meanwhile, seemed to be deep in thought, as if a new idea had sparked. Suli spent the day with a few individuals, accompanied by the drone, searching and clearing the 12 houses in the inner district. However, they only encountered 3 zombies, considering that 10 out of the 12 houses belonged to Jiang Muxue, leaving only 2 with original residents. Following the usual protocol, Suli assigned the newcomers and the original residents to the 2 smaller villas, but he called one person aside. Stand at attention, Siti, Suli summoned Minyu forward. Issuing commands with practiced ease, Minyu complied without hesitation. Open your mouth. Suli casually tore a sausage, placing it in Minyu's mouth, who eagerly accepted the food. You will select a room with them. He pointed towards Jiang Muxue and the others. Upon looking at them, Minyu instantly panicked, her head shaking like a bobblehead. I can just stay with the others. Suli disregarded her words as if they were mere air. Repeating, go choose, fine, fine. Chapter 53, Tang Mo's theft of fruits that night. I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was next to your room. Minyu again apologized to Jiang Muxue, sheepishly lowering her head. Who could have known that she would casually choose a room adjacent to Suli, which happened to be next to Jiang Muxue's? Heaven knows how innocent she felt under Jiang Muxue's disdainful gaze. Truly, she had no words to express her plight. You needn't explain. I don't mind. Jiang Muxue had already come to terms with it, indifferent to whether it was intentional or accidental. If it was unintentional, that was best. If deliberate, then she could only listen to the sounds next door. If she wished to seek trouble, let her do so. All right, you should head back to your room and sleep now. At that moment, Lu Qing approached, reminding Minyu, who shared a room with her. As for the reason, it is because she embodies the very type that Jiang Muxue longs for. Deliberately positioning herself next door, seeking to eavesdrop on their conversations while inviting her own suffering. Minyu trailed behind Lu Qing like a child, entering the house. Suli also led Jiang Muxue and Bai Sisi, continuing their blissful cohabitation. Meanwhile, Tang Wan, Tang Yimo, and Tan Xiaoya chose to share the same room, located next to Suli's quarters. As night fell, Suli busied himself, lulling the 2 in his arms to sleep before rising to visit Tan Xiaoya's room. Upon pushing the door open, he found Tang Yimo seated in front of the mirror, having placed a small nightlight in advance. Suli, the 3 chorused simultaneously, then exchanged awkward glances before redirecting their attention to him. Brother, kiss me. Tang Wan and Tan Xiaoya hesitated, but Tang Yimo had already dashed barefoot into Suli's embrace, successfully silencing him. Little Yimo and Sister Xiaoya are here. You ought to be more mindful. observing her sister's antics under Tan Xiaoya's gaze. Tang Wan felt her cheeks flush. Would Tan Xiaoya think it was her failure to educate her sister, leading her to behave in such a manner? Are the three of you living together? That's rather unexpected, but it's no big deal. You can play more games, Su Li remarked, glancing at the trio's small mouths, a smirk involuntarily forming on his lips. The competition ensued. Tang Wan held little hope. Considering her slow learning pace, she had only improved to a certain extent. She assumed her sister would seize the flag, but to her surprise, it was Tan Xiaoya who emerged as the eventual victor. Huh? Tan Xiaoya appeared momentarily dazed. At that moment, Tang Mo, feeling defiant, lunged at Tan Xiaoya to snatch her victory. Caught off guard, Tan Xiaoya lost her composure, resulting in a chaotic scene, leaving remnants scattered everywhere. Little Mo, stop messing around. Tang Wan reprimanded her sister, who finally ceased her antics. At this juncture, Tan Xiaoya regained her senses, her face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Su Li. Let little Mo have her turn first. I'm curious if others feel the same as I do. It should be about the same. Tang Mo replied, unceremoniously seizing the opportunity. Being the first to charge Su Li lifted little Tang Mo effortlessly, displaying no urgency, even cradling her in his arms, allowing her to observe quietly. You are becoming increasingly disobedient. If this continues, you will end up like the newcomers, listening from next door. At his words, panic spread across Tang Mo's small face. She shook her head in pleading. No. I'll be good from now on. Well, being good is all that matters. Su Li no longer confined her to mere observation, but it was evident that the situation had become somewhat abrupt. Still in a state of concern, Tang Mo was unprepared as her mouth fell open, her body trembling slightly, her breath becoming erratic. Gulp. Tan Xiaoya swallowed hard, glancing at Tang Mo, pondering the advantages of her taller stature. The earlier scene had been far too terrifying, far more exaggerated than anything she had experienced herself. The following day, the group, having left memories in their new home, awoke naturally under the sunlight. Su Li utilized the crystal cores he had gathered over the past 2 days to construct another pioneer. Summoning the 2 pioneers, he directed them to connect the villa's electrical system to the generator. He also redesigned the plumbing system regarding water usage to ensure everything could function normally. Within a day, the villa would be fully operational, reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic times. Feud, the zombies here have been cleared, and there are so many items in this house. The cleanup team gazed at the villa filled with an array of exquisite red wines and numerous luxurious foods they had never seen before, marveling at their own insignificance. Just a few tens of thousands of red wines, no need to bring them back. I have plenty in my room already. Wait until I return to give you a bottle worth $1 million. Dear Jiang Muxue, accompanying Su Li, expressed her disdain for the group's reaction. A casual remark left them baffled, unable to comprehend the nuances of her language. What do you mean just a few tens of thousands? The lifestyle of the wealthy is truly daunting. The villas were few in number, but their considerable distances and the complexity within each necessitated thorough inspections, leading them to only clear 1/3 of the outer area after an entire morning's efforts. Observing the remaining 2/3, they hoped for new arrivals to share the burden of their tasks. Chapter 54. Cousin dear, could you come here? I wish to discuss something with you. Jiang Muxue gestured to a secluded spot. It was rare to witness her in such a demeanor. What is it? Upon reaching the deserted corner, Jiang Muxue's expression turned grave. Could you accompany me to Shiguang Water Bay? I need to clear a house there. It's my cousin's home. She should have been living there. Upon hearing this, Su Li needed no further explanation. He understood Jiang Muxue's intentions. He had previously heard of her cousin, who seemed to be a relatively close relative in her family. However, given the time that had elapsed, even if Jiang Muxue's cousin had not been infected, the likelihood of her survival seemed slim. Is that all right? Jiang Muxue's small hand clutched Su Li's tightly down. He nodded, prompting Jiang Muxue to joyfully embrace him, the subtle fragrance of her presence stirring his senses. Su Li instructed the others to rest while he led Jiang Muxue to another location. The villa area she mentioned was somewhat distant. After a 5-minute walk and traversing a stairway, they arrived at another section with several houses near a fish pond. Jiang Muxue pointed to one, and they made their way there. The area appeared to have more residents, with zombies even lingering on the streets, rendering it more perilous than other locales. Jiang Muxue's heart raced as she closely followed Su Li, meticulously identifying the zombies. Once assured that none were familiar, She let out a small sigh of relief. Is this the place? At the entrance, Suli assessed the house. Although not centrally located, it was quite large, resembling a manor. All doors and windows were locked, and the curtains drawn, suggesting signs of life within. Just as Jiang Muxue felt a flicker of hope, she spotted a zombie wandering in the front yard. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was merely a maid in a uniform. Performing household tasks, Suli took decisive action. Breaking down the door, he casually dealt with the zombie in the yard before approaching the entrance, intending to break through once more, only to hear noises from within. However, it was unmistakably the frenzied growls of zombies, and not just one. Seeing this, Suli was disinclined to waste time. He forcefully breached the door and methodically dispatched the noisy zombies behind it, deliberately avoiding excessive violence to prevent a gruesome scene that Jiang Muxue might witness. It seemed that they were not present here. Jiang Muxue did not encounter the distressing sights she had feared, nor did she find what she had hoped for. After a thorough search of the house, aside from the zombified maid, there was no one else. Are they not here? Did she happen to go out? Jiang Muxue sighed. Now, her cousin's fate remained uncertain. The torment of not knowing whether one was alive or dead was the most excruciating. Is that a phone? Suddenly, Jiang Muxue noticed a cell phone lying quietly on the sofa. Picking it up, she recognized it as her cousin's. It was evident that anyone leaving would not abandon their phone at home. Jiang Muxue's mind raced with thoughts. She led Suli to the basement door. Her heart filled with trepidation, and knocked on the iron door. Cousin, are you down there? It's me, Jiang Muxue. After a moment, footsteps echoed from behind the door. A small iron window opened, and a voice called out, Miss Muxue. Relief washed over her. Thank goodness you're here. Is it safe outside? The door swung open, revealing not Jiang Muxue's cousin but a weary, uninfected maid, her face gaunt and hair disheveled, clearly having endured much hardship. Miss Muxue, please come see the young lady. She has fallen gravely ill and has been unconscious for 2 days. The maid stepped aside, allowing them entry, while glancing curiously at the unfamiliar man accompanying Jiang Muxue. Logically, if Jiang Muxue had arrived, she should have been rescued by her family. Where is everyone? Jiang Muxue's gaze searched the room until it landed on a woman, older than her, lying unconscious on a sofa in the basement. Beside her were 2 other maids, who looked at Jiang Muxue with joy upon seeing her. What happened? Why is my cousin so severely ill? Although Jiang Muxue was concerned for her family, she refrained from rushing forward, patiently waiting for Suli to step ahead before she followed. Miss, it's like this. On the day of the zombie outbreak, we were all working, and several of our colleagues turned into zombies. Thankfully, the young lady reacted quickly and helped us drive the zombies away, locking the door behind us. But one person was bitten and concealed it from everyone. After transforming, they killed several people in the house. In the end, only the young lady and the 3 of us managed to escape to the basement, surviving on the supplies we had here. A glance around the basement revealed only wine and gourmet items like cheese, cured meats, and caviar. While these might have been enjoyable in normal times, relying on them for survival would soon lead to malnutrition, as evidenced by the pallor of the maids. The young lady has been frail since childhood. 2 days ago, she suddenly developed a severe headache, cold, and fever, slipping into unconsciousness, and she has yet to awaken. The maid expressed her concern for Jiang Muxue's cousin, who lay on the bed. Jiang Muxue approached her cousin, recognizing the familiar face, then looked up at Suli, feeling lost and uncertain. At that moment, Suli was also observing her cousin. Upon confirming that she was still alive, a sense of relief washed over her. Darling, is there any way you can save her? Jiang Muxue's tone was gentle. Darling? The 3 maids exchanged glances, scrutinizing Suli once more. They had no recollection of Jiang Muxue being engaged. Moreover, their young lady had often urged Jiang Muxue to find a boyfriend, only to be met with evasive responses. To their astonishment, Jiang Muxue had been harboring a husband unbeknownst to them. What is her name? Jiang Qianqin, they noted, sharing the same surname. Suli placed her palm on Jiang Muxue's cousin's forehead, noting that it was still warm. If the fever persisted for so long, it could inflict significant damage to her brain. She wondered if recovery would render her foolish. Observing Jiang Qianqin's mature and alluring form, as well as her distinctly wifely visage, Suli curiously inquired, is she married? No, although Qianqin is older than I am, Her exceptional qualities have meant she has yet to encounter a partner worthy of her. Much like me, we are both models of virtuous wives. The three maids, bewildered, listened to Jiang Muxue's words, which sounded akin to an introduction for a blind date. It seemed too profound. They were aware of their young lady's admirable nature. But when had Jiang Muxue ever embodied that of a devoted wife? Understood, Su Li employed a healing technique. A faint glow enveloped Jiang Qianqin's body, and her pallid complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. She was healed. They merely needed to wait for the fever to subside. To an observer, it appeared as though Su Li had done nothing at all, and only Jiang Muxue was aware of the miraculous effect of the healing. To the others, it seemed as if she had merely touched her and suddenly declared her well. This led the three maids to believe they had somehow missed a crucial moment. All right, those remaining are all family. I have decided to provide them with what they desire, so you may pursue this further. Chapter 55. Little Snow. Jiang Muxue harbored no doubts. She wished to express her gratitude to Su Li but felt it might come across as awkward. After some contemplation, she resolved to show her appreciation through actions that very night. She intended to wait and see if Jiang Qianqin would awaken. If she remained in a coma for too long, she would take her back. The sanctuary's cleanup was still ongoing. Su Li casually seated herself, quietly awaiting developments, while Jiang Muxue remained silent, attentively monitoring Jiang Qianqin's condition. The maids were perplexed. Given that their young lady had been gravely ill for so long, why were they not taking her for treatment? Was it truly acceptable to leave her there? Moreover, why was Muxue so compliant, believing whatever that man said about her recovery? Had Su Li truly done anything related to healing? Was this perhaps Jiang Muxue's first romantic experience, rendering her gullible enough to believe whatever she was told? The three of them were filled with unease. Eventually, one could no longer contain their curiosity and approached Jiang Qianqin to assess her condition. To her astonishment, Jiang Qianqin's complexion had improved significantly, and her breathing had become more pronounced. Her chest rose and fell in a rhythmic pattern. Even those lacking medical knowledge could discern that her condition had markedly improved. How could this be? She gazed at Jiang Qianqin in surprise. What has happened to our young lady? Seeing the maid's shocked expression, the other two hurried over, mirroring her astonishment. Coughed. At that moment, a light cough echoed as Jiang Qianqin suddenly began to cough. After a few deep breaths, the young woman who had been in a coma for days opened her eyes once more, gazing at the crowd with a look of bewilderment. Young lady, you're awake. The group erupted in excitement. Yet, Jiang Qianqin lacked the strength to respond. Until, amidst the throng, she spotted an unmistakably familiar figure. Qianqin Jia, Little Snow. Jiang Qianqin's awareness returned slightly, weakly. She propped herself up, reaching out to touch Jiang Muxue's face. Confirming it was not an illusion, she excitedly embraced Jiang Muxue, receiving the best news since the end of the world. Wait, Qianqin Jia. Jiang Muxue felt a bit overwhelmed. Normally, having grown up with Jiang Qianqin, they often embraced, yet being held by her cousin felt peculiar. It was as if she preferred to be embraced by Su Li instead. Little Snow, it's so wonderful to see you again. But weren't you at school? How did you end up here? Jiang Qianqin was unaware of the severity of her condition, believing it to be merely a slight cold. She immediately turned her concern towards Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue glanced at Su Li, gathering her thoughts to explain the situation to Jiang Qianqin. Naturally, she refrained from mentioning any dire circumstances, only stating that she had been rescued by Su Li and had come here to the sanctuary with him. However, Jiang Qianqin found her explanation somewhat odd, sensing that Jiang Muxue was concealing something. She chose not to press further and looked at Su Li, her eyes filled with gratitude. We can reminisce later. There are matters to address at the sanctuary. What do you think? As Jiang Muxue and Jiang Qianqin were about to speak further, Su Li appropriately interjected, I apologized, I'm not sure. Jiang Qianqin offered her apologies. Moments later, Su Li led the group back, noting that Jiang Qianqin was merely weak from the fever, with no other issues. The three maids were left astounded. When they relayed this information to Jiang Qianqin,